need to understand.
If I have to hear one more time that you did this for the family.
I did it for me. I liked it. I was good at it. And I was really... I was alive.
Yo, yo. What's up, fools? Today whoa, this is too loud on my end. Okay. Today is 5/10/2023. It is almost 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Early Tom stream. Yes. So I don't know if anybody noticed last night, but I was watching my stream back. So did you guys notice that when I slapped myself in the head, that there was a fly on my head? Did nobody see that? Because nobody commented on it. Nobody said anything about the fact that there, like, a fly just landed right here on my hat. My first time stopping by, just found out about you. Nice, dude. Appreciate you coming in. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. I just went back and watched. Oh, by the way, I am streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming on what is it? YouTube, Kick, Rumble. What all am I streaming on? Hold on. Where all am I streaming? Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, all under Tomfoolery Show, and then I'm streaming under Terminally Online Media on YouTube. So, if you guys want to go follow on those other platforms or say what's up, I haven't gotten those chats onto the screen just yet, but I can see you guys over there. So, don't worry. I am also reading your chats. Let's see. I figured it was all the frustration, or I figured it was the frustration for all the BS chat was putting you through. Yeah, true, dude. Freaking chat, bro. Oh my goodness. What were they putting me through? I don't remember. I was pissed last night. I saw you were pissed. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's right. So yeah, Tomfoolery Show on all those platforms. Go follow over there. Tom, reread section 3 from Article 15, subsection 9 again. Oh. Oh. That was, I don't know what the confusion was. Tomfoolery Show, I am going through the Lav sick thing you did last night. There was a contradiction Lav made when she was commenting in chat. Give me a second to type it up. Okay. Let's see. LMAO. Yeah, let me. Okay. This is. Let me pull up the screen. Okay. What up, fools? Today is 5/9/2023. It is 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Look at that shirt, dude. That is a cool shirt. I like that. I like that shirt. It's not bad. Where's my chat? Where's chat? Why? That was weird. That was weird. It just like flew right in front of the camera and then came and landed on my hat. But because the screen is mirrored, I thought it was on the other side of my head. This is the same fly that landed on, oh, what was Trump's vice president's name? Mike Pence. This is the same fly that landed on Mike Pence's head. It's the same freaking fly. Smack the wrong side. It smacked the wrong side to get rid of the fly. Bro, it is hot in Georgia right now. It is hot. All right, Annadelle, let's see. There was a part of the DMs that looked like Sick was talking to himself. Lav said she was responding to his messages in VC. 5 minutes later, she said she was goading him and laughing at him in VC. No, this was later with others. I don't see how those both could be true. So that was later. So while they were DMing, they were like, she was in a VC talking and he was like DMing her. Later, like days later, she goes over all of those DMs with a bunch of people. It wasn't all at the same time. Freddie! Tommy, early because you're going to... Wait. You're going to an illegal late-night underground cockfight later? Could be. Okay, but that's even worse for her. That's her consenting to even more. That's what I mean, that's what I was... I don't know. Maybe... You saw... I guess you did see my conversation with her. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying is, yeah, like, this is messed up. Oh, yeah, Sarah Lancaster's profile picture is the fly on Mike Pence's head. I think she might be mad at me. I haven't seen her in chat in a while. And I saw a comment pop up earlier while I was texting somebody. But she commented, like, something mean about me. Good? Why is that good? That's not good. What up, Speakeasy? Which one's Tom? You'll have to figure it out for yourself. One is the evil one. Whatever happened to Katie debating me? When I reached out to her, she's like, we already had this debate. So, I don't know. Who could be mad at Tom? I know. The eccentric poet. How's it going? Wild how everything that reflects poorly on Lav ends up being a joke. Not gonna lie, Tom has kind of gone downhill for me. True. Me too. I think everybody's really starting to notice that this show is just dropping off. You can really tell. You can really tell this show's just kind of falling off, you know? Yeah, Kid Not Kin used my reaction to his intro as his intro. We should watch that now. Now we should... He thought it was so funny that I would say, and as content, just react to his intro. So we should now go react to me reacting to the intro. Fame got to Tom's head, true. Wouldn't falling off imply you were at one point on top? Yep. I was on top. I was on top, and I screwed it all up. There we are. Tom haters. It is apparent, Tom, that the only reason you argue with Lav all the time, call her a liar, and prove her wrong regularly is because you're in love with her. True. True. That is, yeah. Because my only experience of telling a girl I like her is pulling her hair and then running away on the school playground. I'm totally not jealous of you at all, and I continuously come back to watch streams of a person I hate so much is for research purposes only. I'm really not obsessed with you. Yeah. Okay. I guess she's not mad at me. Okay. I just read part of it as the notification floated away earlier. I was like, damn. Should change your name to Tom Simpery. This video is clearly so you'll get on Lav's good graces. Yes, that is obvious. It is obvious. What is the name of the video? Sick takes W versus Lav. Yep, she was really happy about that. She was very... I mentioned... when she first jumped on last night, I mentioned some of her DMs to me. Wait. Adam, what the hell are you talking about? You are right about the irony of Sunday's tweet, but I have to say, if you think that you were able to get across very clearly what a woman is, you should check this debate again, because I am sure that 60% of your audience didn't really understand what you were saying. You can obviously say, well, I think I was clear that there's like 3 people who are always confused, and then they act like everybody else is just as confused as them. It's it's fine. It's fine. All right. Whoops. Is it this one?
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch.
Why? What was that face? She being shocked?
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite doesn't like hip.
Is it okay to set I am always confused? It is. Is it okay to said I am always confused? I saw a bit of this and their chat was really... I saw a bit of this and their chat was really warming up to Katie. Not from what I heard. Not from what I heard. I only saw a little bit of this. And it was going fine. But I hear it drops off a cliff. Tom, was it in your description? Was what in my description? It's cool. I gaslight a whole chat into thinking they didn't get a joke when I was the one who in fact did not get the joke. What joke was that? Tom, your YouTube description makes no sense. Oh, it's from, what's it called? Hold on. It makes sense. I don't know why you're saying it doesn't make sense. It says Restream helps you multi-stream and reach your audience wherever they are. It makes perfect sense. I don't know why you're saying it doesn't make sense. It's just the wrong description. Yeah, so like I said, I'm streaming on, what am I on? I'm streaming on a bunch of platforms today using Restream. We're streaming on Kick. We're streaming on Rumble. We're streaming on Twitch. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on Facebook. And so Restream just creates like a random description. So I will fix it real quick. There.
Hitler, Adam friended.
Wait. Hates Hitler. If he had a
Okay.
time machine, would kill baby Hitler, would abort Hitler in the womb, would have no compulsion about doing it. So
Yes,
Yes,
we're all
yeah.
pro-abortion here, pro-aborting baby Hitler.
yes.
So now that we've been demonetized for this stream, do you want to introduce what's happening, Adam?
That's okay. Look, we're
I checked your VOD at 45:18. You read a DM from Lav, and it seems like she's saying she was laughing at Sick with others in VC while he was DMing her the instructions fanfic. It doesn't sound like this was after the event. Okay. I'll go back and read it then, or listen to it. We'll see.
monetized most of the time anyway. So we have a couple of guests here with us. We have Wick TV, who I put a link to his channel in the description so you can check it out. He does panels and whatnot. And we have DatKatee, who is our progressive celebrity this on this show. She did a panel with was it a Wick panel that you were on? This was. Oh, and what was the topic of that panel? Was it platforming or was it? Oh, it was why do progressive lefties eat one another? That was the panel,
Adam.
correct? What?
Adam, I do a lot of panels. So I think you mean what's the biggest harm to progressives today? Wasn't it, Wick? The
Yes.
one that you put
What
with
is the greatest
stupid,
threat to
prompts?
progressivism
Yeah.
today?
Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a little side quest in that panel where you guys talked about ethical platforming, which, you know, we have a dog in this fight. We have a platform here. I mean, it's not a giant platform, but we don't want to be unethically platforming anyone. So I often think about, you know, why is it some people can platform just about anyone they want and nobody gives them any flack for it whatsoever, and some people platform people and they get massive flack for it. And I just wanted to have a conversation about kind of what are the rules around platforming. I have put together some questions basically to get us going, but I'll let you guys introduce yourself a little bit before we go. Katie, we talked a little bit before the stream, but do you want to let people know like what you're all about?
Yeah, I think it's a very good example of like the topic that we're talking about, that Adam and Sitch are platforming Wick and linking his channel and promoting his streaming career and not mine. And I think this is misogyny. I think this is woman-hating behavior.
Well, I am a
so yeah.
sexist, so it would make sense that that's happening.
Yeah.
But we can fix that. I'll put a link to whatever platform you want in the.
That was weird. That was weird. I thought that was weird where they're like, we linked his channel in the description if you want to go check him out. Also, we have Katie
In the description, so.
I'll send it to you later. Yeah, I just stream on Twitch. I do politics stuff and crafting and hangout streams. So if you come and ask to see my tits, that's not the type of stuff I do. So just don't come. Like,
Well, good.
I mean, okay.
Glad you're upfront
What
with
I
it.
mean is, if you want to come. Just don't talk to me about it. It's weird.
Oh, God, nice.
So do you get a lot of people that are basically
based. Yes, get the views. Just don't make me feel uncomfortable about the fact that I'm getting the views. That's true.
want you to be like sexual on your streams? Is that a problem on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay.
I have like a document of stuff that people write in chat and DMs that I get,
Mhm.
which is just about people like soliciting stuff or asking me to take my clothes off or telling me to bend over or like asking to be my slaves or whatever the fuck. It's been interesting.
Wow.
I mean, we get a
okay.
lot of people that draw like gay art of us together.
I know we've got some of those people in our chat
But,
too, Katie.
I think we
actually.
encourage it a little too much. Maybe that's the problem.
I know we usually show the art on the stream. So.
I mean, dude, if I got like drawings of like erotic art of me, I would show it on my stream. That's not what I get.
Okay.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I get
Oh,
I
no.
get
Now there will be erotic art of you by the end of the
No,
stream, I
okay,
guarantee.
no. I support art, okay? And whatever they draw of my tits and my pussy
Yeah, she's asking for it here.
is gonna look better than what it is, right? So I have no
Oh.
issue with that, right?
Okay.
What I care about is the messages that's like I'm not interested in. You know, it's like if I want you, I'll come get you, okay, boo? It's like I'm good. Like, it's
There you
fine.
go, guys. You heard it. You heard it straight here. If you want to woo a lady on the internet, don't say "What's up." Just send her a tasteful nude you drew of her. It's very artistic. Or have a even if you can't draw, just get like an AI drawing to do it for
The
you. Right?
DiCaprio method.
I
Right?
don't
Yeah,
think it's the
exactly.
same.
Yes. Titanic.
So, Wick, you want to just give people your intro?
Sure. So first and foremost, if you want to come on my stream and see
Okay, we're gonna. Should Destiny have platformed Nick Fuentes? Okay. We already know who these people are.
Destiny platforming Nick Fuentes without this turning into a Destiny is terrible stream. Let's say we platform Nick Fuentes. What would be wrong with us having a
I'll buy her all of the cola she wants. Well done, Raiders Cat. Well done.
conversation with Nick Fuentes?
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. The question is how you do it, right? So there are two elements to this. One is that I think depending on what a creator says that their goals are, I will have a different standard to what they're supposed to be doing. Like if somebody says, I'll platform anyone and I don't care, I'm not going to whine about who they platform. They've made it very clear that that's what they're doing. If someone says, I think I have a certain responsibility, I think this, or I think that, then I judge them differently. In terms of like platforming certain people, I think you can platform anyone as long as you do it responsibly, which is something Destiny believes in as well. It's just that when Destiny was platforming Fuentes and they were arguing and he was bootsing him in debates, that was all, that's good, that's great, keep doing more of that. Once it's starting being like, oh, Nick is impressive, let's just hang out at my house sometimes this one time and let's go get waffles together, then it's like not so responsible platforming as far as I'm concerned. So yeah.
So it's more of the friendliness. Wick, do you have a take on this?
Sure. I personally, right, think that if you are going to have someone on that is dangerous, let's say, that you, in whatever moral or ethical framework you work within, think, hey, this guy has some really bad or dangerous beliefs, and you bring them on, be prepared. If you are not prepared, that's a problem. I don't know if it's unethical, but it's just a mistake to do. You're going to hurt whatever cause you're trying to bring. It's not something you want to do. I differ from Katie, and I don't think that one has to I don't think it's a bad thing to humanize other people. And I think that simply hanging around and being around even really bad people, it does humanize them, but I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. And so that's my stance on this. So I don't think that you can't have, there is no one I think that you can't have on, but it behooves you to be prepared when you do. That's all.
And that's just to respond, like if they have unsavory ideas that come up. What if what if no unsavory ideas come up on the stream?
I mean, it really depends on what you want to do. So say if I had Nick Fuentes, I would drive the conversation to the points of contention where I thought I could be the most effective at pushing back. So I would do my best in an attempt to drive the conversation towards his views on anti-Semitism or his views on nationalism and try to push back in that way. And I think, look, at the end of the day, it's not that deep. As long as you try and as long as you're at least somewhat prepared, even if you lose in that debate rhetorically, that does serve a purpose that can help you because other people can watch that later and see, oh, hey, this line of questioning or this line of argument doesn't work and we should probably try something else. So even in failures, I think that as long as you're trying, it's okay. Right?
So if he has those ideas, it's important that you address him. Is what it sounds like.
If you can, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Wick, first of all, I didn't say that humanizing everyone is bad, but let's talk about neo-Nazis. That's a very easy example, right?
Wait, no. It's that you shouldn't. Wait, I think he's saying you shouldn't humanize everyone. Not that humanizing everyone is bad, but like that there are some people you shouldn't humanize, and he believes that you should humanize everyone. I believe you should humanize everyone. I think that dehumanizing people like Nick Fuentes is dumb. I think it's dumb. I think it's wrong. I think it's like part of what causes these problems where we're allowing people to just siphon themselves off into new groups where they're separated from the rest of the internet.
Or like tankies. I'm fine
No,
throwing
we can do
tankies
neo-Nazis.
in
Let's
there.
go neo-Nazis.
Okay.
Neo-Nazis and
I'm
tankies are
open.
kind of the same. So I
But
mean,
you're fine
Pretty
throwing
close
tankies out of
enough.
helicopters? Is that what you just said?
I'm fine throwing tankies wherever I throw the neo-Nazis, okay?
Okay. Nice. Nice.
Bold take, Tom. Well, in this space, it's a bold take. I think it's dumb to like dehumanize people. I think to talk about how they're wrong, that's fine. To talk about how like they have like dangerous beliefs, to talk about how they have harmful beliefs, to talk about how they dehumanize other people, I think all of that's fine. But yeah, I think dehumanizing people. I think that you should be able to bring somebody on, show that they're a normal person, show that they have wants and needs and interests, and they have people they care about, and that they are a normal person like you. I think these are fine things, and I think that this is something that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. I think it's fine to do with neo-Nazis. I think it's a good thing.
I have certain boundaries, even for leftists. So yeah, I'm open to hearing the benefits of humanizing someone like Nick Fuentes. You said that you think it's not necessarily bad, but sell it to me.
Sure. I could do that real quick. So one of the problems with extremist movements, and one of the things that extremist movements themselves like to do, is to isolate themselves. What they do will, like, so
There
for
we
example,
go.
when the KKK marches,
Let's
a lot of
go.
times they'll put their kids first, so that the kids got a lot of hate, they get spit on, they get showed, and so they use this as a way to say there is no other space for you. You have no other option but to be within our group. So when there are no off ramps, when they only have one path forward, it throws them. We toss these people aside. They are irredeemable, unsavable. You can't do anything with them. But if you are willing to see the humanity in a public manner of even someone as odious as Nick Fuentes, it does signal that, hey, maybe there is an off ramp that I can take. Maybe there is a place where I can actually get out of this and get back into society. Because a lot of times, I don't want to say a lot of times, but there are times when an extremist will think, I want out, but I don't think anyone's going to accept me. So
This is, we've talked about this a million times here. Obviously, we have a lot of far-right people here, and I'm not going to baby them and be like, I'm here just so that you have someplace to go when you want to leave. It's not that, it's not that, like, zoned in. But, at the same time, that is one thing. That is one thing that I think is important, that if they want to leave their groups, if they want somewhere to go, they should have a place to go, and this is, I think, a great community for them to jump into. Generally, people who are on the far extreme ends of the spectrum, when they move to the opposite end of the spectrum. This is a good place where they can just move into the middle. Lots of times, like, it's important to feel like you can belong to a community, and that's how people get pulled into these extremist groups in the first place. It's not that they have the best big ideas all over the place. It's that they make people feel make people feel like they belong to a community. They make people feel like they have friends. And here, I used to be far right. I debate the far right consistently. I feel like here we can do this safely. When I first started talking to far-right people, my mods were not happy with me. We had lots of fights over whether or not we should continue allowing these people into chat or into the Discord. We got into a lot of arguments over this stuff. And that's why I say, not everybody should do it. I'm not recommending that every content creator allow far-right people into their community, or any sort of extremists. I am not recommending this for other people to do whatsoever. I'm saying that I can do it. You cannot. That's what I'm saying.
I can't go anywhere else. So does that
Okay.
help explain?
It does help. I think you use the word humanize different than me. I do agree that, like, speaking with compassion to, like, the audience is important. I don't think that, like, in a sphere when you're debating ideas, or when even you're having a cordial conversation about ideas, I'm
not sure if humanizing the KKK leadership publicly is the same as what Wick is talking about. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he's more talking about like making them feel like they could belong somewhere or not. I think he's saying the same thing, but he's not being as descriptive, I think.
Kind of like, let me help you, Mr. Demagogue, who's earning a lot of money and has an entire career out of pushing neo-Nazi, for example. I don't think Nick Fuentes.
When I talk about humanize, I'm talking about making them look like a normal person, making them look like somebody who has feelings, making them, because normally when you talk about neo-Nazis, you're talking about them being hateful, they hate everybody, they're just horrible, small little human beings who, or I mean, not even human beings, but they're these small little monsters who just have animosity towards everyone. And that's not really the case. They just have beliefs that people disagree with. So if they say something like, oh, well, a trans woman isn't a woman, people on the left will turn around and say, wow, you hate them. Why do you hate trans people so much? You are so hateful. It's like they don't really hate them. They just don't believe that they're a woman, but they don't hate them. It's a bit different. And so, yeah, so I think like humanizing them is to say like, yes, they still care about people. They're not these hateful, horrible people. They're not these people who don't have feelings or don't have emotions. They're just like everybody else. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about humanizing somebody.
Fuentes is coming over. So I wouldn't say like showing any type of like compassion towards Nick Fuentes is necessarily something that I see value in, but I think that someone who talks to Nick Fuentes needs to remember that they're also talking to his audience, and they need to drop those signs that like, if you guys want to come.
That's stretching, Tom. I've seen them say hateful shit. Yeah, sure, but I also see them, like everybody who talks to them, say hateful shit, right? Like talking about like the way that people deal with them, right? So I'll say somebody just starts off by saying trans women are not women on like Twitter. Immediately they're going to have a bunch of trans people attacking them, talking about how they're a piece of crap, how they don't know anything, how they're they're evil, they're racist, they're homophobic, they're transphobic, they're a Nazi, they're this, they're that. And they're going to be throwing all sorts of insults at this person. And then when they return fire, obviously they're going to return fire in the same way. I think that the stigmatization of them also causes them, and the isolation of them is what causes them to get more and more extreme in their beliefs and the way that they act. But I don't think they're actually hateful. Like, I don't think they actually hate any of these people.
Come around will help you. So I do see value in that. I just think it's different than humanizing Nick Fuentes. But yeah.
Well, he is the spokesperson, right? He is the representative, right? And
Yes.
the way you treat the representative signals to the group how you will treat them. So by treating Nick Fuentes that way, you signal to the group that you are willing to treat them that way.
Sitch, you want to respond?
No,
Okay.
I like not having to talk.
Well,
Great.
we want to what
True. That's what I do. I just kind of sit back and I'm like, oh, you guys want to give me content? Thank you. Continue. I will watch as you as other people just come on and argue. I appreciate it.
you guys are talking about is perfect. Like we want to moderate extremist views. It seems like that's what people are worried about. But my question is, I'm not sure. Like there's a subset of YouTube that believes you can platform people with extremist views as long as you dunk on them, as long as you embarrass them to the world. Like that seems to be the modus operandi.
I don't sleep, Forever Wild. You sleep. You sleep. I don't sleep. I was on a microphone.
Operandi for a lot of streamers, and I'm conflicted because I understand that shows some level of ethical platforming, I guess you'd say, but at the same time I don't think that's an effective strategy for winning over their audience. Do you think like dunking on people helps moderate their views?
Wick,
Well,
do you want to go first?
No, I'm with you. I don't think dunking helps.
Katie, you in the very beginning you said, listen, I didn't mind Destiny talking to Nick Fuentes as long as he's dunking on him, right? That's basically
No,
what you're
not
saying.
as long as he's dunking on him. They were
Okay.
having
Or
debates.
challenging him.
Yes, like
Okay.
whenever I talk to anyone from Destiny's community, their biggest, strongest, like point about platforming Nick Fuentes was that watching Destiny absolutely demolish Nick Fuentes'
And that's
pass
not
in
dunking?
every debate. It's not just, it's Destiny doesn't just dunk in a debate. Destiny is very good at what he does. He's very smart. Like, he doesn't need to dunk on you to show how stupid your argument is. I'd argue that Destiny is in his debate tactics is a lot less dunky-ish than a lot of other streamers. Destiny doesn't usually need to resort to like silly little like quips and shit like that. I mean, he enjoys it sometimes, but he really doesn't need it to dismantle an argument. He's pretty good at what he does. So yeah, I didn't mean dunking. I don't think Destiny's
You
bread
said
and butter is
absolutely
dunking.
demolishes. I think that's... Well,
You
but
can
my question is,
absolutely, yeah.
is that an effective strategy to win people over from their audience? Ultimately, if you...
Oh, I forgot. Austin Stillwell, JBlaze11, Lynn O, Dangerous Duality, Ethan Sofinowski, Jenna Johnson, and Dev0420. Appreciate the subs. These are new public subscriptions. Make sure you guys check the description for Twitter, Discord links. There's probably something else in there. Also, I never fell asleep on stream. It never happened. So if anybody tells you guys this, they're lying. You probably won't hear anybody tell you this because nobody believes that. But if it happens, it's a lie.
Platform Nick Fuentes, you're saying, look, Nick Fuentes speaks to a bunch of extremists, and if I'm going to talk to him, I have an opportunity to win some of those extremists over to a more moderate position. People talk about this all the time. They say this happened, this happened to me. We'll get emails from people who or messages from people who would say, I was really much more extreme in my views. I started listening to you guys. You guys gave me better arguments, and now I'm a more moderate person. And thank you for that. So
let's talk about
that's
the
really
levels.
what you're looking
Hello, everyone.
to do.
Welcome back
but
to my
I'm
channel.
not sure if you have a conversation with someone like Nick Fuentes and it's just like dunk fest.
Wait, what the hell? So somebody... Wait, am I able to... Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, we might watch some stuff about the levels, dude. Wasn't there a Twitch streamer that got more views while asleep than awake? Yeah, Amaranth. Yep. Amaranth says she gets more views while she's asleep than awake.
I have more viewers when I'm asleep than when I'm awake.
What?
It's
Are
crazy.
you kidding?
No, when I'm asleep, it'll spike to 20K.
Just
I'm like, where are you guys when I'm awake?
Oh.
When I wake up, they leave. Then it
What?
goes back down to 10K. And I'll have like
She's got some great angles while she's asleep, I'm not gonna lie. That onesie and those... It's much better while she's asleep.
alarm, and as the time gets closer
Dream
to the
homie.
alarm going off, people will just pile in and be like, what's gonna happen? I think they're hoping that I'll forget that I'm on stream when I wake up and just start or something.
Oh, that's what you would normally do when you wake up in the morning.
I have more viewers when I'm asleep than when I'm awake.
What?
It's crazy.
Are you kidding?
No, when I'm asleep, it'll spike to 20K.
So today
Yeah,
we're gonna
see
get
this right here.
More
Some great angles, dude. It's better when she's asleep.
That you're going to...
Let's not use the word dunk.
Right.
Let's just say dismantle fest, right?
Okay, dismantle fest.
I guess I'm confused about how you think. Okay, first of all, you said something and I have to address it. I don't have an issue with extremism, okay? That's not my issue. My issue is with certain ideas that I think are harmful to society, okay? I advocate for very extreme revolutionary action, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I fear extremes on both sides. No, I'm very much like very far on the left side of the spectrum.
Right.
I'm just fine. Extremism is needed, okay? Like, we've suffered long enough. I mean, not we, I'm very privileged, other people, but so I just needed to say that.
Well, that's
'cause
good.
That annoyed me.
Okay.
About the dunking. Can you maybe very shortly explain to me how what you do is somehow different in its dunkiness than what Destiny or Vosh used to do during his debates?
Well,
Because I saw you guys talk about Contra, and that seemed like a lot of dunking and whining that you are talking
Whining.
about. So
Ow,
you were whining. Adam wasn't whining.
Oh my
you were whining.
god. You know,
Is
before
this
the
a
stream
dunk
started,
right now?
Katie
Are
was
we dunking right now?
Katie was so nice and funny before the stream, and now she's breaking my heart. She's going down a path
you
I
want to
can't
respond?
follow.
It sounds like she's calling you out here, Sitch.
Oh my god.
What were
we
the
have to
dunks that
define-
he was doing?
We have to, I guess, I mean, we're going to get into Sitch's law here. Like, what do
What
we
up,
all mean by
Primus?
when we say dunking? Because when I hear dunking, what
Yes.
I think of is sort of like a dishonest way of like, you know, kind of clipping someone out of context or not really addressing the argument or kind of being debate brained. And you're just kind of trying to look for some sort of like tactical, optical win as opposed to actually addressing whatever the argument that they're making is. To me, that's what dunking.
Do you agree with that, Adam?
Do I? Of course, I'm
Yeah.
contractually obligated to agree with virtually everything Sitch says. So, no, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, no,
so
don't.
do you think that's what Destiny did with Nick
Well,
Fuentes?
no,
Because I
not-
don't think so.
Not necessarily. I don't fully agree because you can dunk on someone without there being any sort of dishonest component. Like you can basically do it stylistically and keep it completely honest, which I would argue. I mean, that's probably what you're saying we're doing with Contra. Like, I don't think we're being dishonest with Contra, but we are, you know, making jokes, all kinds of, you know, funny stuff. I mean, obviously,
Yes, it was very funny.
that could be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Doesn't sound like that sounded sarcastic.
Take the compliment.
Hey, can I give
Okay.
maybe an example of a dunk and what I would consider a
Sure,
dunk?
yes.
Sure. So Katie, right? When I make a tweet about how, you know, I
You
really like
are
genuine
so
people.
bitter.
Let me
Oh
finish.
my
let me
god,
finish.
You
he
are
fucking
so
dunked the
bitter.
shit out of you. He's so right.
So when I make a tweet on Twitter about, hey, I really most qualities, you know, I value genuine the most out of most qualities, right? I don't care if you're wrong, right, smart, dumb. I want you to be genuine with me. And then someone, I won't name names, tweets.
Katie.
So, you know, Hitler was very genuine.
Yeah.
That's a dunk because it doesn't address the argument. It frames it in a wild, extreme way that has nothing to do with what is being talked about. And it did.
What? That just sounds like something. That just sounds like something Katie would do. It sounds like somebody who's like a caricature of Katie. If somebody like made a cartoon of Katie, they would have her look at somebody else saying that they like people being genuine as a quality, and then have them like quote tweet it as like, oh yeah, Hitler was genuine. What do you think about that?
Dishonestly frames the narrative. That's a dunk. That's a dunk.
Wick.
Oh,
Wick, do you think that's a dunk? If later when we talked in DMs, I explained to you that I used an extreme example to show you how
It's still a
retarded
dunk.
your logic is?
Look at all. Look, I'm gonna have to change this progressive after you use the R slur on
There
my
you
stream,
go.
Katie. I don't think I can call you a progressive anymore. No,
I
R
mean-
slur I'm just kidding.
You
R slur,
virtue signaling progressive little snowflakes.
that was a
Okay,
joke,
so wait.
Katie. I'm only playing. So go
So
ahead.
wait,
Sid.
so Wick, what is your response to this?
No, see, this is kind of like the way they project or they deflect. I guess they swerve it, right?
Who-
They-
They dunk on
Hey,
you.
Wick,
Okay?
who's
They-
they?
Specifically,
White
Katie.
women?
The way Katie,
Okay.
women
White
in general. I'm not
women.
racist. I am misogynist. Okay, I am misogynist, but that's only because it's reality. We got to deal with that. Anyway, jokes aside. Okay, so when Katie, right, when you do these things and you make this dunk, and it was a dunk, even if you explain it later, especially in private where no one else can see it, right?
We can
It
release the
doesn't change the
DMs
fact
if
that
you
it's a
want.
dunk. Like this doesn't change what happened, right? It does clarify it, but it's still I would still, even with your explanation, I still feel it's a dishonest framing of things. I just do.
Okay. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
I'll be okay. I'll be
Okay, good.
Well, Katie, you understand that, like, so when Wick had his tweet about, you know, to him the most important thing is to be genuine. Like, a lot of times when people say things or tweet things, they don't mean them. I feel like you can take a lot of statements that are like we all understand, and if you kind of take them to their extremes, you know, it obviously is not really what the person meant to say, right?
Yeah. I really enjoy doing that. It's
No,
really
but right, but
funny.
so you understand, like, that's not what Wick was saying in his tweet. You know, he's not saying,
No,
oh, Hitler's good.
so people have this really annoying shallow quality when they would say empty generalities that make them feel good about themselves, and that's just
Wow.
like like a pet peeve of mine that I find very annoying. I like substance in arguments. So like when it's just an empty like platitude,
No,
it's
I was
just kind of like
it was late
boring.
night on Twitter and I wanted to make a tweet. It wasn't that deep. I wasn't trying to make an argument or craft a statement or anything. I just wanted to tweet. That's all I wanted to do.
I'm completely aware that it wasn't deep. That was my point. It wasn't deep. Okay, and I don't like it when people are shallow. Sorry.
Wick, how do you feel being a shallow, empty vessel of a human being?
You know what? It's just another
Hitler
Tuesday.
loving
Okay,
shallow,
look.
empty vessel. Get it right.
I have to
Sitch.
fill the void with products from capitalism to sate my. So actually, Katie's probably promoting capitalism by making me turn to material and.
Oh, Katie's got an entire like case of 2 liters just sitting right next to her right now.
Other objects in order to fill this void that she has created in my heart.
Wick, you are between enlightened centrists right now. There's nothing I can do to promote capitalism to any of you more than your brains have already you are so far past me, dude. Like I can do nothing for you. Also, let's use this public platform to delineate this. Obviously, my tweet hurt you a little bit. Can we just maybe you need to talk it over with me?
Wait.
Well, yeah, let's
talk
not.
what over?
Let's not turn this into a therapy
I see.
session. I do.
You're saying you want to talk about this in private. Okay.
I do want to continue on our path about ethical platforming. So.
Well, okay. So
Yes.
before we went live, you said, Katie, that you weren't sure. You're not streaming yourself because you don't know enough about us, which is fine. That you didn't know if you wanted to platform us or not. So I asked, what is to you when you make a decision? Like, what is the point of oh, this person, I'm not gonna platform them. How extreme do their views have to be?
To be very clear, I am a tiny, 0 viewer Andy. Even if I platformed Nick Fuentes, it would be meaningless because my platform is so tiny and irrelevant. It has no bearing. So
well, it could
even
though
if you...
easily. If there was a viral moment that came out of it, if
Right, yeah, you get a lot more views out of it. So she's not wrong in the fact that her platform, she's not really platforming him though, because it's him being there that's getting the views, right? It's not her being there that's getting the views. It's him being there that's getting the views. So it's going to be a lot different. Him going on Destiny's stream, it's Destiny that's getting the views there.
Nick dunked on you as a progressive and all of a sudden that went viral. That could be
Yeah,
bad.
I'm sure you've seen all those Lances putting his foot in his mouth during Tim Pools.
Yeah, and
Okay.
he's got no platform. Obviously, everyone hates him now.
I don't hate him, but okay. So here's a distinction that I'd like to make. It seems that for you guys, platforming is just collaborating with someone. And for me, platforming is when you have a platform and you bring someone onto your platform. So you introduce them to your audience. You have them directly engage with your audience.
Okay.
So maybe we should make that distinction because I think you guys are just talking about who am I allowed to collaborate with, which is not what I'm talking about when I'm saying platforming.
No, I meant it the way you meant it. Just having them on your platform. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because for example, I do a lot of shit when I'm not on my platform because I don't want to bring that into my platform. But I went on Cozy and just shot the shit with just my own Britney from Britney, blah, blah, blah. And it was just dunking on Nazis and it was fun. Yeah. What?
Brittany Vitney or
no.
All right, we're gonna have to skip ahead here.
Saying that the position that you're advocating for is you don't want abortions in second trimester when it's not viable and you're talking about personhood.
Okay.
So I'm asking you what your position is.
Well, my position is kind of personhood, but go ahead.
Sure. I think that there is a danger to putting restrictions on even very late abortions. And that danger is how these restrictions and things look, how it works out when boots are on the ground, when the rubber meets the road. So a situation, for example, you have a state where there are legal exceptions for the health of the mother in very, very late abortions. The doctor has to make a calculation. An emergency comes in. Is it life-threatening enough to qualify for these exceptions, or what I'm about to do illegal? There is a time limit on this decision that has to be made, and they have to weigh the life of the mother and the health of the baby versus
what up, Anthrax?
Is this going to be something that gets me in trouble with the law? And that does put an onus on the doctor. That does present a danger to putting on restrictions in even late-term abortions. That's the proper argument.
There are dangers in all kinds of professions. Obviously, police officers have a bunch of dangers. Yeah, we try to mitigate it
as much as
we try to mitigate it with the law, but the way to mitigate it is not to make it completely legal to do anything. Obviously.
Certainly.
No, but
certainly. But again, I'm just saying you have to be aware of what restrictions you're putting onto place. Just
You know what? I think I agree with him. I'm trying to think this through in my head, but I think I agree with him. Let's say somebody comes up and they're like, they're yelling something like, I don't know. I need food. I need a place to stay. And I don't care if I have to go to prison or die. It sounds like they're threatening you, but you're not really sure. It could be that they're not threatening you. And so we have to draw a line where boots hit the ground, rubber meets road. There could be a situation where you end up, like, you have to make a decision there on whether or not they're actually threatening you, right? So I say, instead of making it to where there is this like line here that's a little bit subjective and we have to figure out whether or not the line exists, let's just make murder legal. And then that way you don't have to worry about whether or not your self-defense is actually good self-defense anymore. Or like, you know, you don't have to worry about whether or not like you're actually going to get arrested for killing the person that's trying to hurt you. Let's just make murder legal now. We can just make all killing legal across the board. And then it's no big deal. The baby needs to come out of you either way at that point. You need to make a very specific, like, you need to make that very specific because, wait. You need to make a very specific case as to why you have to kill the baby. I don't see a scenario where that I can't freaking read. I can't read. It's going to drive me crazy. The baby needs to come out either way at that point. You need to make a very specific case as to why you have to kill the baby. I don't see a scenario where at that point you'd need to chop the baby up and vacuum it out. That makes no effing sense to do for any reason. Make it legal, rather. No, it's not new glasses. These are broken. I super glued them together a little bit, but it didn't work very well. Yeah, I say we just make murder legal across the board because there might be like a gray area in between what is right and what is wrong, and we don't want to have those gray areas.
I love you, Tom.
So let's just make it all legal across the board. Singularity bound. Appreciate the sub. I love you too.
Saying we should have exceptions for the health of the mother in the late claim, I don't think is enough. I first of all, my position, I am pro-choice, but abortion deeply disturbs me. I, for myself, would never choose to engage in it, but I'm not everyone else. I think everyone else can make their own decision, right? For me, it's not a route I'd take, but for other people, have at it. But again, for even the late term stuff, you have to realize any restrictions going to be put into place. You have to be cognizant of what those restrictions are, or what those ways are, those exceptions, that's the word. Those exceptions are, because unless those exceptions are broad enough, you're going to run into a lot of more trouble than you probably could. Yeah.
No, I agree with the practical concerns that you're talking about, Wick. I mean, we talked about, I bring this up always, we talked about there's some horrible case where this woman was like slowly going blind, and I don't know what exactly was causing this, but something about her pregnancy was slowly making her go blind. And it was some sort of autoimmune thing that the baby was causing to her own immune system to attack her optic nerves or something. And it was like, even though she should have been able to get an abortion under the law, it was so difficult because whatever state she was in, all the doctors were just so concerned about whether this would satisfy the law. Exactly. No one wants to perform the abortion. And so I think that is a real concern. I mean, it'd be really bad in Texas, where they have that really wacky law where like a third party can sue a doctor or a woman for getting an abortion that was not deemed legal. So I agree completely with that. But I think kind of what I'm hearing here, like what the base foundational belief difference is, I think, between at least me and Katie, and I think Adam agrees, I don't know how Wick feels about this, is that I think in my mind, the way that I see it is that extreme positions beget more extreme positions. They don't
Yeah.
provide shielding
You-
for, well, let me just finish. They don't provide shielding for more moderate positions. So what I mean by this is like, you said earlier, oh, the centrists have been trying to get rid of white nationalists and they haven't gone away. So there's a failure there. But from my perception, I remember growing up on the internet in the 90s and the 2000s, and it felt like there was kind of a general consensus of a, moderate liberal view on the internet. I didn't, there was like edgy racism, of course, but it definitely was significantly less than by today's standards. We didn't see it actual, ethno-nationalism and movements like this kind of cropping up on the internet, back in those days, to the extent that we're seeing them now. We didn't see the kind of anti-Semitism that we're seeing now. And to me, all this stuff, I start seeing it. It all starts, 2014, 2016, as soon as all like kind of the woke stuff kind of starts to rear its head. And to me, and when I hear these people talk, they point to the extremeness of wokeness and they say, and that's like their number one selling point. They say, look at all these people with these extreme, crazy left-wing views. You need to fight back against them. Become an ethno-nationalist, become a Nazi. And so to me, it's just that's what I see. I see the pendulum effect happening, and I see that the moderate positions actually prevent these extreme positions from taking hold. And I feel
There's
like
a term
you
for
have a
this.
foundational belief, or you think it's the other way around.
There's a term for this. It's called reciprocal radicalization, where both sides radicalize the other to more and more extreme positions in order to fight the other. I just want to throw that.
I have another term for it. What is it? For the privileged, equality feels like oppression? Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't doubt that a bunch of whiny 16-year-olds that now are having to re-examine their, or 30-year-olds or 40-year-olds, people who became neo-Nazis because suddenly Black people were like upset again, those uppity, annoying ones. Yeah. If that's what extremism does to you, you will never reach any liberation for any oppressed minority. But no.
Okay, continue. If you're gonna.
You guys, you keep doing the thing, and I let you do the framing of like, oh, extremes are just causing extremes. Like, why can't we talk about the nuance? Let's fucking talk about the nuance. Adam, I am willing to give up third trimester abortion if you're willing to give up second trimester abortion.
Second trimester abortion? I mean,
let women get second trimester abortion until viability, and I will allow for extraction after viability.
well,
Can we agree on that?
What I mean, that would be. I mean, I've drawn a line at consciousness for my position. So I mean, it would be that would force me to be okay with aborting what are basically
when
conscious
does second
babies
trimester end
for any reason whatsoever, and I don't like that's not really a tenable position. Why is, I guess, bodily autonomy is your reason why you think it's okay to abort a conscious baby at 8 months?
No. Okay. If you think you know what consciousness is, great for you. I don't know why would someone ever have the vanity to be able to conceptualize what consciousness is or how we determine it in the womb. Like we can't even like determine what it is with like adults speaking that are like breathing. So
if you're
hello, my
surgery,
friend.
I don't know if you've ever had a surgery or anything, but
and
they
haters.
give you
I know there's some watching.
They give you anesthesia, and you're basic.
Okay. I'm like hitting the pause button over and over and over, and nothing's happening. We have like things that we can use to decide whether or not something is consciousness. Like we have like markers that we use. Let's see. Some of the cognitive behavioral characteristics of consciousness that are generalizable across species are, but not limited to, facilitation of learning, conscious knowing. Wait, how can you use conscious knowing in consciousness? Or, oh, this is cognitive behavior. Never mind. That's different. Quality, abstractness, complexity, and usefulness, which belong to 4 different dimensions. These being understood, respectively, as phenomenal, semantic, physiological, and functional. So those are the 4 features of consciousness. But yeah, we have ways of like grading consciousness.
Basically just unconscious. Like you it's like 1 minute you're there, the next you're like in the recovery room, right? That, I'm under the impression, is not the experience for a fetus. In the 2nd trimester and 3rd trimester, the fetus is having like a conscious experience. They're sleeping, they're awake, they're experiencing life in some way, shape, or form, which is just, I mean, that's far different than turning off the ventilator on some vegetable.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So do you feel like turning off things on like the ventilators on vegetables is
I don't
fine?
mind turning.
Okay.
Look, but they're not conscious. They're not conscious. They're not.
Okay,
having a
I'm just
conscious
making sure
experience.
that's okay.
Okay,
So,
wait,
but that is my reasoning for coming up with a certain cutoff date. But you're asking to go beyond that cutoff date because of women's bodily autonomy. Like if there's a situation where the mother's life is at stake against the baby's consciousness, like I'm going to go with the mother, obviously. Like her health, her ability to see, I would default to in every circumstance. But these exceptions are already built into the laws.
My frustration comes from the fact that the entire framing was about like, oh, why do we have to have 2 extremes? Like, why are you insisting on 3rd trimester abortion? And I said, because people are always trying to weasel their own little shitty things in there. So I have to stand fast. And here we are, where you actually have a different line, consciousness, which you didn't even bring up until now.
Well,
when I said
it wasn't a secret. I mean, you could have asked me, what is your line?
Oh my fucking God.
Well, no. So, okay, stop. So now I'm frustrated with you, Adam, because she did offer a compromise, right? Say, okay, I'll give up some of what I value, and you give up some of what you value. It's not a compromise if you don't give anything
it's
up.
Not. If I have to give up my integrity, it's not a compromise I'm willing to take. Okay.
Well, Adam. Well, no. I want to challenge you on this. Stop. I want to challenge you on this a bit. So if you had a choice before you had options, okay, and one of the options was you get nothing. You get nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever that you want. But the other option is you don't get everything you want. You don't get to stop him all after consciousness, but you do get to stop some of it.
If it's
Why?
up to, if it's
Why
up,
would you
look,
choose
if it's between
nothing?
I didn't say I wouldn't.
Because he knows he's going to win because the
no, wait.
That's unfair. Totally unfair. Like if this was on the ballot and we're taking 3rd trimester off the table and we're going to make an abortion law where abortion is illegal after the 2nd trimester, I would vote for that. Obviously,
okay, then that's
because that is the most reasonable position out there. And I'm a pragmatist. Obviously, I'm like that would be a more reasonable position than anybody else has put on the table.
If you had to choose between the 2 scenarios, you would choose the compromise position.
Of course, yeah.
Right, but I think that's the way it should be. I mean, everyone has to be, everyone has to give up a little bit to feel comfortable, right?
Right.
Exactly. Like with guns and things. Like if we're going to want like the people who want all the guns off the street and the people who want like to be able to just carry guns into nurseries and like government buildings, there has to be kind of this reasonable compromise. And I think it's a feature, not a bug, where we both sides leave thinking they gave up, they violated their integrity a little bit. Because the other option is just getting nothing.
That that framing is awful.
I wouldn't use those words. I wouldn't say violate your integrity, but I agree with everything you're saying. Like,
I'm not very optically minded.
Yeah,
so excuse me, but you understand the concept?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But okay. So I don't know. I kind of want to go back, and I feel like maybe we've done with the abortion stuff. I do want to go back to the centrist are privileged thing that you said, Katie, because I feel like when I have this conversation with people that are the anti-centrist position, I do hear a lot of kind of the same thing that what you're saying, like, oh, this is you're speaking from privilege. Freedom is never easy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the way that I look at it is like, we were to go back in time, civil rights movement, in the South, Black people literally treated like second-class citizens, don't have equal rights. You can.
You move. Why did you say Christ, Tom? Jesus.
You can make an argument that I might even agree with, where I'd say, yeah, it could be moral for Black people to destroy a government building in the South where they literally don't have rights, in some, really horrific fashion that I disagree with, but just because I think that the action is moral doesn't mean I think it's going to necessarily be helpful to their cause. I do think that with the civil rights movement, so much of what was helpful to the cause was the fact that there was a lot of there was a lot of saying we need to be not.
Oh, when you zoomed in on your face and stared at me, I got a big screen. It's probably not the only thing you got big.
Everyone, but there was a lot of we need to be nonviolent. You know, we need to go out there and unfortunately basically sacrifice and paint this picture of like we're out here in suits and ties trying to sit at a counter and here's a fucking racist white guy with, you know, a baton or a fire hose or a dog attacking me. And it's not fair. That's not a fair thing that happens. It's not a fair thing. But I'm just being kind of like practical in terms of how to get people on your side. Sometimes you just have to do that. And I just feel like the idea that, oh,
everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We're probably going to listen to a little bit more of this and then we'll skip through some more because this is an 8-hour stream, so, or 9-hour stream, damn.
Well, that's, you know, that's privileged position. I feel like that's an argument of emotion towards the unfairness of the situation, as opposed to a practical argument about what's going to actually materialize the change in the world that you want.
Yeah, I think that liberation and like the relieving of marginalized groups, like conditions, would instantly be improved if mostly centrists and liberals stopped worrying about all the other normies who need to be brought up to the other side. It seems like mostly centrists and liberals like, yes, the cause, like I'm totally down with that. Yes, I got you. But also the way you're going about this, it's kind of like, and it's gonna scare off all the other people. Just do it differently.
Wait, yeah, but that's actually like a good argument though. That's actually like a really important thing. It's like with BLM where people are saying like, hey, I don't know if the ends justify the means here. Like, we want all of the things that you're talking about. There are some systemic discrimination. There's some ways that we could fix policing. You know, if people are getting killed, cops should be held accountable. Like all this stuff, we're here for it. We're down. But then people start rioting. And it's not necessarily like a disproportionate amount of rioting, but it is the biggest protest ever happening all across the world. And people are not, leaders of the movement are not pushing back against the rioting. They're not trying to stop this. And so now we don't feel like you guys are doing this in an ethical way. We're still down to continue speaking out against the issues that exist, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have anything to do with you guys if you can't do this stuff ethically. Yeah, this is normal. This is very normal. This is the way it works. And yeah, if you can't protest in an ethical way, or even if you do protest in an ethical way and we do decide that like, okay, this is good, it's an okay thing to do, but you're only going to hurt yourself. You're only going to make it to where less people follow you. You're only going to make it to where less people will engage with you. Then yeah, it's still like a negative outcome. Katie is the respectability police is cringe and I refuse to engage with it stage of her development. All young progressives go through it until they learn how the real world politicking goes. Yes, this is very true, Ryan. You are definitely correct. Everybody has like their phase where they're like, oh, the liberals, they just don't want to do things, you know, they're not willing to go far enough, blah blah blah. And then they find out like, oh, it was us that were just hurting the movement and causing problems for ourselves. Now I get it.
And it seems like all of them are like that.
Katie,
Shut up.
Do you
Shut up.
think?
Shut up.
Do you think
Let me finish.
that
Shut up.
ends justify
Yep.
the means?
Shut up.
Can you do literally
Shut up.
anything to get what you want?
Shut up.
It's a good question.
It is. Now I'm going to finish talking.
We'll ask you. Go ahead, finish, Katie.
Yeah. So I think if centrists were less worried about like trying to get marginalized groups to behave.
Yo! Look at your boy!
Better and just like use their power and their privilege and their political power to just push for better treatments of those groups instead of whining about the optics of those groups, that would cause actual change. But centrists mostly want to whine that they don't like how oppressed minorities talk to them, and it really hurts their fifis.
Right.
And that's
So,
okay.
I think there's some I've heard what you're saying a lot, and I think there's kind of a misunderstanding of the situation, which is that when a centrist like myself or Adam, says something like what we just said to you, we're not the majority. We're a tiny, tiny minority of people. And what we're saying is, listen, I would still, if I'm in the 1960s, and black people burned down a police station, I would still vote in favor of civil rights. It's not going to change my mind. But I'm aware that a lot of people who are maybe political normies, people that don't really follow politics, that don't have strong moral convictions, which I think are the majority of people in the world and in this country, they look at that and they get afraid. And they go, oh shit, I don't want this, right? And so that's what we're talking about. So it's not a question of like, oh, if all the there's some mass amount of centrists out here that are complaining about this, would just vote in favor of what the left wants. It's like, no, I'm just saying, I know the majority of people out there, they just look at the optics of things. They look at, during like BLM, they look at like, a city block get burned down or get looted or rioted, or, there's a lot of rioting, and it just turns them completely off of helping you.
Yeah.
So, but do you understand so if the centrists come around and
wait, why is she saying it like that? That's not a good, that's not good.
Support you, that's not going to change anything.
It's really weird that you're saying that you're a small minority when we understand that there are more Democrats in the United States than Republicans. Now, we're not talking about like who votes or who wins, because American politics is fucked. But in terms of like pure numbers, but in terms of like raw numbers, if all Democrats and centrists and liberals came out and vote, like Republicans would never win, period. We know this. Those are the numbers.
Well, okay. So, it depends, because number one, they don't, so it doesn't matter. And then number two, even if they did, maybe for certain elections, but maybe not for, Senate and presidency, because it's not a pure population vote. So
here's what frustrates me. If you are a small minority and you understand that you're very sympathetic to the causes of the left, right? But you're a small minority, you can't do anything. The normies are the one that are turned off by it. It sounds like you're a perfect conduit to get the normies to be less afraid. Instead, you pander to the normies by whining about how annoying the leftists are, which proves that you're either not very dedicated to those ideas, or that you're just a shitty advocate. Either or. I think most centrists, and this is what the privilege talk is, they simply don't care enough to be bothered to do any type of like meaningful advocacy. They're just like, in 50 years, like racial relations will get better. It's fine.
Right.
Like,
True.
and that's okay. I'm sure they're not particularly bothered by it.
Right. So there's a reason I use the example of the civil rights movement, because that would be a movement that I would support. So I'm not saying that I personally support, every leftist movement that's going on right now. So I'm not going to advocate. Right. Well, as you would call me a dirty liberal. I mean, I don't believe in, I'm pretty anti-socialism for the most part. So I'm not going to go out and support a lot of the leftist movements.
I'm not a socialist.
Okay, fair enough. But I wouldn't support a lot of leftist movements that are, to the left of liberalism, whatever we want to call them, from that level. But I was just saying that when you hear someone tell you that they do support you or they're more supportive of you, and they talk about the optics of the thing, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about privilege. They're talking about the practicality of getting people on your side. And I feel like a lot of extremists, they just don't want to accept that, because it doesn't feel good. Like I understand it feels good to be out there and to be, fucking shit up, right? We all like that, to have the energy and the adrenaline pumping through our veins. I just don't think it's effective political strategy. It's hard for me to look in our history and see where that has been effective political strategy, at least in our recent.
What do you mean by fucking things up? Are we talking about like riots right now? Like, what are we?
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, you could go. The BLM stuff was like a really good example. There was you're familiar with David Shore was some polling guy who came out and he was talking about how we as a society should in the left should be really trying to push against people rioting because it helps right wingers win elections, and he had all.
The idea that centrists should be advocates for the far left minority is very odd. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're centrists and not far left, right? It's like a lot of the things that she's describing are exactly why they separate themselves from the far left, and why the far left can't do well, why they won't ever be taken seriously, why they're continuously looked down upon. Like, she's naming all of the reasons that that centrists or liberals don't want to engage with these people.
All the data for this, and he talked about how Nixon basically won on the back of a bunch of riots. And the left just attacked him, and he got fired. I mean, he got rehired eventually by someone else, but he got fired from his job. And it seems like people don't care about actually enacting the change that they want, or they have a different change in mind, which I think is really what's happening.
I do have to go. Unfortunately, I have another appointment.
You can stick around, Katie. You don't have to take off.
Yeah, I'm not tied to this. Can I give a brief outro?
Sure, of course.
Go?
Yeah,
okay.
By all means.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you want to happen. Politics is the art of the possible. It's what you can get to happen. So if I have to, right, pander to an audience, by hook or by crook, I will try to get those values and principles in place that I want to implemented. The best way to do that is through persuasion and nonviolence. As soon as you try to bully, coerce, or give these very authoritative kind of...
Whose opinion on this panel are you more aligned with, Tom? Probably Wick. I think I'm probably a lot closer to Wick in a lot of ways. Oh, that's right. Nope, 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 that's not. Damn it. Okay. I just remembered. My editor needs some new thumbnail pictures. Let's I'm just kidding. That's actually how we got the first group of them. Who was it? I think I was making fun of Xanderhall. And so almost all the pictures that you see of me on my channel were pictures of me making fun of other content creators on my channel. Like, I was on a live stream, like, making fun of everybody else's thumbnails. And then Sassafras, so like this, let's see, this, like all of these like crazy faces that you see me making, these are me making fun of a bunch of, it's me making fun of other content creators. And then Sassafras taking a screenshot of all of those faces that I'm making, and then we just sent those to my editor, and they just use them now, unironically. Even though they were like, originally I'm just making fun of these people. Now we just took all of these pictures like this and actually used them as real pictures. That one. You see I'm wearing the same hat in all of them. That same hat. So yeah. Whoops.
Of methods to get your way, it turns a large segment of the population off. That's my personal take. Gang, I do these conversations all the time on my show. You can find me on twitch.tv/WickTV or on YouTube at Wick-TV. Check me out, gang. Usually stream from 6 to 8 most weekdays. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate being here.
Yeah, thanks for putting this together. And link is in the description, guys, so you can just click on the link.
Bye.
Thanks for coming on.
Wick thinks everyone's a gang member like him.
Just to be clear.
Then there was one. Now, Sitch, we get the 2v1.
I feel like it was 3-on-1 for most of it anyway.
The 2v1 we've been waiting for here.
I'm sure it actually.
Just to make very clear, Wick has been very infamous on his take that we should bully obese people into not being obese. So I don't buy this don't bully people crap. Obviously, Wick is fine bullying people sometimes. Not when he needs to virtue signal about how centrist and enlightened he is and nonviolent.
As soon as he
can't
leaves,
stand
the
virtue
knives come
signalers,
out.
so yeah.
Just kidding.
I'm glad you warned us.
Right.
I think it's funny that people talk about not being bullies. and like they don't like authoritarianism, and then they're really shitty and really authoritarian and quite bully. Yes.
Sure.
So yeah.
That can happen. But
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you're not socialist. So what are you?
Oh yeah, you were talking about all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, you seem anti-capitalist a bit, even if you're not a
I
socialist.
am anti-capitalist for
Okay.
sure.
There you go,
Yeah.
Sitch. That's what you were looking for?
Well, no, I'm just okay. So if you're anti-capitalist, but you say you're not socialist, like how do you define yourself? I guess.
I define myself as anti-capitalist.
Okay, what are we going to replace it with?
I'm gonna push for like Scandinavian capitalism, and if we ever get there, then I'll talk to you about communism, okay? But until we get there,
are you slippery sloping me? Like what's happening?
I don't think America would ever get to like Scandinavian capitalism, so I think you're safe, okay? Very, very safe. Also,
Well, but I'm not asking that. I'm just asking. I was asking what is your end goal position?
Are you for universal basic income?
I don't have it.
You don't have one?
Would you support universal basic income?
Probably.
Okay.
It sounds like a good option.
It doesn't. I don't know how that helps us in this conversation.
You say it's not a good option?
I said it sounds like a good option considering the stuff that I want to ensure people will have under capitalism.
Right. Okay.
Right, but you're not a communist for agreeing with universal basic income. So
right. You're a super capitalist.
There's something annoying that you said that I wanted to address.
Sitch obviously says a lot of annoying things. I have to put up with it every week, so I feel your pain.
It's mostly him. His voice makes me very happy and very upset at the same time.
He does it. He has a good voice. He does have a good voice. That is true.
Wow, like, is that because I sound like Doobie according to you? Okay.
He does kind of sound like Doobie. Yes, he does. I was just thinking that. Oh my goodness, I was just thinking that. Yes, like his voice does kind of remind me of Doobie's. Yes.
I don't think I sound like
Doobie is the frog with the crown, right? I've seen him on some panels. Okay.
Yes.
Like whenever he talks, I see Doobie's little face moving, and it's very enjoyable to me.
But then you hear the words come out, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is just man-made horrors."
No, you sound like Doobie. I mean, to be fair to you, you sound like a much more like tolerable version of Doobie.
Tolerable.
You,
Look at that.
Question mark.
I don't know much about Doobie though. Why is Doobie intolerable? Is he like a white nationalist or something?
Oh, wait. No, he's
Depends on the week.
Okay, well maybe he is.
Wow.
But so you said, what was the thing that I said that you found so objectionable?
Oh yeah, the whole like Twister, like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to help your cause, blah 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 blah. Yeah, when you brought up how you would support the civil rights movement, it's pretty clear that now you don't think, for example, Black oppression is as like pressing or whatever the fuck. So I was.
Yeah, are you saying? Yeah, I don't think right now that oppression against Black people on a systemic level is anything remotely like it was in the 1960s. Yes.
That's not what I said.
Oh, I didn't understand what you were saying then.
Okay. In the 1960s, you would have supported more like extreme or like morally tolerable action.
Well, no. I wouldn't support it. I just said I would understand that I could agree with a moral justification for it, but I wouldn't support it because I don't think it would pragmatically help anything.
Okay. And you wouldn't even do that today.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. The other thing I thought was interesting that you said was about the rioters. I think people forget that considering the size of the BLM like protests, riots was not as much of an issue. Yes, it got a lot of coverage. What did happen? Yes, it was.
Yeah, but that's part of the issue. Like if you're going to have an oversized protest, you're going to have an oversized amount of rioting, and so yeah, you should probably do something to lower the amount of rioting that's going to happen. That's like literally what everybody's complaining about, is the people not speaking out as much against the rioting within the leadership.
Unfortunate. That's what happens when you have mass riots, when you have mass protests. Sorry, see, my mask slipped. And yeah, if people are not willing to accept that that's going to happen when you have that side of protesting, and they're going to be like horribly put off by the concept of like Black people don't deserve to die by the hand of police disproportionately. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a failure on progressives. That sounds like a failure of like American society, which honestly is not surprising.
So, well, are you still going, or?
Yeah, just one more sentence. Yeah, also important to remember that America is pretty racist, so Black people protesting would just feel like riots no matter what. So you need to like remember that too.
I noticed
Yeah, make sure you remember that you're a bunch of racists.
that it seems like the strategy, this isn't like that everyone does, this is the left and right does the strategy where a lot of times instead of just trying to acknowledge a bad actor or bad actors on their side and say we disagree with this, there's sort of this move of downplaying and saying like, well, that doesn't really happen, or it's some tiny amount of people. And using the riots example, I mean, we can kind of go back and forth about how many riots were there, how many violent protests were there, and kind of we've looked into this and it becomes this whole argument that I don't really, to me, is not valuable, because the question is like, well, it doesn't matter. What matters is the optics of why is it that with regards to BLM, there wasn't just people very strongly saying, don't get violent, don't burn down buildings, don't loot things, don't destroy your own community, but we also support police reform. It just feels like that's such an easy thing to do. And it's really weird that well, it's not really weird, I know why, because we're all kind of evolved to be wired for tribalism.
I have a feeling Katie may never grow out of her radical phase. I think getting into content creation for people who are young is probably going to be hard. I think that a lot of people have to necessarily buy into the stuff that they're saying. I think that they have to argue things over and over and over, and then they become the person who defends that position, and then they are now stuck being the person who defends that position. And so they are just in a never-ending loop of always defending that position. They are always trying to OnlyFacts, I think you're a bit behind, buddy. But yeah, I think that it's hard when you're younger. I think somebody like Nick Fuentes getting into content creation early and then espousing specific types of positions to where he gains a following because he has those positions and everybody else hates him because he has those positions. He gets stuck always defending those positions. I think when you're older, you're more willing to you already know that your positions change a lot, that you're going to continue evolving and believing new things and changing your mind about stuff. And so it's a lot easier to get into content creation at an older age when you already go in with the idea that you're gonna keep changing.
No, so everyone's just so afraid to, well, I'll let you, curious to see why you think it is, but so it's just like people, because of that tendency to just try to downplay everything as opposed to accept it. I think that just makes everything worse. I think that's what gives so much ammunition to the other side, left or right, is the downplaying.
Do you care about optics because the concept of what you're doing is about discussing extremes on both sides? Because when you say you care about optics, I was like, you clearly don't think that there's validity in the urgency of the black flight in America. So you don't actually care about optics, because even if the optics were great, you would still not support the things behind it. So the optics argument feels like a cop-out.
Well, no, it's that in terms of discussing it with you, I mean, we could have a different conversation about where we think things are for, quote, Black Americans, right? But
I'd much rather discuss substance than
But I would assume you wouldn't necessarily want to have that conversation because you're not Black. It would be kind of like the whole, I don't want someone to come on and necessarily have this big long conversation about trans things as opposed to women things because, you're not trans. And so I'm just really more discussing something about how the behavior of kind of the left and the extremism that I see in sort of the kind of the base worldview that we have difference. So that's what I'm focusing on, regardless of whether we agree on a position or not. And I feel like we can have that conversation without agreeing on the base position.
Yeah.
Unless you think I'm just kind of doing it for subversive reasons or something.
I just don't see the point of discussing optical strategies with people who don't find validity in the actual cause. I don't need strategy tips from people who don't even think the cause is an actual valid cause. That sounds like, I don't mean this in an offensive way, but it's kind of weirdly condescending in a way.
Well, it's bad.
Wait, what? You would be the one condescending in that case. Because he's not saying that your opinion is invalid. He's saying that he disagrees with you. But you're saying his opinion is just automatically invalid. That you wouldn't even want to hear what he has to say.
It's the fight for a cause. Queen, so
it's the opposite though, because I feel like one of the problems that people have is that they tailor their message based on what they think works, but that works to their side. That doesn't work to anyone else's side. You should be more open to listening to people who don't agree with you, talking about how to tailor messages to get people that you don't agree with. Shouldn't you?
I think that centrists think certain things. I think that they're entitled to think them.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm here listening. I'm just saying that I think the validity of ideas is a lot more important than how comfortable something.
Tomfoolery Show said, Katie, condescending? No.
Feels like. Also, with all due respect,
That freaking guy, dude.
I am who I am. Some people that listen to me say, oh, I didn't
He's just simping.
think about it like that. So I do my own advocacy at the end of the day. I don't really need advice on how to speak differently. Sometimes I speak badly. Sometimes I'm a bad advocate. Humans are advocates and advocates are humans. It happens. I'm just not particularly interested in tips when look, if you were a centrist that told me like, hey, I'm totally with you. It's just I need this and this and this and this to like get on board, then I'd have that conversation. But it feels very fake to have that conversation when we both understand you don't even believe in that.
So
I just
Look, you don't have the street cred. Sitch.
Well, no. So, well, first of all, I'm not talking about like in the context of the conversation. I didn't mean like what you personally. I should be having a conversation. I was just you were kind of voicing the position of what I hear from a lot of people on the left, which is why it's justified to kind of have the rhetoric and to behave the way that they behave. So I'm kind of like I was just questioning this entire strategy overall. I'm not really questioning you personally and your personal strategy for how you talk. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere near enough of your content to to give you quote advice on tips or anything like that. I've literally seen the only stream I've seen you in was with Destiny and President Sunday, and now this.
So let me I guess say this. When I think that there are a lot of stuff that other advocates or other progressives or other leftists do that I don't like or I think are cringe or annoying. And most of the time, I just don't talk about it. I don't comment on it. I don't whine about how cringy it is. I don't whine about how problematic it is. I move on because whining about how other progressives are cringe on Twitter is not as important to me as discussing white supremacy. There are just like two different levels there, one that I'm more interested in specifically. If people think, and a lot of people in my circle think that there's some value in like calling out Lance and whining about how bad Lance was, or calling out other progressives and how shitty or bad they're being. And then we also whine about how the left is eating itself. The left should roughly stay united. But when we say that, it's like, oh, now it's just loyalism. So it's like, if you're infighting, then the left is eating itself. If the left is united, then the left is just tribalism. You can't win. And you can't win because the system is set up that leftism and progressivism are things that don't have a lot of political power and are generally underground movements. They will never be very mainstream. It takes time to promote, which is why you should focus on the bigger ideas that matter rather than whining about what your little progressive friends are doing. Like, we're not that important. Whiny trans people on Twitter are not hurting anyone.
Well, we did start this conversation because you had a problem with Destiny platforming of what you perceive of as an anti-Semite or a white supremacist. So
a neo-Nazi, yes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is the guy. So I'm curious because obviously you think that did more harm than good. If Destiny adopted white supremacist views or anti-Semitic views and just came on his platform one day and said, look, I've had a change of heart. Nick Fuentes has won me over, and now I think I'm a white supremacist. That's what Destiny says. What do you think his audience would be like? Raw, like he would get the same amount of views, and now his entire audience would be white supremacists? Do you think that would happen?
I think if Destiny said it like that, well, some of them will think he's giga chatting, but hopefully most of them would not be cool with it. But Destiny is very smart, so if he did have a change of heart, it would be very gradual and slow and shit like that. So I'm not really sure what you're asking me, I guess.
Well, so okay, well,
no,
I disagree with basically everything you said about.
Oh, let's go. Did you start in the middle? No, we've skipped through a little bit. How's it going, Kid Not Kid?
Complaining about whiny progressives for.
I thought about making my intro today. You showing your intro. But I'll probably react to it instead. And then I'll react to me reacting to your intro.
The reasons I've already stated about how I think it does. I think that's the biggest thing that does change reality, is the politics and things are not based on reality; they're based on perceptions of reality. But I don't want to kind of just loop the argument again and again. Do you? I mean, we can move on to. I don't know how much time you have tonight.
I'm all yours.
Okay, wonderful. Do you think?
As long as you'll have me.
Oh wow. Okay, interesting. Do you think?
You guys are stuck with her. She'll never leave your side.
Do you classify America as like a white supremacist country?
Ooh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for that.
Uh-oh.
I like that they actually say it correctly. It kind of annoys me when people say white supremacist. I hear it all the time, especially from neo-Nazis. Oh, they keep calling us a white supremacist. You guys could just make your intros reacting to Kid Not Kin's intro. Yep. That's a good idea.
Not in my conceptionalization, but
You think
I
that's gonna get you in
understand
trouble
the
for saying
argument
no?
for it. I will get in trouble for saying no in my service. I already have like a bunch of people in my head that are gonna be so pissed at me. Okay.
I can't believe you went on those horrible centrist shows. You said we don't live in a white supremacy. You sold out.
In my instinctual reality, it's hard for me to think of America that way. But obviously, under an analysis of systemic racism and white supremacy, it seems that America is pretty white supremacist.
So we are pretty white supremacists, but you wouldn't say it's a white supremacy.
That is kind of what she said. So under like a colloquial understanding of what white supremacy means, the United States is not a white supremacist country. If anything, it's like the opposite, where it's a very progressive country moving away from white supremacy. But it does have a white supremacy type history, and we still have issues with like systemic racism, stuff like that. But yeah, with like, yeah, a colloquial understanding of white supremacist, there's no, we're not a white supremacist country. I would also like to see other streamers react to Tom reacting to Kid's intro. True. Yep.
You got to separate out the
distinction there?
definitions. You got to separate out the definitions. Are you
It's kind of
talking
like
about?
saying that.
Are you talking about, you know, from a critical theory perspective, where, you know, if you engage in society?
The funny thing is that there's nothing happening during his intro. It's just music, yet I keep pausing it to respond to chat. Instead of just talking over the music, I keep pausing it so that we don't miss like a second of it. And I'll pause it and be like, no, I'm just really tired, guys. And then I hit play again. And then I pause again. Yeah, I know. I got Red Bull today, thank goodness. Play again. Like, made sure we did not miss a second of it.
You're engaging in white supremacy, or do you mean that the majority of people are racist and hate black people?
Obviously, I don't mean that.
Okay,
also,
so the second is off the table. So the first you accept.
yeah.
Or
First
rather,
of all,
how do
fair
you define
change.
white supremacy?
Yeah, we'll probably watch some of the Fresh and Fit stuff later. We already planned on watching this, plus I'm not gonna go like turn it on while it's live. We got other stuff to do.
So it's a really interesting conversation. When it's convenient for conservatives and centrists, I guess, they do this thing where they pretend that like racism or transphobia or homophobia is about vitriolic hate towards the other person. Unfortunately, that's not the only thing that those things encompass. In most situations, when someone is, for example, homophobic, it's not that they necessarily like despise gay people. They either have prejudice towards them when they find them kind of icky or kind of weird, or they don't support gay rights, or all kinds of more vague stuff like that. So the concept of saying people are not white supremacists because they don't hate black people is a very reductionist understanding of white supremacy, and why you can't really tackle white supremacy in America, because people...
Wouldn't you argue that one is worse than the other, though? Like, if I lived in a town where everyone was openly racist to me all the time, and if I lived in a town where, you know, there was this subversive racism going on that was virtually indetectable by me, I would want to live in the latter, obviously.
If it's undetectable by you, yes, but it's not undetectable to black people living in America. That's
Right.
the problem.
So they are experiencing that kind of overt hatred towards him all the time.
But that's not what I mean. Like,
Okay.
Yeah,
The-
it has nothing to do with it being overt hatred.
the concept of systemic racism, for example, is predicated on the idea that no one has to have that vitriolic hate for the system to create racist outcomes.
Right. No.
So
The vitriolic hate, but what I'm saying is there was a time when there was overt vitriolic hate towards black people. You would say that that is worse, obviously, than what you're talking about, the systemic outcome scenario where they're not experiencing vitriolic hate from their coworkers and people on the street.
it depends on the outcomes, right? Because if they're not experiencing vitriolic hate, but they're still being put down by police in disproportionate amounts, then it seems like the vitriolic hate is not the issue.
This is a little frustrating because I hear leftists always say, oh yeah, black cops won't even go into black neighborhoods because of systemic racism. Or it's cops are over policing black neighborhoods because of systemic racism. It's like, wait, which one is it? It can't be both of those things. You got to pick one here.
Like, I'm not a black person, but I'd be interested in surveying black people and hearing them if they'd rather be called the N-word or being shot by police.
I don't really care. I don't care. Don't tell me.
I assume most of them would rather be called the N-word, but I might be wrong, right? So
well, I would say the being shot by police is an extension of the overt racism, but
and I would say that it isn't. That's my argument.
okay.
Well, okay. So I feel like I don't know because there's two tracks here because we still things keep going down the white supremacy track, or you brought up the police statistic, which I don't mention. Everyone's gonna get all triggered. So I guess I'll do what the
Yeah, it
chat
has to be.
probably
It
wants.
has to be.
What up, Sapo?
Because
Look, otherwise it's unethical platforming.
No, because like with the police shooting
Are you
thing-
gonna 1350 right now? Okay.
well, maybe if that's how you interpret it. I was gonna say the police shooting thing. If you say like yes, I believe black people are shot, and I'm including all black people, not just unarmed black people, because I know the unarmed black people that are shot by white police is actually a significantly lower number than people think it is. But for black people that are shot or detained by the police or anything like that, yes, it's a disproportionate number for their population in America, but it's not a disproportionate per arrests and crime and those sorts of activities. So like, what is the point of like? So I don't see how that is evidence in itself of systemic racism in America.
Because the reason why there's over-policing in black neighborhoods is a result of systemic racism in America.
There it is. The over-policing.
Well, okay.
The war on drugs.
Right. So I guess, okay, we have to define systemic racism. Because systemic racism just means that systemic racism just means, which I really hate the term because all it means really.
I bet you do.
I do. I hate it. Because there are two definitions for systemic racism or institutional racism, which is that number one, there are people that intentionally put laws in place to kind of create a system that is racist, which that's not what we're talking about here. Or number two, all it means is that institutions and systems produce outcomes that are racially not equal. That's all it means.
Yes, the second
right,
one.
Right. So, but that definition is so broad. Like the NBA is a systemically racist institution. So under that, like to me, when you say like, oh, well, policing is systemically racist just because there's an unequal outcome, well, doesn't tell me.
It's not just unequal outcomes. It's like disproportionate negative outcomes. So yeah, you could say that like the NBA is like an example of systemic racism for white people, but this is something where like you're graded on your ability to be athletic, and we can't really change whether or not white people are more athletic. We can't really change if white people are able to run faster, jump higher, whether or not they're taller. Like, we can't fix this issue. But we can fix if black people are disproportionately left out of, like, CEO positions. This is something that we can change with education. That's something that we can actually fix.
Anything useful. Like doesn't mean that the system necessarily needs to be changed.
No, you say there's systemic racism in America, and it manifests in various ways. So the way the court system is set, the way policing is set, the way the poverty spreads across different populations, inner cities, all that type of stuff are examples of the ways that there's systemic racism in America.
Right, but you understand how if systemic racism just means that some system produces an outcome that's not racially the same, that doesn't tell us whether we should change the system or not, and it doesn't tell us why the system is producing those outcomes.
Well, if you believe in equality, it would probably make you think that you'd want to change that. And if you believe, and if you're not
Well, so equality of what? Equality of outcomes? Equality of opportunity? So if we're talking about opportunity, I don't think people care much about the outcome, but they might look at the outcome and say, okay, there could be evidence of opportunities that are unequal here. And I think that that's what I do. Like when I look at systemic racism, I can see that there's an unequal outcome. And so I'll see that and say, okay, there's probably something that causes this unequal outcome. Let's find those other things and try to make sure that those have equal opportunities. But if we try to fix those things and we still end up with an unequal outcome, I'm not going to force that change. Like, it just is what it is. And then you move on.
A race realist, you would assume that there are other reasons besides like the incompetency of one race over another to why the outcomes are different. But I don't know if you're any of those things, so I wouldn't know.
So, well, I'm not a race realist, so it's okay. But I am Jewish.
We'll see.
And I know that a lot of the alt-right like to point to, they like to put up the chart that's like, oh, look at all these Jews that are in Hollywood. Look at all these Jews that are in media, right? And it's true, there's a disproportionate number of Jews in Hollywood, in the media, in a lot of these areas of, you know, of employment. And
Twitch partner Dylan Burns TV has been banned. Copyright? Is that what it was? Five minutes ago. This doesn't really tell us anything about the ban, though.
I wouldn't, that you could say very strongly, well, that's a form of systemic racism or bigotry because there's a disproportionate number of Jews in all of these fields. Now, I don't think that means that, well, we should start not allowing Jews into Hollywood until we reach, you know, unless Hollywood has, you know, the 1% or the 2% mark of how
Just got banned on Twitch for watching the freely available Trump town hall. Fantastic.
That they're letting terminate because they lost in court. They wanted to go earlier. You're going to have millions of people pouring into our country right now at a level that nobody's ever seen before. These people are sick. Anybody that wants this to happen to our country, they're destroying our country.
I don't think that's true. Every time people say that there's people flooding in at a record we've never seen before, I go look at the numbers, and it turns out that there's deportations at at record levels, but the people aren't actually coming in at record levels.
How many Jews are in the country, right?
Can I just Google this for a second? I'm sorry, because I'm spacing out on how to phrase it, and it's
What do you
really
want?
annoying me.
What do you look at the Google?
No, because
Don't
like
look up the Jewish question. You'll get on some list.
I already have the answer.
Oh, okay.
But the answer is too racy for YouTube. You're streaming on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we
I'm
can't
curious.
do
Wait,
that.
what is? Go. Are you gonna go full JQ on us?
Yeah, what's going on here, Katie?
I don't know what that means.
I thought you were respectable. The Jewish question, you're not like in favor of the Jewish question, right?
What's in favor of the Jewish question? You guys are being so weird.
You would
right
be like a Nick Fuentes fan. Like, come on.
Wait. So wait. What are you? So I'm confused. What are you trying to look up right now?
Because you're obviously overrepresentation of Jewish people in Hollywood is not systemic racism, and I'm trying to understand why I'm having cognitive dissonance with you comparing things that aren't systemic racism.
Well,
to
how are you
systemic
defining
racism.
systemic racism then?
Yeah, Katie lives in Israel.
Commonly, we've
Well,
heard it defined as a
define it.
disparate outcome.
It just means the system produces a disparate outcome that's along racial lines, right? That's
Yeah.
all.
But there's the element of oppression there. That's the idea that
Okay.
oppression is causing that.
You could add, well from so.
I don't think that's actually true. I don't think that necessarily we would say that oppression is causing that. I think we would say that the disproportionate outcome is a type of oppression in and of itself. I don't know that we would say oppression is necessarily causing this.
I'm drawing the definition from what I thought was the original source of it, which was Stokely Carmichael, and I forget the name of the book that it was from, and it was originally called institutional racism. And whenever I've heard people talk about it, they give the definition I just gave.
Like when we're talking about, if we're talking about like black people having like less two-parent households, or like kids going to jail at higher rates, or sorry, black people going to jail at higher rates, or having lower education, or like there are a lot of like cultural issues that maybe a lot of them were caused in the past by racist laws and things like that. And of course that's going to be due to oppression. But then there's also things today that they do because of like cultural issues that are still like their choices, and those are still causing negative outcomes for them. They aren't making those choices necessarily because of oppression, but we would say that the negative outcomes are a type of oppression generally. Depends on how you define oppression. Most people mean malice. Do you think? You think malice falls into oppression for people? For Katie, oppression equals any sort of competition that yield winners and losers. I mean, I think generally we would all say that. I think that if there's a consistent pattern of like a group of people, a community continuously losing, then I think, yeah, I think most people would look at that and say that this is a type of oppression, and that there's probably something there that needs to be fixed. There are racist people, but the only form of institutional racism that exists in the U.S. is affirmative action. I mean, affirmative action doesn't really exist all that much. Affirmative action, from what I read, actually benefits white women more than anybody else. Systemic racism, it exists. It definitely exists. Whether or not you care that it exists is a different thing. But it 100% factually exists. If you look at the definition, it just is. Like, it is disproportionate outcomes based on race, right? Generally, we're only going to talk about negative, like disproportionate outcomes based on race. Those disproportionate outcomes exist. So you can't act like systemic racism doesn't exist when factually you can look at the stats, you can look at the studies. There's nobody debating whether or not those disproportionate outcomes actually exist. They do. They exist. Black people actually disproportionately go to jail at really high rates. Black people actually commit violent crimes at disproportionate rates. These aren't just woke leftists saying these things. They really do. It's not just crazy neo-Nazis saying these things. They really do. It's true. I think most people think oppression means something that is directly trying to harm people of other races. Some people see it as a dynamic and historical lack of opportunities, the latter being more present but harder to explain. Yeah, maybe. I maybe you're right. Yeah, like if we're talking about the general normie who doesn't really understand like what systemic racism means, or what they don't really pay attention to politics or things like that, then yeah, they probably think of oppression as something malicious. You might be right. Of course, disproportionate outcomes exist, but it's not the result of institutional racism. What do you... Stephanie. 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 You are giving me the definition of systemic racism, and then saying that that is true, and then you're saying, but systemic racism doesn't exist. That doesn't make sense. You are giving me the definition of systemic racism, and you are agreeing with it, and then saying, but it doesn't exist. You can't do both of those things. Both of those things cannot exist. That is systemic racism. That is what that is, okay? Systemic racism isn't saying there are people who are being racist systemically. That's not what systemic racism is. What is your definition? My definition is the same as literally any other definition. Institutional racism, also known as systemic racism, is defined as policies and practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization and that result in and support a continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race. So in this definition, it's not saying that anybody is being racist. Nobody is being racist in this definition, okay? No, they didn't change the definition. This has always been the definition. Now, you may not know, okay? For new people here, you may not know. I started doing podcasting as a pretty far-right person, okay? I was always talking about, like, yeah, we should have the choice of whether or not we want to let a bunch of Mexicans into our country because we should have control over our own society, and we need to lock down the borders, and people who are Muslims are automatically terrorists. Like, I had very extreme beliefs for a long time. Now, while I was doing my podcast, were you MAGA? No, I was never MAGA. Actually, Trump getting elected was what made me start to question everything about right-wing morals. I started thinking, there's no way people are actually going to pretend that they are moral people and vote for this guy. So I started to get disillusioned with the right. Started to get disillusioned with everybody. Started looking into more far-left people. And mainly I wanted to, like, I was doing my podcast, I was doing my YouTube channel, and I wanted to debunk a lot of leftists and talk about, like, how crazy they were. So I started looking up a bunch of leftist YouTube videos, and I started to debunk, like, their stuff. And one of the first videos that I did, there was TYT debunking Ben Shapiro on systemic racism, and they're saying, yes, systemic racism obviously exists. And so I start to, like, break down their dumb arguments throughout the entire thing. And obviously one of the main things that I'm talking about is the fact that black kids grow up in single-parent households, which seems to have a high correlation with, dropping out of school at higher rates, getting arrested, drug use. Like, growing up in single-parent households is a large marker for success within society. 1 to 2 parent households are very simple markers for success within society, okay? So I'm making this video talking about how, like, it seems like most of systemic racism is because of this, and it's because of that, and it's because of this. It's not because of racism. People don't know what they're talking about. And as I'm making this video, I go look up the definition of systemic racism to put it in the video. And I find out, literally, I'm like days into making this video. And I find out that systemic racism, I see the definition, and I realize everything that I'm talking about, every reason that I'm giving for why these outcomes are actually happening to Black people, every reason that I'm giving falls under the definition of systemic racism. I am explaining systemic racism to try to debunk systemic racism. I am only helping the argument of systemic racism by trying to debunk it. And I went and looked up, like, the definition on, like, 5 more websites. They all said the same thing. They all gave the same definition. And that was really frustrating because everybody who I'd ever heard on the right talk about it, and every one of them every time I heard them give a definition, it was a totally different definition. It was a straw man definition. It was bullcrap. It was nowhere close to the actual definition. And they all said that nobody agrees on what systemic racism actually is. They said that nobody agrees on what this is. They all have different definitions. But that's not true. Every website that I went to had the same definition. They were all the same. This was like a huge point in my evolution, or in the evolution of my politics. Like, I started to realize how dishonest everybody that I was getting my information from was. That everybody on the right was just strawmanning the hell out of everybody on the left. Even though I was always told everybody on the left was strawmanning everybody on the right, which is still true. Don't get me wrong. TYT, like, Majority Report, all of these news channels, they are all bullcrap. They're all insanely bad faith. They are all nutcases. But it doesn't seem as though they lie as much as people on the right did. So I made an entire video on it. I think it's still up. Yeah, there it is. Why I left the right. So I made this instead of making the systemic racism video. I made this.
It doesn't mean that the white man is out to get you because the white man is racist and he's going
The audio is so bad.
to stop you from being successful. And the government and the president and everybody else is racist. That is not what it means at all. It means that we still have things from our past that are affecting the present. And we want to stop them from affecting our future. All right, so
yeah, this is old school tomfoolery show. It says, I'm leaving the general consensus on the right. The pundits have given us false information and bad arguments for so long. It hasn't always been this way, but now they purposefully confuse their audiences instead of educating them, just to make us sure we're always owning the libs. Or just to make sure we're always owning the libs, even if we end up wrong. In this video, I prove that right-wing pundits are giving false information and straw man arguments on a consistent basis. And I only click on random videos. None of this was scripted. So yeah, this is me like realizing I could do more research into the things that people on the right were saying. And every time I was listening to somebody on the right, I would just do some research and find out how horribly wrong they were about everything they were saying. So in this video, I just click on random videos and start to debunk all of the bullcrap that they're saying. Just literally pull up any video from these people, and I was going to be able to debunk the crap that they were saying. And I did. And so that's what this video is. That's where a lot of the thumbnails come from. The Ben Shapiro thumbnail that we have, the Steven Crowder emotes. The Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro emotes come from that thumbnail right there. Tom Flory Show, have you ever watched the Michael Moore speech on why Trump was elected? Yes. Kermit? If I wasn't making dinner, I'd argue with you, Tom. Stephanie, anytime. Anytime, buddy. First, it was Donald Trump getting elected. That was the thing that, like, kind of disillusioned me and made me, like, open up my eyes and be like, wait, I thought we were the good guys. I thought the Democrats were supposed to be the ones who vote for a guy like this, not us. Yeah, and then immigration, to find out, like, in the middle of Trump getting elected, everybody freaking out about immigrants and the wall and they're taking our jobs and all of this crap, to realize that immigration was actually, like, really beneficial for our country, that there weren't really any downsides to it, that overall it was just a net good. Being like, oh crap, dude, I can't tell people that I know this now. Like, I will get disowned. I'll get, like, everybody will, like, laugh me out of town if they find out that I know this information. The third one was systemic racism. And my brain is breaking. I'm turning into a freaking crazy liberal or something. And yeah, it was a domino effect from there, where, like, more and more things, I just start to realize how wrong I was. First. So yeah, that's a YouTube short I put out a while ago. But yeah. I think America, the West, was institutionally racist, but how is it still? Most companies and orgs have ESG initiatives. Yeah, I mean, you can go look at statistics on all of this stuff. It's kind of endless, the amount of ways where there are disproportionate outcomes. I thought ESG initiatives didn't have anything to do with race. ESG investing pushes companies to make other positive investment decisions. Organizations with ESG initiatives tend to focus on a wide range of environmental issues and ethical practices. We have reviewed our initiatives based on our basic principles and determined 6 ESG materials by incorporating material into our medium. And I don't think most companies and corporations have ESG initiatives. Yeah, this is all about, like, environmental control. I don't know why that would be an example of systemic racism. I know the outcomes are off. White wealth is way higher than black wealth, but it's still at the top. The real issue, in my opinion, is wealth inequality. Yeah, sure. But again, so there just being wealth inequality is one thing. There being wealth inequality and black people are almost always at the bottom of that wealth inequality says something else. So you're talking about two problems now, where there's wealth inequality and then there's wealth inequality based on race. These are very different things. Why is one group continuously at the bottom of that chain? Why is that so consistent? It was Donald Trump getting elected.
I haven't heard them add the oppression element to it when having the conversation.
Yeah, but so are white people. They're almost always at the bottom too. You're not understanding. We're talking about proportionalities. We're talking about proportionalities. Black people are disproportionately at the bottom. All right, Adam, we're going to ban you, buddy. You're consistently just saying random stuff in my chat that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The number of poor whites is so much higher than rich whites. Yeah, of course. But again, the question is, why are black people consistently at the bottom disproportionately? I'm at the bottom, guys. Shut up. It matters a great deal then that white Americans hold 84% of the total U.S. wealth, but make up only 60% of the population, while black Americans hold 4% of wealth and make up 13% of the population. The average net worth among black households rose to more than $340,000 through the third quarter of last year, from the end of 2019, marking an increase of 32% over just 11 quarters, according to the research from Wells Fargo. Let's see. Three in 10 black households, 31% make $75,000 or more, including 20% that make $100,000 or more. In 2018, based on data from the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program, black people were overrepresented among persons arrested for non-fatal violent crimes, 33%, and for serious non-fatal violent crimes, 36%, relative to their representation in the U.S. population, 13%. White people were underrepresented. White people accounted for 60% of the U.S. residents, but 46% of all persons arrested for rape, robbery, aggravated assault, and other assault, and 39% of all arrests for non-fatal violent crimes, excluding other assault. Hispanics, regardless of their race, were overrepresented among arrests for non-fatal violent crimes, excluding other assault, 21% relative to their representation in the U.S. population, 18%. So yeah, there's another one. It looks like they're actually in proportionality for college stuff now, which is why whatever Stephanie was talking about earlier is gone. Lack of economic education is what happens with most people who don't have money, as well as subsuming of true black culture for commercially produced government-funded black culture. I don't know what any of that means. So why is it that there are... Where is it? So why is it that there are 6 demographics above white Americans in household income? The black demographic is at the bottom amongst all demographics despite massive incentives. I don't know what that question has. I don't know what you're asking. I'm not understanding. White median income is like 20% higher than black median income, I think. It's higher for sure, which is not ideal. Right, and so that's all we're really talking about. We're saying, hey, there are these outcomes. that are different. There's probably a reason why they're different. So let's figure out like what it is that's causing these inequalities and try to fix those. That's it. That's all systemic racism is. And it's a bad term because a lot of people hear the term and think, oh, they think everybody's racist to them. And that's why they have all these problems. They think they have all of these problems because everyone's racist. They're just victims. They just want to be victims. And that's all it is, which in reality, systemic racism is an academic term. It has nothing to do, like it didn't come from the black community. Systemic racism is an academic term based on statistics and studies to where we can actually see the disproportionate outcomes in raw numbers.
The whole point of it calling it systemic racism is there is no oppression.
Okay. Institutional racism is defined as policies or practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization that result in and support and continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of other based on race. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
basically
institutional racism.
similar.
That's
where
different.
are you drawing that? Is that from like Wikipedia? Did they say that?
Oh yeah, I just Googled.
Institutional racism and systemic racism are exactly the same.
Just Googled,
Most
like,
people
systemic.
put institutional racism and systemic racism in separate categories now.
I don't think
Well, no,
that's
it's well,
true.
it's we don't.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's for the
I'm
sake of
sorry, did I
conversation.
conflate that?
Well,
Well,
it's
you
fine
said
to
it,
conflate them because
yeah.
they're essentially
Sorry.
the same thing. It doesn't matter.
They are the same thing. What is he talking about? I've never heard this before. Systemic racism can be defined as an infrastructure of ruling ordinances or statutes promulgated by a sovereign government or authoritative entity, whereas such ordinances and statutes entitles one ethnic group in a society certain rights and privileges while denying another group in society the same rights and privileges because of long established cultural prejudices, religious prejudices, fears, myths, and xenophobias held by the entitled group. In year 2020, there exists no U.S. federal government or state government statutes or ordinances that will accommodate systemic racism. This is just this is just wrong. But this also, okay, I don't, all right, fine.
Okay, institutional racism, known as systemic racism, is defined as policy practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization that result in support or continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race. Okay, fair enough. So
Yeah.
Okay, so let's use that definition. We can move on.
Okay,
Move that
good.
definition. So
And we can talk about why there's overrepresentation of Jewish people in Hollywood the same way that there's like there was an overrepresentation of
I just thought systemic racism was a newer term for institutional racism. It is. Tom, your vocal fry is hitting DK levels today. Well, yeah, I'm a lot closer to the mic, so I'm being a lot quieter.
representation of Jewish people in banking, or why there's a lot of rich Jewish families and stuff like that. And those things do correlate to oppression of Jewish people that happen predominantly in Europe.
I'm Jewish.
Like,
I understand.
they're
I don't
not
need that. I
correlated.
don't need. I understand.
Okay, can you stop doing the I'm Jewish thing?
Well, no, because it's like it sounds like you feel like you're like, oh my god, Sitch is like he's questioning the Jews. Like I don't know, it just feels weird, like the way you're kind of talking.
As
about
long
this.
as it's historical oppression.
Yeah, like
that's
I'm not
a
anti-Semitic. I'm just
component.
bringing up as an example why I don't like the concept of institutional racism using a group of people that I can use, right?
I don't think you're anti-Semitic. If
Okay,
it makes
thank
you feel any better.
But yeah, like there's tons of people bringing up affirmative action in the chat, and affirmative action is such a rare thing these days that like it's not even worth bringing up. It was detrimental to Black communities for a while, so it was pretty much gotten rid of for Black people, and was mostly used for other groups for a short amount of time. But it's not like this big thing that actually affects Black people anymore.
I am
Makes me feel wonderful,
ethnically Jewish, so I don't know if it helps you.
Oh, really?
There you
Wow.
go. A fellow tribesman.
No,
Jeez.
don't. This is why I don't.
Well, you said
No.
ethnically, so I assume means you're not practicing, which is fine. I'm not practicing it, so it doesn't matter.
No.
Okay, so It defines policy and practice that exists through a whole society organization that result in or support an unfair advantage to some people and an unfair, harmful treatment. Well, so I was still not even like that definition because, well, that's weird because when you say it continues an unfair advantage to some people or unfair, harmful treatment. Let me think about that. Or continued unfair advantage. Or
Do we not agree that whatever the situation?
Did Tom already discuss lab versus sick drama? Yeah, we went over that last night. Right there.
Do we agree that the situation for Black people in America is not generally as good as white people in America? Do we agree on that?
Obviously, right. Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So,
can we agree that that's related to the history of Black people in America?
Obviously.
Yeah, Primus, I understand all of this stuff, but when we're talking about inequalities, those things today have much less of effect overall. Like, they're going to have a much smaller effect on a lot of the other institutional practices that we're going to talk about. So, like, there's studies that show that white names get callbacks for interviews at a much higher rate than Black names. It's like 80% higher. So that's going to have a much bigger effect today than slavery, right? There's you know, people being incarcerated at disproportionate rates at very young ages. That's going to have a much bigger effect. Cultural issues where Black people are praising, you know, lives of crime and gang violence and stuff like that. These are going to have a much bigger effect. Well, it all has knock-ons, ripples, and echoes. Yeah, of course. Again, I'm not denying that it has somewhat of an effect, but it's a much smaller effect compared to the things that we're talking about in general.
Yes, obviously.
Good. Then it seems pretty clear that there was systemic racism in the institutional level as well. And when those rights were given, there was a snowball effect, and those are why we're still seeing those negative results. Am I wrong?
So, okay. When we talk about, because you brought up you know, police shooting and things of that nature. So if you're to say, well, Black people are arrested more per capita by the police because of institutional racism, it's like, well, what does that mean per se? Because that could mean
it means that the drug war was specifically instigated to help raid Black neighborhoods.
Okay, so
I was just answering the question of where it originates from. Oh yeah, sure.
I disagree with that, right? I disagree with that
Of course
strongly
you do.
because thank you. But because if you were to say like, oh, well, because of the fact that we had slavery and for hundreds of years, and because of the fact that for 100 years after that, Black people were not granted rights, that we've created all these conditions that have led to Blacks in America statistically doing worse than whites in America. I would agree with that completely. But usually the way that the conversation goes is, oh, well, when you say, now not you specifically, but like general you, when people talk about, you know, the institutional racism in the police, they mean something more, a little bit more specific, kind of like what you're saying with the drug war, or just that policing in general is some kind of specifically racist thing. And it kind of, it drives the question of, because I guess what I'm getting at is the reason for why there's a disproportionate amount of policing in Black areas determines how you solve the problem. Because if the problem is that police are racist, right, or that the system is racist, then you could just say, well,
is that Doobie? No, that is not Doobie. That's funny, dude. No, it's not Doobie.
Get rid of the police or change the system. But if that's not the problem, if the problem's something else, right, then you're not really fixing the problem.
Okay. I'm going to try
That's a great point, Sitch.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm going to try to address it this way. If not, we'll go back to the drug war. Okay. So, do you know that white people and Black people smoke weed in the same rates?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
I mean, I smoke a lot of weed, so.
There you go. We have proof. I'm sure you know that Black people get arrested a lot more for weed possession.
What?
So I know this isn't reflected in the stats, but I will just say, in my experience, Black people smoke weed outside and in public a lot more than white people. That's just been my experience. I could be wrong. Again, the studies say that I'm wrong about that, so that I could be completely off. But in my experience, I lived in Atlanta where we were selling drugs on the streets. I lived in New York and went to an all-black school and an all-black church, lived in an all-black neighborhood. Generally, yeah, like people actually were just walking around with blunts in their hands and sitting out in their front yard or sitting on their front stoop, stuff like that. That's just stuff that I don't ever really see from white people anywhere. They all hide while they smoke weed.
I've been arrested like 17 times.
Maybe you're black.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah. Okay. We'll say yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because there's a lot more policing going in.
On the West Coast, we all smoke in public. You do, but most of these studies were done before it was legalized, so that's a bit different.
Lower income black areas, and so when people are being stopped and they're going to have drugs on them, they're going to be found and they're going to get arrested for it. Where in a lot of middle class white areas where people are smoking pot or carrying pot, they're not just being stopped by police, and so they're not going to get caught.
And then the way we decide where policing goes, we go like, well, there are a lot of arrests here, so we need more police. And then progressives might say something like, we need to police this area less. And reactionaries would go, what do you mean? That's where all the crime is. You want to reduce police where there's crime? And the reason why they keep finding crimes out is because there's over policing there disproportionately. Clearly, the more officers you'll have in an area, the more arrests you're going to have.
That's dumb. I'm sorry, that's just a bad take. Like, obviously you should put more police in an area where there's more crime. Yes, you are also going to catch more criminals when you put more police there. But the question is, which came first? Was it more crime or more police? Seems like more crime came first.
That's how policing works. So if you're determining how many police officers are in an area based on the arrest that you're making, the more police officers you put in an area, the more arrests you're going to have. Unless your population is very pure, which might be the case, except that if you're policing poor neighborhoods, the likelihood of crime.
Tom, are you going to stream Fresh and Fit tonight? Yeah, we'll go over that stuff later. Sitch and Doobie have similar speaking mannerisms, but they don't sound particularly similar. Well, the funny thing is that she started this off by saying that he sounded like Doobie. And then I was like, yes, he does sound like Doobie. And then unrelated Coma comes in and is like, yo, is that Doobie?
Crime and substance abuse are going to be quite high. So it's very convenient that black neighborhoods are often poor and have some issue with crime.
Right. Well, so there's one element that I think that you're missing here, which is that it's not like the police are just saying, hey, wherever the crime is, like general crime, that's what we're going to be, right? Because that would create.
Oh, dude, I got to tell you guys about this. There is this new show. So for people who have been around a while, they know I watch a lot of animal documentaries. I love animal documentaries. I watch documentaries in general, but I love animal documentaries as well. Stuff about like the ocean, the jungle, those are my favorite ones. But there's this new documentary series on Netflix called Chimp Empire. It is amazing. It is amazing. Oh my goodness. It is amazing. Like, oh man, I cannot tell you guys how great this is. Tom, show the trailer. I can't, don't get copyright for it. But it is so good, dude. It is so good. It is so great. You guys gotta look this up. Chimp, let me see if I can just pull up some pictures from it. Like, it is close-ups, non-stop. It is so freaking good, dude. It is so good. I bet you could talk about it with Kai sometime. Yeah, he's him and I have had a bunch of conversations about this sort of stuff. It's so good, guys. You gotta watch it. Like, the videography is just brilliant, man. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Sass sent me a video that I'll watch later about how they made it, but it just doesn't make sense how they got these shots. These are not just pictures. These are all like videos of them moving around and acting like freely. It is insane. I don't know how they got these shots. These are pictures from the actual series, like from the videos. R.I.P. Pork Pie. Caitlin, how's it going? Stop with the no spoilers. No spoilers in my chat. But yes, all of these like peering eyes from behind leaves. It is so good, dude. There's so many peering eyes from behind leaves where they're just like, oh man, it's amazing. I just finished it today. It is brilliant, dude. Like, they are just so right up in everything the entire time. Every little thing that happens, they are right up in it. Like, right up in it. I mean, like, in their faces the entire time. All of these shots, you see how close they are. It's insane, dude. It is nuts. I would have been scared to be the person taking the videos. I don't think there was a person taking the videos. I think they probably had these like insanely small drones that the monkeys just couldn't see or something. I don't know what it was, but because the monkeys aren't like attacking the drones the whole time, or maybe they are. And then after a while, they just got used to the drones and stopped attacking them. I don't know, but I don't know how these people are like all up in their business the whole time. These chimps are terrifying. I watched behind the scenes. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, this thing. I don't want to get a copyright strike, so I don't really want to watch any of it, but chimps and gorillas going to war. Wow. But yeah, anyways, go watch Chimp Empire. It is beautiful. The whole thing is just beautiful. It's amazing. It's amazing to watch.
create the situation you're talking about. It's, well, where is the most incidents of violent crime happening? That's where we're going to be. And so they're going to go into those areas, and then people that aren't even committing violent crimes will end up getting caught up in the net, which would increase crime, arrest numbers and things that you're talking about.
Then if we want to solve racist outcomes from that type of policing, we could just let nonviolent crime slide in those areas.
Well, you could. So there's been a big push, to have decriminalization of certain drugs, which I'm all in favor of doing. So I'm not necessarily opposed to any of that. But there is another element to it, which is that I think for a lot of policing in areas, I think a lot of people I don't know if this for a fact, but I would guess that a lot of people that are picked up for drugs, the police suspect them of being, in a gang or doing some other activity, and it's kind of like Al Capone with taxes. They're just getting them for what they can get them with situation.
That sounds like good policing.
Well, I mean,
I haven't seen Outlander. Yeah, I haven't watched any of this. I don't really know anything about it.
Whether it's good or not, it's up to you. I'm just saying, I'm assuming that's the rationale, right?
Are you in favor of gang activity?
Does that not sound racist to you?
Are you in favor of gang activity, Katie?
Why would that be racist?
Why are you assuming they're in a gang?
No, I'm saying I'm guessing that when police are in these areas and they're picking up people for non-violent drug crimes, they're pulling people over that they suspect are involved in some other criminal activity, and then they can't get them for it. They just get them for it.
Why do you guess that?
I'm just assuming that.
Why?
Because I assume that's because I've heard police officers talk about this pretty often and openly, that's the strategy. They could be lying, of course. I don't know.
They could be. Police are not known for lying in America. They never lie.
So,
oh, brother. Give me a break.
Okay, but so for the sake of the conversation, we'll remove from the equation all nonviolent crimes, right? So we've decriminalized drugs entirely, right? You're still going to, there's still a higher amount per capita of violent crimes in lower income Black areas. And so wouldn't it still be systemically racist for there to be an increased police presence in those areas, still arresting a disproportionate amount of Black people?
I think that, again, there are a lot of elements to systemic racism. And I don't think the solution for a safe area is to not have policing there, right? If there's a lot of violent crime in an area, you would want police to protect you. Unfortunately, American police has not demonstrated they're doing such a good job at protecting Black people.
This is such bullcrap, Katie. This is wrong. You're just wrong. What are you talking about? What? What are you talking? Why? I hate this. There really is. There's just this brain rot on the left where they just have these narratives about police in the U.S. that is just it's just out there. It really is. I've heard so many people from other countries who just have this weird narrative about oh yeah, they never arrest cops if they shoot people, or especially if they shoot Black people, they just don't arrest them. They just always let them get away with it, and that cops are always just lying and helping one another, and they're always shooting Black people too. They're just shooting Black people all the time. She's a lefty, bro. She can't be saved. It's infuriating, dude. It is infuriating.
They seem quite capable of harming Black people in a very annoying way that is weird. Racist, even. So while I do understand that police is important, I honestly couldn't tell you what would happen if we removed policing of nonviolent crime in places that have a lot of gang violence, for example. I'm not educated enough on that topic to be able to tell you, yes, that would solve everything, or no, that would solve nothing. What I can tell you is that something that really bothers me, for example, is when conservatives whine about the fatherless kids and stuff like that. Those are people who got caught on possession, and because America is systemically racist and their court system is racist, that means that those people get screwed with really high sentencing. They go to jail, they don't get bail, or
it causes problems to talk about systemic racism when you start using examples of interpersonal racism to justify it. It's not What's up, Dingle McCringleberry Jr.? It's not a good example. Like, it's not a good way to back it up, especially when you're trying to convince people that you're not talking about interpersonal racism, but then you use cops being racist as a way to justify your idea of systemic racism. That's just not a, it's just not a good way to do it.
Sammy G for $10. Hey, Sammy. Says, I can't get this systemic racism narrative because then how can my Hispanic grandfather run a big company in America? How was he allowed to do that in a white system? Spoiler, he wasn't white passing.
So, I think it's quite, what's a nice word I can use?
Nice.
Don't be nice, be mean.
Okay. I think it's quite pathetic
simple-minded,
of
maybe?
you
Or
guys
pathetic?
to, yeah, pathetic and disingenuous to pretend like you care about this concept of like the extremist like 9 months abortion, when actually what you want is to discuss consciousness. You don't care about viability. It doesn't matter.
Wait, why did you change the subject?
Shut up. It doesn't matter if I've given you 9 months, because that's not what you care about.
Why did you change the subject?
You'll still whine about second trimester abortion.
Well,
so when
does it-
I said there's a slippery slope, and then you disingenuously pretended like there isn't, but here we are delineating the fact that you are never going to compromise second trimester. That is...
Look, I already said
okay, well, wait. First of all, if you listened, I said I was willing to compromise in either direction because I honestly I don't really care that much about abortion. I'm only talking about it because it's what people are talking about regarding to, because you asked me what my cutoff was. Okay, but it's not something I care about. It's not, I wouldn't vote one way or the other for something specifically on the grounds of abortion for a candidate on that grounds alone. I don't really care about the issue that much because I'm a horrible sexist male. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you changed the subject because the subject was we were talking about what is the purpose of doing these logical.
I love you too, Mark. Thank you for the sub.
Experiments where we stretch the logic to extremes. And I said, and you said two unrealistic examples. And I said, well, it's not an unrealistic example because it's literally happening in this country right now when we talk about the abortion 9 months in. Okay.
Okay. We might come back to some of this stuff later. You guys won't stop talking about Fresh and Fit, so we'll check in on it. I want to watch the Ethan Klein stuff too.
Oh, you can't even define what high value man is. Why would I read a book from a guy who can't have a clear definition?
Ooh, they brought on Rollo! Yo! They brought on Rollo! Yo! Let's go, dude! Let's go! What the hell? They brought on Rollo! Oh my goodness! So, okay, I think there's a video on this. I watched like a couple minutes of it the other day.
What's more important, being successful or having a family?
Having a family.
What do you guys think?
Successful.
So for the man or for the woman? It seems like the red pill ideology is that being successful is more important. It's not about attracting a woman. Like, what's more important for a man? What should a man's priority be? Having a family or being successful?
Being successful first every single time, because then you have the ability to choose. But
not anymore. Not if you get the vasectomy, then you can't have the family.
Dude, you can undo a vasectomy. Like
okay, hold on. Vasectomies are not supposed to be undone. It is possible, but that's not meant to be an undone surgery. It's supposed to be a one and done. And the longer you wait after you have it, the lower the chance you have of reversing it.
So I'm only going to show a couple minutes of this, but just you need this context going into this conversation.
Use a condom. Why the f did you get a fucking vasectomy? I might just cut it and go to Rumble, I guess, if everybody's just cuxing always. I don't think it's changed. Like just buffering around. Then go watch on Rumble. I don't know why then move to Rumble. I don't know why you're still on YouTube then. The vasectomy is not a 100% chance to reverse. And again, the longer it goes on, the worse the chance. That's supposed to be a permanent surgery. I don't know why you would ever defend such an insane fucking position.
I don't know why you keep saying like you can undo a vasectomy.
It's that one point.
It's that one point that has you tripped out. Remember,
but it's a void family creation. Like we
at the beginning stages, bro. That's not a long term. That's short term.
He said quickest way, which means short term strategy to building your value up as quickly as possible. That's retard proof. That's not going to get you.
Look, I'm not saying that you should have a kid when you're extremely young, But I am saying that we should be focused on becoming good fathers too. Just like we make fun of girls for prioritizing their careers and wanting to be girl bosses and wanting to build an empire, they're not prioritizing motherhood immediately. And then we're saying, men, ignore family creation, get a vasectomy so you can focus on getting rich, and then you'll be 40, you'll have all these hoes and girls, and then start a family. Like, how are we building men to become good fathers if they've been only prioritizing success? If they have a surgery, how do they have the character that's going to lead a proper family?
So you're saying?
Oh, true. He's actually gotten, I don't know if he's found like a new conservative figure to model himself after, or if he's watching a lot of Ben Shapiro, but now he's making actual conservative arguments and not this cringe fucking red pill shit.
Yeah, like this is something that I talked to Torsha about, that like they don't actually give good arguments for relationships, for families, for long-lasting things. They give advice for like very quick shallow hookups and crap like that. It's never anything substantial, but they make it sound like they're like trying to help you understand how to get into a relationship. Did I just drop off, or is my chat just disconnecting again? Yeah, my chat just disconnected. I don't think I dropped off. Yeah, it looks like we're good.
Because they dealt with a bunch of hoes first, so they know what a good one is.
So you're saying us as men, when we're young, should have kids early, right?
No,
No,
it's not what he's saying.
But what's the priority then? Family or
It doesn't mean that you need to have kids young, but it shouldn't be avoid family creation in your head. That's an important thing to think about when you're young too. How am I going to have the character? How am I going to have the maturity, the responsibility to become a good father when I am ready to do it?
So what age should men have kids then?
I would say
25, 30?
Early 30s is probably ideal.
30s?
Yeah, I would say like early 30s, mid 30s.
See, you just proved that point. That list is for people in their 20s, not their 30s.
Well, there you go.
That guy is so much dumber than Myron. Maybe I'm just being racist or something. Maybe it's just his accent. I don't know. But I can never take anything he's saying seriously whatsoever. He's so obnoxious.
So you have a vasectomy, you can't have kids in your early 30s. That's the point of the surgery. No. You can maybe reverse it, but you can't have, like, that's what that surgery is permanent.
So all in my 20s, what should I be doing?
You should be working on your character. You should be working on your maturity.
Hey, Tom, did you watch the whole Fresh and Fit thing? Not yet. We haven't even gotten to it yet. We're going over context ahead of time.
Should be getting closer to God. A lot of the things that we're praising the women for to become a good mother, that's important things for men to focus on too.
I work on character.
I didn't say be broke. It's equally important to work on your finances. Women aren't going to say that, of course. I'm telling guys, you should get rich as possible too. But you should also be working on like building your character and looking at how I'm going to raise my kids and how I'm going to be a good father. If you're 40 and you have all these hoes and you have experience with hoes, is that going to make you a better father? Probably not. You'll just know how to avoid a bad woman. But it's not. You don't need to fuck 100 women to realize what a hoe is. A hoe is a girl. You look at her Instagram, you know she's a hoe or not. You don't need to get all these women in order to understand that.
No, you don't.
Can I
Once again,
interject?
you need to be able to decipher from experience who's a hoe and who's not. We're just saying, look.
Do you think it's that hard to see who a hoe is?
Bro, come on, really?
I like how he has no response to that. Like, it's not really that hard. Like, you would never hear this from a conservative man. Like, yeah, yes, it was necessary for me to fuck many bitches for me to figure out which one was truly the loyal woman I was going to make my wife. Like, nobody says this. It's so stupid.
Overall, men should have a self-control when they're in their early 20s. Yes, by nature, like, you're going to go be promiscuous and all of this, but you also can have if you're working to get closer to God, you will create a self-control within yourself to not be sexually, like, promiscuous and just having sex with everyone and get someone pregnant.
And
you could use a condom, too.
Can I say too, I think what Sneako's also trying to explain is that when you have a culture that bashes Western women about how we're focusing on the wrong things when we're young, but then you praise men for perpetuating that culture, I think what Sneako's
Wait, hold on, wait, real quick.
Anyway.
Yo, what did they do? Sneako opened up Pandora's box, and now they're all hating on all the red pill bullcrap.
Jesus.
Don't adhere to the same timeline that women do. Like, women have a finite amount of time to find a man. You know what I mean? Like, for you ladies that are in your mid-20s, 30s, etc., like, y'all need to like really rush and get pregnant and have a family. For us, bro, you can have kids until you're 40, 50, whatever it may be, and you might be a better dad at that age because you're more experienced, you have your money.
Mature.
You can put your kids in private school versus putting them in public. You can really, woman doesn't have to work, so she can stay and raise the kids. So I look at it like, okay, I might put off kids for 10 years, right? And I'm putting off the family, but I worked at it 10 years extra. Now my wife don't got to work. Ooh. Now my kids can go to private. Now my kids have a driver. Now we're in the best neighborhood. Now I don't got to worry about shit. So is it worth it to have a family younger when I could have acquired more status and resources that give the children a better life?
Ladies,
I would say that 10 years is worth it because as a man, you're not on that side of the clock.
Ladies, real quick, what do you prefer? Having kids early on with your high school sweetheart, or having kids later on with someone that's successful and can take care of you and the family? What do you prefer?
Later on.
What do you prefer?
Later. Definitely later. Later. On the between like now and 30s, like 27.
So in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think later, but also really depends on like where the man is too. Like.
So you want kids now?
No, but that's because also I can't talk. Like, it's not like there's a man in my life where I've met someone and I'm like, oh, I could have a kid.
What if you did? You want kids right now? Be honest. Look out. I'm watching you right now.
Me, I'm not in the position.
Okay.
I have other things.
What about you?
I would say later. With
Later?
the right person, maybe soon.
For you?
Later.
For you?
Later.
For you?
Wait, They just had Rollo Tomassi in the chat saying, want me to call in.
You did. You want kids right now? Be honest. Don't cap.
The rational male want me to call in. Is this fake?
I'm watching you right now.
Me, I'm not in the position. I
Okay.
have other things.
What about you?
I would say later. With
Later?
the right person, maybe soon.
For you?
Later.
For you?
Later.
For you?
Oh, well, I basically waited till later. So later.
But
I don't think he's explaining like to have it at a young age. Like I think he's explaining that it's just to have a family. I mean, it depends also what you guys consider like what is being rich, what is being successful, having money. I mean, you could be.
Yeah, that's why you use birth control and contraception. You don't go get a vasectomy. People don't get vasectomies so that they can undo them shortly after, right? Nobody does this. That's not a thing. And getting a vasectomy isn't meant to be undone. Like, they are meant to be permanent. Nobody's going and getting a vasectomy so that they can get it undone.
Be a middle-class man, find a good woman, and have a family. You know.
Middle class is pretty much gone. Nowadays, is the have or have-nots. But what about you?
Later.
So ultimately, Sneako, you can see here on the panel, women prefer a mature, successful man that can take care of the family, not just someone that's going to be
late. I feel like I would just go crazy in these shows anyway. Later doesn't mean 40 fucking years old, dude. Like, it's like, what would you rather have a kid with? Like, at 19 with your high school sweetheart, or with a guy who's 45? Like, there are plenty of, like, exit ramps in the middle. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. So you're starting to make your way through the world of TradCon. How's that going?
Is that really a TradCon saying that you shouldn't get a vasectomy? I don't understand why that was the response. Like, are we that doomer on the red pill side that getting a vasectomy is the solution to feminism? I just think that's a huge cope and terrible advice.
Well, it's not that, hi.
Destiny's saying it's more conservative because you are more so focusing on what a man should do to build a family. You are investing. I wouldn't even say investing, but you're trying not to ruin investments into a future family. And that is obviously like something that conservatives would say because they value family. It's such a high rate that they couldn't imagine possibly ever getting a vasectomy at a young age.
Sorry, people just walked in. Okay, let me just... What? Nothing, I just like a million things going on today.
Which, just to be clear, I agree with, generally. I think that I agree with that.
It's all good. Nothing. I'm talking to my good friend Sneako, okay? My good Muslim friend, okay? Okay.
No. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Okay. My main problem with the red pill shit is that it's a lot of it's inherently contradictory and garbage and trash or whatever. TradCon stuff I don't like, but it's at least like internally consistent. So when you're talking about why are you just sitting here staring at me, can I help you with something? I'm just being a viewer. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, I love you. Yeah, that's totally fine. I don't know if you're waiting on something. No, I'm just doing it. Yeah, so like the TradCon guys have a very weird adversarial relationships with like women and families and stuff, and it's very strange because like a lot of TradCon people will talk about the importance of being a high value man and all this stuff, and now you have like Rollo putting out this tweet like chop your dick up so that you can't have kids, and it's like what the f are you guys talking about? Vasectomy reversal rate is like 30%. If you tell 100% of your audience to cut their dicks up so that they can like I guess be high value, then literally you're destroying 70% of the gene pool of the people that are following you. It's just like an indefensibly crazy take. So it's just, I mean, when I say
calling me TradCon for that is just a weird position. Like, you could still be red pilled. It doesn't mean you need to agree with everything. Like, you need to marry when you're a virgin, or that you need to get married to have kids. All this. Like, I understand that there's different circumstances, and I don't recommend people getting married within the government anymore, where legally I think it's a terrible idea. But saying that I'm against vasectomies makes me a TradCon, Steven Crowder, Daily Wire supporter. That's just like a weird position. And
well, I'm not using like TradCon as like an insult. I just mean that your views are shifting a bit more towards the like traditional conservative side versus like the red pill side. Like before.
Okay. So yeah, now you have that context. So there you go.
It's gone. Do you think it's going to affect Florida? Hard work's gone? I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Thank you, Ask9 though.
Mr. McNasty.
$50 why you want to debate Ryan Dawson.
He said he would.
Yeah, at some point, dude. I started listening to some shit on Ukraine. Holy fuck, this guy is like every single thing reported in the media he says is fake. So I have to dig through.
Because your only argument is source.
Yeah, and his argument is they lie. Actually, the Bucha massacre, that was all Ukrainians killing themselves. All the missiles, that was all Ukrainians blowing themselves.
It sounds so easy to debate him then.
I didn't say it was easy. It's a lot of fucking work.
Source.
Because this guy will have some fucking like, well, in this newspaper published in 1998, they said they were going to bomb
Ryan man. Like, he's probably one of the smartest geopolitical commentators that I've talked to ever.
Did you debate him back in the day?
Yeah,
that's how I thought about him.
years ago.
2015. Bro, he's banned on MySpace. He was the OG cancel person on every single crypto exchange.
Ryan Dawson's really, really smart, man. Haven't ever supposed to Sneako and Destiny in the same podcast, but can this podcast handle the tension of Destiny and Saint in the Center we're both on?
Oh, there's no way he would agree to it, but that would be really funny.
He would do it.
Yeah, Saint the Sinner would never go on with Destiny again. That guy couldn't make it 5 minutes into a call with him. Which I think Destiny was being pretty bad faith in that, but he was being bad faith after Saint and Sinner was being bad faith for such a long time.
Oh, okay. He wants to, yeah, for sure. Maybe his definitely can sell some more fake merch while I'm here.
Oh, God. Okay, so I guess we could go ahead and pull up what y'all were talking about before.
Yes.
So let's pull up Rollo's tweet real quick, because this has been a point of contention
with Sneako.
a lot of things. We got it right there. So this was his tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago.
Go.
So the quickest path the quickest path to becoming a high value man. Number 1, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus. And it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that, Sneako had some point of contention specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
Can I just ask, why did he need 8 points? Did he get contracted to write all 8 of these? Because I see some duplication. So number 2, avoid family creation. Number 3, vasectomy in your 20s. Couldn't that be collapsed into 1 point? Did he need 8? Did he feel stupid with 6 or 7? Or
okay, I mean,
I'm just curious.
I think he's clarifying it out. It's just 8 things. I mean, he could have put them together, I guess.
The best person to ask question to is Rollo directly.
That's true.
So we'll do it next week probably.
So, yeah.
But this list is concise because once again, he's just saying in general, fastest way to get to that point.
Yeah.
What is high value man?
No, Destiny's right. That's the same point. Getting a vasectomy in your 20s means that you are avoiding family creation. That's the same thing.
This list is concise because once again, he's just saying in general, fastest way to get to that point.
Yeah.
What is high value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Avoid family creation and get a vasectomy and be attracted to men.
No. It's because again, like I said it before. I'll say it again because you're here. So he gave the instructions to retard proof it, right? Because when you give advice, typically you have to, appeal to the lowest common denominator. So there's guys out there, right, that could have been, I'm being honest here. There's guys out there that, might could have played basketball back in the day, maybe football, whatever, and their career got smashed because they got a girl pregnant and they couldn't pursue what they want to do because they had to be a dad early. True. So what he's saying is, okay, this is how you mitigate risk so you can become a higher status guy. We're going to eliminate all the things that can fuck you up. Now, I want to make this very clear for some of y'all because some of you guys don't understand. I'm not saying I advocate for vasectomies or whatever. I don't have one. I've never gotten one. But what I am saying is that given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying, hey, these are the ways so that you don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's
yeah, he needs to retard proof himself.
Even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And
no, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do you want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that. But once to become
Myron just said that it's to become high value, to become attractive to a woman.
Yeah, if that's what you choose.
I feel like we're 2 months away from tweets of give your bro the key to your fucking cock chastity cage to make sure that you guys are fucking around without permission. I feel.
So this is the thing, when we talk about high value men, there are dimes at every level of the the class structures. There are dimes all over the place. Are they proportionate? No, of course not. You are more likely to get dimes up near the top, but you can be a high value man and not have a high income and get those dimes. These are all still perfectly, it's all definitely still possible and plausible.
I feel don't you guys tweet all the time about how women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at 20 and they're gonna find out. Now you've got guys that go to sperm clinics here you go, I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery, but maybe in the future I can check my cold freezing semen all the time. Yeah, it's the same
but
shit.
Notice, right, he has 2 points.
90% reversal rate.
Yeah,
well, depending on how quick it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually
after 10 years it's 30 to 50%.
Yeah, but your 20s is 10 years. You're supposed to reverse it back within the 10 years.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Your 20s is 10 years.
You're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed?
I mean, I'm gonna say 23. You're being extreme.
Well, he said your 20s. That's 10 years.
Yeah, but you can do it. But when you're 28, 29,
so 9 years. What is it? 45% chance of reversal, bro. You're not gonna have kids anymore.
You're sterilizing half your audience. That's wild to me.
Hold on. No, he had 2 points there. He said 1, avoid what? Family creation, and 3, vasectomy 20s. You can choose what you want to do. Apply what you need to apply. He's just saying you can do either or.
No, he's not. I'm worried that Rollo's kids are gonna have customers you guys to. Okay,
here's the thing you guys are confusing it with. He's giving that advice. Those things are to mitigate fuck ups.
Yeah.
So that you get on your path to becoming higher status. That's to mitigate fuck ups. It's not about this is so you can fucking have a bunch of kids and have a family. That's not the advice. Advice is this is how you mitigate fuck ups in your 20s so that you can become attractive. Now, again, like I said before, am I telling guys go out there and get a vasectomy? No. But he's giving these points because if you follow those things, it's gonna be very difficult for you to fuck your life up.
Here's a question on that list. He's got 2 things, okay, about your dick, okay, about avoid family creation, get a vasectomy. Is there anything on the list about just avoid women?
But
avoid temptation.
Hold on. We know as men we want women no matter what, whether we want to abstain or be more, it doesn't matter. However, question for you guys on the panel: if you had a kid, be honest here, would you be where you are right now?
Destiny had a kid at his early 20s.
Yeah. No. Well, you did?
Yeah, he had a kid at his early 20s.
Okay.
He's very successful.
But I mean, no, it was a lot of difficulty, of course, yeah.
But be honest, though. Your kid is amazing, I bet. But at the same time, it did hold you back a little bit.
No, yeah, of course, yeah.
Sneako, for you, would you be in the same spot? Honestly.
If I had a kid at what age are you talking about?
Early, 20.
I mean,
no, you wouldn't be. That's the point here.
Yeah, who knows where I would have been? My life, it would have been a completely different life.
The point is you might not even be here. I'm just trying to say, he's saying mitigate risk and say, you know what? Avoid.
Well, I might not be on the Fresh and Fit podcast right now, but I would have been successful in different realms and maybe I would have taken a different path.
Also, why not just use protection?
Yeah, see, this is, okay.
No, that's a good point. And he said avoid what? Family creation, which means use a condom too.
No, it doesn't. It says get a vasectomy. That was the
advice.
That's number 3. You're coping.
Number 3. Number 2 says avoid what? Creation.
So is it
He is coping. Yes, it says get a vasectomy, dude. It says get a vasectomy.
This is the list of 8 things to be successful, pick 5?
That's the list.
Listen,
this is a build your own lunchbox at Taco Bell? I thought you follow all the points of the list.
A faster way to be high value, which means, for example, mitigate risk. That's what he's saying.
Hold on. Okay, but here's the part that I completely disagree with.
I mean, in the context under what he's talking, I
you're
think
taking it,
but
but
this is a whole other level.
I'm not.
We're taking it literally.
This is what you should take it literally if this is the godfather of the red pill, right? You guys.
So I would assume Rollo is going to say, I am telling you the fastest path to become a high value man, but I am not recommending the fastest path. I'm not telling you you should use the fastest path, but I am telling you that there is a path that is the fastest and that this is it.
So give this guy so much credit. I don't really know much about
like 5 books.
The hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls after getting a transgender surgery. That's the one thing you can't be disciplined in.
Sneako, can you stop fucking girls?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
DatKatee.
Hold it to it right now. Don't fuck until you get married.
Well, no.
No. You just said you can hold it. So don't fuck until you get married.
Better advice is
No. I swear to God.
What, you're saying no.
Are you cool with that? Handshake.
Well, no, wait. Here's a real question. Here's a real question. Hold on. Has Sneako fucked a girl before?
Yes.
Has he had a vasectomy?
No.
Does he have any kids?
No.
He's
Boom, there you go. He's
used plan B. So he would have had a kid, which means he's gonna fuck up at some point.
Hey, listen, and they still sell plan B.
No, but the point is
that is the point. He's able to fuck girls, not have a vasectomy, and still not have kids. It's possible.
What did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be condom or plan B. But he just saying to be extra
another
careful.
form of contraception is what it is basically.
But he didn't say that, and that's not a good form of contraception because it's not supposed to be reversed. That's what the doctor.
Yeah, the question is like, which one is safer? That's what they should be asking. Which one is safer? Which one's more like of a guarantee?
It tells you when you get a vasectomy surgery, it's like you cannot expect this to be reversed. You shouldn't go into that thinking that you're going to reverse it. And also, a better advice, instead of saying never fuck again, maybe for the women that I do have sex with, prepare that she could be the mother of your children. Maybe don't spend time with hoes all the time thinking I need to fuck 50 girls so I understand feminists and how retarded they are. Maybe just don't fuck them. Maybe fuck women that you can see yourself having a family with.
When you first, hold on, that's a very good
You won't
point.
be able to detect that though.
Exactly. You need experience.
You need experience, bro.
How do you wait? No. How do you need experience? What does that mean?
How would you know what's good for you if you never had it?
The red pill advice is eating 50 bodies.
I want to open this one up.
Let's go.
Do you think you need to fuck a girl to tell if she's like family material?
Do I need to get cancer to know whether or not cancer is good for me? Do I need to get gonorrhea in order to know whether or not gonorrhea is good for me? I hate people who do this, who are like, oh, well, if you didn't have it, you can't talk about it. That's stupid. That is dumb logic. Tom, do you have a vasectomy? If no, do you recommend it? I do not have a vasectomy, but because I don't have a vasectomy, I cannot talk about whether or not I recommend it. Tomfoolery Show. What do you think about Sneako's change? Do you think he's changed mostly because religion? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't keep up with him enough to know. Tom, have you tried it? Case closed. Got him. What a shit argument. Is this how they rationalize their degenerate lifestyle? I guess. I don't know who we're talking about. I don't know who they is.
No. We're saying experience-wise.
What does experience mean?
Dating, courting, having that one-on-one experience. Okay, she likes this, she doesn't like this. This is weird. This doesn't work. I can tell from experience what works.
Wait,
now,
what does any of that have to do with fucking
no,
her?
hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Now, adding in sex, you can understand. Okay, once this point has passed, I can see which really is.
Why is the quality of their video always such crap, dude? It is such crap, bro. It is always so grainy. This looks horrible.
Remember, people put on front at the very beginning, but when you have sex with somebody, they more often like to show you what they really are.
Let's go.
That is absolutely not true. How many stories do you hear of husbands who are like, my wife used to blow me every single day, and then as soon as we got married, all the sex stopped. Or we have dead bedrooms now. We were super active our first year, but that is absolutely not true. Sex can absolutely change after you've gotten married, and you can tell, regardless of experience, you can tell who's a 304, who's like family material without fucking them first. For you guys, you can probably tell just by looking at their Instagrams. Isn't that what you guys are like professionals at? Is picking out hoes based on their Instagram pictures? You're telling me you have to fuck through like 30 women to find a like how many conservative men, like we brought in like real conservative men who have strong families. How many of them like, yeah, I had to fuck 25 bitches when I was in college in order to find the love of my life right now that can take care of my kids. That's a wild statement. If you want to fuck, that's fine. But don't pretend you're doing it for this fucking altruistic purpose of finding a good mom.
But can you admit that when you meet somebody for the first time, right? You're trying to see who they really are, the person, and ultimately you're gonna have sex, right?
You don't have to.
But I mean, having sex is like the least important part of seeing what kind of a person they are.
Actually, if you're compatible or not is very important.
If you're compatible, but in terms of like, would this be a good mom? Is it like what if she throws it back doggy? She'd probably take the kids like out to the park every day. Like what does that even mean? Like what? Like she doesn't swallow. I don't think she'd feed my kid if I didn't make it home in time. Like what does that mean?
Okay,
like
so
she shows up to blow me every night, so I know she'll be on time picking my kid up from school. Like what is the correlation here?
The whole package itself, right, is going to include sex. I'm just saying the dating process itself, going through the whole motions, you can see who the person really is. That's all I'm saying here.
Yeah, I've heard you say that a lot. I'm not understanding the connection.
All right, so this is why. Right? Okay. Because I was the one that basically said this. That guys need to. I think I should, bang at least 50 girls, if not, more, at bare minimum.
What is
before they
the
get
average number of girls a guy fucks?
Very small.
It's like,
which is even weird advice.
It's like 8.
If you're saying get a vasectomy, 1 in 3 guys are virgins of having had sex in the past year, and you're telling these guys, yeah, you need to, they don't need that problem. They're not fucking that many girls that they need to worry about having a kid accidentally.
Bro, we're saying for what Rollo said in that specific tweet, it makes sense. Are we sitting here saying get vasectomies, guys? No, but in the context of what he said, you're becoming a high value man as quickly as possible and mitigating all risk. I see where he's coming from.
You guys aren't really having a clear stance.
So that's tweet in that context, which we said a million times that you don't want to accept, is that for what he's saying to become a high value man as quickly as possible in your 20s and mitigate fuck ups, because again, he's retard proofing it. Like I've said before, I see where he's coming from. Nowhere am I saying go get vasectomies, guys. I'm saying in that specific tweet, what he's saying, I understand. Now, going back to the whole thing with 50 girls, right? There's a bunch of reasons why I tell guys they need to get sexual experience with women. Number 1, you need to get an abundance mindset. Okay, a lot of guys get with girls out of necessity and a scarcity mindset. First girl that touches their pee-pee, oh, I want to commit to you. So that's a problem because you're not going ahead and getting with the girl from a position of choice. You're getting with her from a position of necessity and scarcity. That completely changes the dynamics of the relationship, and that's going to put her in a leverage position. That's number 1. Number 2, it'll help you understand female nature. A lot of the times, the mask comes off after you've had sex with a girl to a degree. Now, I know what you said. Oh, well, then you marry her, and then she goes ahead and you're not getting sex anymore. That's why you don't get married, because when you marry, what ends up happening? The girl gets leverage. We tell guys, and even though people might not like me saying this, you need to always have the position of power and the position of leverage.
Would that completely change? Well, okay, go for it.
So, because this is what I'm saying, like you need to have sex with a bunch of girls, right? You get abundance mindset, number 1. So you're actually picking her versus, a necessity standpoint. Then helps you understand female nature because you understand female manipulation tactics. Because girls, right, will do whatever they can to withhold sex from you. So before you give enough resources, time, whatever it may be, it's a dance between the 2 genders to get what they want. And then yeah, you become you're able to better discern female nature. So those are the 4.
I think everyone knows points is silly. 1, woman is going to have leverage over you as soon as you have a family, right? If you guys are the ones that are saying the family court's all rigged and bugged and she can fuck you, so that doesn't matter whether it's marriage or child support. The child support is scarier than the marriage part. Because the child support is you're hooked for 18 years and you're always on child support, whereas alimony is like 10% of all marriages. So whenever you're talking about avoiding leverage in a relationship, that goes immediately out the window as soon as you've nutted up on her. Okay, and
she's pregnant. If you have kids,
yeah.
Right?
So we're talking about shopping for a woman that can have kids. So that's one thing. Second thing, I'm trying to remember every point you made. Discerning female nature.
Getting an abundance mindset.
Yeah, getting an abundance mindset. In any healthy relationship, your partner's gonna have some kind of leverage over you.
Of course, but you need to maintain most of the leverage as the man.
Even both people are gonna have somewhat of like ultimate leverage of the other person. If you're in a healthy relationship, you don't want your wife to leave you. That would suck. She doesn't want you to leave her. That would suck.
Of course, but as the man, you need to have most of the leverage, and you need to care about the relationship less than she does. Is my point.
Okay.
In every relationship, one person is needed more than the other. No. I'm saying the woman should need you more than you need her.
That's my
argument.
Horrible relationship advice. This is because at some point you have to make the decision to say, I'm going to start investing a scary amount of emotional and physical and psychological resources into this relationship to make it work. Any good relationship is going to have that investment, such that if it ends, it's going to suck. If you go into a relationship with this thought process of like, I need to be able to leave this 304 at any fucking point I want to be fine or whatever, you're never going to get a good relationship. Those aren't good relationships. I feel like I can walk away at any point in time and I don't give a fuck. At some point, you're like the whole point of like a relationship where you really love each other is some amount of like vulnerability and trust in each other to not like fuck up, right?
See, I see where you're coming from, right?
Yeah, that's coming from the trying to maintain a healthy relationship.
No, I get that, but that's why I'm saying like because I want guys to be in a position that even if they love a girl and they really like her, they can still walk away from her if she does some dumb shit, and you get that from having abundance.
That's not love though. You're not building like good relationships there.
You can absolutely love someone and still walk away from them when they do stupid shit.
100%. If you can just walk away,
you have to.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Guys need to have that skill set because most guys end up sitting in stupid ass relationships that they don't want to be in with girls that disrespect them, that treat them poorly, that do a bunch of
there's a difference
because
you
they have a scarcity mindset.
People, no, that's because they're fucking retarded, right? You can say maybe part of it might be a scarcity mindset. Some people stay in bad relationships for way too long, but if you go in trying to set it up, it's like I can walk away from this.
What is the reason that they stay? Why do guys stay in bad relationships so much? It's because of scarcity mindset. Why do girls get in relationships way faster than guys? Because girls don't have a natural scarcity mindset.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it has anything to do with the scarcity mindset. I think it's people who just want to be in a relationship with that specific person. I think that generally they like somebody specific and they want to be with that specific person. Normally when I'm with somebody, like the last couple relationships that I got into, I was single for a while before I got into that relationship, and I chose to just stay single. And then eventually there were women who were there were always women who were around, but I just wasn't interested in being with them. When I was in relationships with the girls that I wanted to be with, I wanted to stay in relationships with those girls. I was with them because I wanted to be with them. If I didn't want to be with them, I would go be with somebody else.
Like men do. Destiny, you mentioned love, right?
I don't even think that's true that girls get over relationships way faster than guys. Because you guys on here are talking all the time about like, oh, well, the reason why I don't want to date a girl that's older is because she's got all this trauma from all these other relationships. How is a woman simultaneously traumatized by every relationship? She also gets over really quickly.
Then why do women break up most of the time? Because they have another guy lined up.
Hold on, if they break up most of the time, doesn't that imply the other one's the one fucking up?
No, because they want to leave.
Hold on, if I were to tell you, in business relationships, if this partner is left like, like 50, 60, 70% of the time, wouldn't you assume it's because the other one is fucking up?
That's on a normal case, but we know why women do it.
Why do women do it?
They get bored. They don't feel like it anymore. They have other options.
Bored and don't feel like anymore are good reasons to leave a relationship. If you feel like you're bored in a relationship,
that is not the reason women are leaving relationships. We have the data on this. They are leaving, I think, more so because of infidelity more than anything else, right? Lack of love, affection, and emotional availability, immaturity, marrying too young, different sexual needs, infidelity, inequality, control issues, lack of communication, emotional and or physical abuse. These are nowhere in here is it they got bored. Nowhere in here does it say they got bored. Isn't this podcast old? No, I think they're literally live right now. This just happened today. Rollo Tomassi jumps on as well.
You don't like the relationship, of course you should. Why should you stay there?
That's why, as for men, you said you mentioned earlier love, right? What is love? Love is freedom. So having the freedom to walk away is powerful.
Love, hold on, love is not the freedom to.
By the way, I am streaming on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and what's the other one called? Rumble. I'm streaming on all of those platforms right now. Make sure what the is Kick? K-I-C-K. Kick. You've never heard of Kick? Kick is like the biggest growing platform right now for streaming. This is Kick. There's Aiden Ross on there. Destiny streams there. There's a lot of people on Kick now. So yeah, if you want to follow me on Kick, there's your boy. There's Freddie Drongo. Let me see, I just added my profile picture. Is it in, yeah, it's still not showing up in chat. That's weird. Okay. But yeah, streaming on all those platforms. So if you want to go follow me there, we're there.
Walk away from your partner.
It is.
That's not true. Love is an obligation to your partner. The supersedes your personal freedom. That's the whole point of like, don't we say like fucking women and children first, and like men dying for their family and their countries, and like I feel like this is some shit where like, you know,
on one
you
hand,
take a
so on one hand, the guy's got to stay if he loves her, but the girl can leave because if it's
the woman shouldn't leave. Well, hold on, if the woman loves her partner, whatever, you also shouldn't leave. But if people are getting bored or don't like the relationship for a guy or girl, yeah, of course you should leave if you're not like feeling anymore. Of course.
That's my point, bro. Here's
a woman won't get bored if you have a scarcity mindset.
Women have a natural abundance mindset, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate divorce and breakup. So what I'm saying is that guys need to also have an abundance mindset where they can walk away from the girl. So there's some semblance of the power struggle isn't as I guess polarizing because most girls hold their leverage in most relationships and guys have no power in their relationship. And what I'm saying is that
I don't know how that's true. Like women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending.
Yeah, I don't know why he's saying that. I think that for lots of guys that's just not the case. For some guys that is the case. I think that in general women are able to get laid a lot easier than men, but I don't think they're always is able to get into relationships as easily as men.
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What? Bro?
So hold on. Source, you can fucking Google it. Financial outcomes, divorce, men versus women. You can look it up. But you guys know this on your podcast. If you were scrolling through Tinder and you see some dude who's like, oh, single dad, that's like whatever. For some women, that might even be a plus. He's got a kid, he's a cool dude, whatever. If you see single mom, what are you assuming? That she lives in the fucking Hamptons? That she's in Beverly Hills? Single mom, she's probably lit as fuck. No shot.
They get wiped up all the time, bro. Listen.
Single moms get wiped up all the time?
Come on.
Wait, then what are the single... Hold on, okay, I don't want to make it racial, okay, but like, we're black community here, right? Where like single moms are getting wiped up all the time by other men. That's not true. Single motherhood in a lot of communities is like one of the most destructive aspects of families. And it's really hard for single moms to find another guy because guys would rather not raise another kid than a woman would be willing to jump into the guy with his own kid.
Bro, are you saying a divorce absolutely impacts men more negatively than women? Absolutely. It's not even debatable.
Look at outcomes afterwards.
It's not even debatable, bro.
Like night and day difference.
Like, yo.
Yeah, no shit. I know this.
Not even debatable, bro. It's not even debatable.
Tell them. If divorce didn't destroy
You guys are arguing this, but it's so funny. This is the one time we can just use our feelings, and your intuitions are right. You're using your brain right now to try to think. I think single moms actually give it. We all know that's not true. Single moms get fucked.
Women fare a lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children, they get put in a better situation financially.
No, they don't. Dude, they get the house.
Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true. Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life. She's not rolling in with her BMW like, oh yeah, I got my $350 child support this month. I'm ready to tear it up. This doesn't happen.
Well, we're assuming that they never got married, one, and two, they were poor from the very beginning. I'm just saying, in our average marriage, for the most part, the guys make more money on some level, right? Let's say they divorce, and the woman leaves. She's getting probably the house and money. So it's kind of like she's winning. He is, on the other hand, in a car or...
No one wants to commit to a single parent, but they'll still mess around with single parents. Yeah, I'll knock a single mom up if she's like, she's carrying around babies with no problem. I'll knock her up real quick, but I'm not sticking around.
For example, in a friggin' one-bedroom apartment, he's done for.
You're talking about like the 1% of the 1% situations where a woman is like getting a whole house and child support, and this is like a fantasy story. Like I'm sure it's happened, but this is incredibly rare most of the time, and everybody knows this. You're fighting really hard in your brain to try to think like single moms do well. Everybody knows that's not true. You guys even say single moms are use and abuse or one-time use only for fun only. You guys all say that shit. We all know this.
We're not saying single women. Okay, single moms do better than single dads. What I'm saying is that I'm saying that single women, divorce hurts men more than it hurts women. That's my argument. It definitely hurts men way more because men have more to lose. And if it didn't, why are women initiating 80% of the divorces?
Because they must really hate the relationship.
No, because they stand to benefit from it way more than men do.
They don't benefit from the divorce more than staying married.
I mean, that statistic that I saw, of course, it fares immediately. It seems like women are doing better financially. That's because usually women are not as earning as much as the men. But at the same time, there's also, if you look at the mental health rates, men are 8 times more likely to commit deletion, self-deletion after divorce.
True.
8 times more.
Marriage is a good controlling factor for men.
8 times more. You're going to say that women do so much,
Are we going to use suicide as the defining factor? What percentage of people commit suicide?
No, but it is a factor. It is a factor too. It's to show who actually suffers more from divorce.
Hold on. Suicide is affecting like whatever percent of all men divorce. Income is affecting everybody. And in income, men fare better. In future relationships, men tend to pair up more often than single moms do. Like
Uzumaki, Destiny, and Trib, and Freddie Drongo all over in the Kick chat. Tomfoolery Show. Tell chat to follow your Kick channel. All right. Here you go, guys. Here is the link to the Kick chat.
These are just two stats.
Okay, maybe it's 1%, but still, the fact that it's 8 times more reflects the mental health too. Just because only a small percentage of them are actually committing, pulling the trigger, the rest of them must be way unhappier compared to the women.
I mean, they fare better by the numbers. If we want to say they're unhappy, right, we can find some way to measure that. But I don't know if I would say
women just stand to gain more post-divorce than men do, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate their breakups.
I think they overwhelmingly initiate their breakups. They're unhappy with their relationships.
So then why get into it in the first place?
Because they're in the beginning, like every relationship.
They're rewarded for it
because they know once they get into it, they can break it and get away with it.
You will never find okay, you might find one or two, but overwhelmingly, you're not gonna find women that are like, oh yeah, like I got with this guy and I figure like, if it goes bad, at least I get divorced, I get like child support and shit. Nobody thinks like that.
They're going to attorneys before they even get married.
No. That's overwhelmingly not the case. Nobody thinks like this. Like real women do not think like this. Oh yeah, like I get this guy and like at least I got my divorce, I get like alimony and child support. Nobody, except for like the ultra rare 0.1% crazy people. Like,
let's say they're not aware of it, right? The moment they say, you know what, mom, I'm thinking about divorce. Guess what happens? They get flooded. Oh, daughter, go here, do this, do that. They're gonna find out what they can do after the fact, and then they do it. So either way, they can find out and still do it.
Bro, if your wife is asking, how can I get a divorce, then the relationship's already fucked.
If women didn't stand to benefit, why are so many women so hell bent on getting married? The whole like women want to get married, right? And if it doesn't work out, they can divorce to get the money. Like, bro,
women probably want to get married if you're gonna have a family.
My stance is simply this: divorce hurts men more than it hurts women overwhelmingly. From all aspects, whether it's money, whether it's paying alimony, whether it's finding another partner, because a single mom still will be able to find a guy to replace the dude to a degree.
Single mom dating sucks.
He might not marry her, but she'll get more options. Benefits.
Yeah, single moms get a bunch of options.
On Tinder, they're booming, bro. No, we say don't do it, but they can still get options.
Yeah, there's a lot of simps out there.
They're naming like 1 or 2 things and then saying, yeah, it's so much better. This is undebatable. Look how much better it is. But they have like, oh, they get welfare. They get food stamps, bro. Come on.
They'll still take them on.
Yeah, you watch any of the dating shows like on TV or any of these, like, bro, single mom dating sucks. It's like the worst fucking thing in the world.
They have more options than average guy.
I don't know.
And you pull this stat that men pay 85% of child support after divorce. 85% of people paying child support are men.
There you go.
That's because most of the time the women are the caretakers of the kids and they take the kid. Of course they're
going to.
So because men are taking care of their kids. The man just leaves.
Hold on. What are the courts based on? The child's best interest. So who does that align to?
It aligns with the primary caretaker,
which is the mother. Which means
sure, but if the mother's taking care of the kid, then of course she's going to be the primary caretaker.
So by default, they win a divorce, which means they have a better option.
But the average child support payment in the United States is like $400 a month or $450 a month, and like 50% of women don't even get child support. And $450 a month is not a lot of money. You're not living a life of luxury with $450 a month of child support, and you got a fucking kid to take care of.
That's if they're marrying an average man, though. If the guy's successful, even better. We're just saying the odds are not for men.
I'm just saying, I don't care about the odds. If you don't argue about that, that's fine. It's this idea that women are going into relationships like already planning out their divorce timeline. That's insane. Nobody wants to be divorced. It sucks. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating.
It sucks for men, not for women.
It sucks for everybody.
So explain why did Steven Crowder's wife leave?
What? Steven Crowder?
My OBS is all screwed up now. I can't. Okay, there we go. Damn, that was frustrating.
Got a divorce attorney before she even divorced him. What do you mean?
He wanted to keep the marriage going.
He might have, but their relationship was obviously fucked. If you watch this,
okay, but ultimately, it was probably her. She was the one who leaked that video out to the press. She was the one who initiated it.
From 2 years after. But
so what was the reason?
Will Crowder had already publicly started talking about the divorce as well.
Okay, well, they got married when they were virgins. Everything seemed to go fine. He didn't hit her. He didn't cheat on her. Why did she want to leave?
Do you think that hitting somebody and cheating is the only reason?
That's why I'm asking you. What do you think was a valid reason?
I don't know what their relationship looked like. There could have been a million.
You did. She sent the worst clip that she could possibly find from the footage, and it didn't even look bad at all. It's a small. He said, "Watch it." Why? That's it.
No, it looked bad. The relationship looked fucking miserable. If any of your relationships looked like that, you're probably.
If that was the worst thing you could find, if that was the worst thing you could find, that's a happy relationship, and that's not a good enough reason to leave a marriage. That actually proves that women are incentivized.
First of all, they already probably been to therapy for counseling. Okay, this probably wasn't their first fight. If they're having regular fights.
That was the worst fight you could find on camera.
On a ring camera on their porch.
There's probably other cameras in the house. I mean, if that's the worst thing she can cover up, then that marriage is not bad.
She had that clip from 2 years ago. Women definitely planned.
She had it for 2 years ago. They were getting fucking divorced. They probably saved all the ring camera footage. No shit.
No, she did. It disappears out the well.
No, but 2 years ago, it was like a month or two later where they were already like getting divorce attorneys and shit. So I'm sure they were probably backing all that shit.
And it was edited.
No, it was not edited.
It was. She cut out a certain part of it.
None of it was edited.
And it was cut off at the very end.
None of it was edited.
You can literally.
Bro,
I
saw the
timestamp. We saw the timestamp. She literally cut out 40 seconds of the conversation.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, if you watch the way that ring cameras record, okay, what a ring camera does is as soon as it begins to record, it records for 60 seconds.
Yes.
And then after those 60 seconds end, it looks for movement, and if there's no movement, it'll cut. If you look at the ring camera footage, and we can bring the video now if you want, it'll be like at 30 seconds, there'll be like a little itty bitty cut because people stop moving, and then as soon as somebody talks, it starts recording again. Then after 1 minute and 2 seconds, it cuts again. Then after 1 minute and 2 seconds, it cuts again. It wasn't edited. It was just because there was no movement in the video. You later on, if you want to watch it, you can go watch it. Because initially I thought it was edited, and then I had some autistic fan that came out and he drew all the shit for me. But like the video footage was not edited.
Regardless, whether it's edited or not, there was a significant part of the conversation not put in there for about 45 seconds that we did not see what was said.
I don't think.
And at the very end, we didn't see that last part either.
Well, because they went inside and it wasn't being recorded. I'm just saying. Hold on. I just want to see your opinions on this. It doesn't have to be cheating or physical abuse to want to leave a relationship. Do you guys agree with that? Or do you think
so? What's the valid reason? What do you think?
It could be that they fought all the fucking time. It could be they didn't love each other much anymore. It could be that they stopped fucking. It could be that they couldn't figure out house chores. It could be that she didn't like that he worked all the time and traveled all the time. It could be that he didn't like her friends and she was talking shit. It could be that like her hygiene got bad or she got fat. I don't know. There's like a million reasons.
Those seem like valid reasons.
Nobody's arguing that. We're arguing that if it happens and they get divorced, men are going to lose.
Well, hold on. No. This is pushing back on the initial point that women go into relationships looking to get divorced. And then he brought up Stephen Crowder's situation. Like, they were married for 9 years. Do you think she planned that out? Do you think her life is going to be better now as a single mom with twins? Saying, I got fucking divorced? Do you guys think women like wear divorce with pride?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes they can.
Yeah.
But
okay, that's wild.
But look at
your point. You're going to bring up a billionaire fucking white. Come on, these are your go-to examples.
These people are capping so hard, dude. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is just like, it shows how twisted their worldview is. No woman wants to be a divorced mom. No one. And this isn't to like, this isn't to down divorced women. Like, it's not a, this isn't to like give single moms crap, but it's a lot harder to be a mom and go back onto the dating market. It is way harder. Like, I'm pretty sure there's tons of videos out there with guys, like, walking up to random dudes with a microphone going, she's a 10, but she has 4 kids. Like, guys always are going to rate women much lower for these things.
Do you think the average woman tells her family?
Women look up to these girls. Women always compare themselves to the famous celebrities they see on the magazines. Like, I'm a divorce queen now. I'm having my new awakening in my 40s.
Okay, so look, you might be right where no party lets divorce, but ultimately, who's going to win? The women. We're just saying that.
Women will get more money from the man at the end because the man is usually earning more. But post-divorce, men fare better than the women. That's why the women get a little bit more money.
They fare better in what regard then?
Financially?
Dude, there are so many single moms on Tinder. It's honestly sad. Yeah. Oh, to live the life of luxury of a divorced mom, then I'd be happy. True. U.S. divorce rate 40 to 50%, 70% plus of divorces are started by women. Exactly. Like, they have to be such horrible, they have to be really in bad positions in order to actually do these divorces, and they are divorcing at high rates. So it's obvious that, like, men just suck these days. Like, men just really suck and aren't doing very well. If women are willing to put themselves in these positions over and over and over, like, when being a single mom on the dating market is better than being with you, you suck.
And in future relationships.
I still think a single mom has more prospects than a single dad, 100%. Like, women have more, bro, an average girl has more prospects than some of the top tier guys.
Prospects to fuck.
But still, here's the thing.
Prospects to fuck and prospects to date are totally different things.
You're 100% right about that, but they at least get the opportunities. to put themselves out there in front of a guy. Because yes, there's a lot of prospects of fuck, yes, but in that all those prospects are some guys that will definitely court them and take them seriously as well.
No, I mean, like, no, fuck. I don't want to shit on single moms, but there aren't a lot of like ultra high value guys that are looking to wife up a single mom who's like.
We say high value guys. Yeah, but I'm saying they just have more options.
Sure, no, but I'm saying like it's not like her dating options are vast. And if you look at the research, men afterwards will fare better in getting into relationships.
And this isn't to give crap to like single dads or anything, like, or divorced guys, like, but this is to say like women are putting themselves in bad positions to get out of worse positions. Reasons like why Jordan Peterson walks around talking about how men aren't doing so well these days and why they need to have better upbringings and better father figures is because men aren't doing well. You're not okay. You're not in good positions right now. You are not the prize. And you can keep watching guys like this so that you can pretend that you're a prize. But that's why you're going to end up getting divorced. It's because you're putting on some sort of facade to pretend that you're some prize. Instead, you can be like a real human being that engages in relationships and loves the other person and, you know, wants to take care of them instead of trying to put yourself up on this pedestal so that you can, so that, you know, and distance yourself from the woman so that you don't ever have to feel like you're afraid of being alone.
Better than women do, who are single dads versus single moms.
But they're still broke though.
They're not. Why are they broke?
Divorce.
Divorce doesn't break you all the time. That's not true. You guys look at the most extreme example.
Well, also 85% of men have to pay child support after divorce.
Again, the average child support is like $450.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for the average guy.
If I'm making only $1,000 a month, every 2 weeks, bro, that's a lot of money.
If you're making $1,000 every 2 weeks, you're not paying $450 in child support.
Well, you said that's the average.
I said that's the average, and you're giving me like the lower end of like what men are making.
That's a lot of money for a lot of guys who are watching the show right now.
Probably, but a lot of guys watching the show right now never touch a girl in their life. So
okay, and then you're also going to
child support again.
That's such a stupid point.
First person going to touch your dick is a doctor to the
Don't take that from him, bro. You are a stud, bro.
How are you going to say that there's no guys that are going to take a single mom seriously and then also make fun of 20,000 people watching and say that these guys aren't fucking? Of course they're going to go settle down with the single mom if they got the chance. If you're calling these loser guys who can't get a girl, if they find a hot girl who has a kid, they're going to go and settle according to your logic.
Guys,
I mean, numbers don't lie, but
20K watch.
How many likes do we have on this video?
I don't know, but some probably went. Some dislikes probably came after that. That's fine.
Okay. And there are divorce parties. I've seen a lot of them on social media. Women celebrate that. They have their new thing in their 40s. I'm 21 forever. They celebrate this thing. It's actually encouraged a lot of women like that.
It's simple because, like I said, as feminism has gotten stronger and stronger, women are able to, you know, leave relationships, etc. Things have changed. The sexual marketplace has changed. Women have initiated more and more divorces, bro. Like it's women aren't incentivized nowadays.
The idea that women like divorce and like to initiate it, it's like fun. It's
they like being single.
Wild. No, they like getting out of a bad relationship, but they don't like divorce. Somebody goes in wanting to get divorced.
Yes, exactly. They want to get out of a bad relationship. They don't like being in bad relationships. They don't like divorce. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Their whole aesthetic really matches my whole aesthetic here. It looks good on my screen with my background and my chat and everything. Okay, Google. Turn Hawk's light purple.
Sure. Changing the Hawk's light to purple.
Okay, Google. Turn Hawk's light blue.
Sure.
Okay, Google. Turn Joker light blue.
Okay. Changing the Joker light to blue.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Boy, is that humiliating to say you got divorced?
Because here's the thing, women don't marry for duty like they used to anymore. They marry for I want to be feelings. They marry for happiness. And let's be honest here, happiness and emotions fluctuates all the time.
Yep.
That's part of building a relationship.
But a lot of girls don't want to stand that. But that's what I'm
the whole
saying.
point of building a relationship is building it past the honeymoon phase. Like, oh, I love you. So it's part of building a good relationship.
You know what, Destiny?
Yeah.
You better never get divorced.
Well, I've already been divorced.
So what are you saying?
Wait, who initiated that one?
We both kind of did.
No, I know what that means.
We got him. I got married when I was 19. We both got married for financial aid.
She initiated, bro.
What is we both initiate? I mean, we don't get personal.
We can go as personal as you want. We broke up.
No, you were personal about the grape and the dinner table story, so you're not going to get personal.
We're going to move on, man.
Yeah, we'll move on. All right, we got here Cam from TMR Radio. Stop the cat. Statistically, abstinence preaching doesn't work. The whole point of his post was risk mitigation. Sneako is being obtuse for clicks. This is actual female-ish arguing like this.
Well, it doesn't have to be abstinence, but also just realize the risk. Like when you go and have sex with a girl, understand that you could get her pregnant and then take responsibility for it if that does happen. Like if you're going to exercise discipline in every single aspect of your life, you need a network. You can't watch porn. You can't play video games. You can't smoke weed, but you can fuck a bunch of feminist hoes who you don't want to have kids with. That's stupid.
Sneako, I agree with you, but here's the problem. You did plan B, right? Why do you keep it?
Better than getting a vasectomy.
Just say abortion is fake.
Better than getting a vasectomy. I was in college, man. That was back in the day. No, Fresh, don't make me fucking air out your shit, bro. Because I was being honest. You know, got it one time. No. It's okay.
You're not the one advocating for it.
I'm advocating for it.
You're not taking any stance at all. You're like, well, I understand why, but I'm not pro or con. Take a stance.
That is individual choice. I can't tell anybody to do what they don't want to do. It's individual.
I'm asking your opinion. Do you think?
Yeah, he is being a fence sitter here. He is being a weasel. Nobody's asking you to force anybody to do anything. They're asking you what you think they should do. We're asking for your opinion, and you keep weaseling out by saying, oh, you know, and everybody can make their own decisions. Who knows? I don't know.
Advocating for vasectomies for a male audience is good or bad.
And I told you the last show, nigga.
So you're not taking a stance?
Hold on. I personally, I'm not going to do it. But
I'm not asking about you. Would you advocate for
Here we go. 20,000 men's brains. They're connected to you right now, Fresh, and you can transmit them one message. Do you tell them?
Get a vasectomy
or don't get a vasectomy?
This is the answer. This is the full answer.
Their minds are hooked at you right now. Get ready. They're about to call their general practitioners right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
As a man, decide what you want. Do you want kids?
God.
Listen,
bro, this is a ducking answer.
I'm giving them the full answer. Do you want kids? Do you want a business? Do you want to be successful? Weigh that out. Then put in priority what matters to you as an individual man. Then from there, plan out your life. And if that includes a vasectomy, well, good for you. But if it doesn't, so what? I'm just saying as an individual.
Yeah, that's a weasel answer. I thought he was going to give 2 different answers for 2 different scenarios, but he didn't. He just, like, he gave 2 different scenarios and then was like, and then do whatever you want.
You choose whatever you want to do. It's simple.
You're avoiding the question.
I answered it for you.
That's not an answer.
It is.
Would you advocate towards a vasectomy for the majority of people watching, yes or no?
I told you.
It's a yes or no question. You kick out girls for not answering yes or no questions on the show all the time.
Answer the question.
It's their decision.
It's yes or no.
No, it's not. It's not black and white.
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
What? Bro, I just told you what the answer was.
But it does vary wildly from man to man, bro.
The thing is, like, if you're saying like all this stuff, you're not really giving me advice. Like, I'm actually coming to like, should I start working out? I'm like, well, it depends on your diet and your sleep, and you should make the right choice for you based on what you want your life to look like. That's not advice. If somebody's gonna be like, do I want to be high value? Like,
so
should I get
remember,
like, well, you should make the right choice for you.
general population.
Yeah, but your advice is like figure out what's right for you. But they're coming to you for the advice.
General advice. If a girl came in and said, should I wait until I'm 35, freeze my eggs when I'm 21, and then unfreeze my eggs when I'm 35? I would say no. That's a stupid decision. You shouldn't.
Yeah, with this way of thinking, you can never give anybody advice about anything ever. But he does. He does regularly give people advice about things. So he's just choosing not to answer this one question.
Do that. You should go and prioritize your youth now.
Okay.
Yeah, and you would probably agree. You would probably tell the girls who want to freeze their eggs, that's stupid. Why can't you apply? That's the exact same thing for men.
But Sneako, what are they going to do? Do whatever they want to do.
And so I'm looking for your advice. I'm coming in as a viewer, as a fresh and fit viewer, 20,000 people watching. What is your opinion on this?
I just told you. Personally, I won't do it, but the individual might want to do it.
Okay, if a girl came in and asking if she should freeze her eggs, yes or no, what would you say? Oh, it's up to you?
I would say, personally speaking, if I were you, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
But it's up to you. And guess what happens on the show? They give advice all the time. They still go out and do the same shit. So it's kind of like, bro, I can give people advice, but they can do what they want to do anyway. So your point's mute. Let's move on, man.
You just like destroy the whole format of like YouTube shows. If you're just gonna say you're gonna do what you're gonna do anyway, it's like, okay, here's the financial.
Yeah, never give advice for anything. Why ever talk about anything then? Why ever say that this is better than that, or you could have a better outcome with this? Like, why do any of it?
Advice show for rental properties. You guys are gonna do what you're gonna do anyway. Good luck.
No. I'm asking his question, but I'm just saying in general, right? As a man, that's your choice to make.
So it's being fat. So it's being fat.
So I was playing video games. So I was smoking
weed. That is a life-altering choice.
So it's being fat. And the stance from the show is being fat is unacceptable. Most guys are going to be fat anyway. They're getting fatter and fatter.
This is external to having kids. That's a life-changing choice for having kids, not being fat.
Being fat is life-changing. Very life-changing.
Not for kids, though, bro.
Damn, it's even worse for kids. Being fat.
I mean, having kids in general.
Okay, but if you could have a hard stance on a life choice, being fat, why can't you have a hard stance on a vasectomy and having children?
I just told you what it was.
Mark, do you have a hard stance on this? Like, because you've had controversial opinions on sports, video games, porn, everything that distracts you from becoming high value.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a hard stance on this? Like, would you advocate yes or no towards getting a vasectomy?
Or we can say, guy comes up, he's 19, okay, first year in trade school, because college is for losers. He's on his way to becoming an electrician. He's like, I think I want to start my electrician company. Hopefully I'll find a woman in the next like 4 or 5 years, but I want to focus my career for the next 3 or 4 years. Find a woman maybe when I'm 25, 26, and maybe have kids when I'm like late 20s. Do you think I should get a vasectomy? What would you tell that guy?
In that particular situation?
Yeah.
I would tell him, no, just wear a condom and don't be an idiot and focus on, obviously, your business, everything else. But, right, you guys got to understand that.
Okay, so before Rollo jumps on, because I think he's... How far out is he? Where are we at? 103. I don't know, I can't tell. Here, let me refresh this, because I think the stream's over.
Hey, we are live. Block Talk. Takes a lot to fire it up, and it'll take some time.
Or he could join StreamYard.
Oh, shit.
Okay, there we go. So we're about 15 minutes out from Rollo Tomassi, so let's get a little bit of background on this real quick.
Well, but there's no real point in debating.
By women.
It's so weird because I've seen right-leaning communities turn into left-leaning communities when it comes to being snowflakes against all criticism. A really good example of showing how shaming men doesn't work, or how shaming people doesn't work, and it's better to come at them in more constructive ways, is actually seeing how emotionally he responded to that Gillette ad. You have to be very, very, very tactful and very careful when you critique a person's behavior, because if you do it in a way that even remotely makes them feel like you're shaming them, it will produce an intense emotional reaction like what he had against the Gillette ad. That's why I don't use the word toxic masculinity or male privilege when I'm talking to especially red pillars, is because that word will immediately produce an emotional emotional interaction that will shut down the rational part of their brain.
That is a logical fallacy, my friend. And let's see, which logical fallacy is that?
I love that he has these.
Well, I mean,
he
it's a
has the
non-sequitur,
whole
of
thing.
course. We could call it, well, not ambiguity. Let's see.
That's super cringe, dude. Wait, where did it go? There were like a couple other things. Oh wait, this is it.
Guys, do me a quick favor. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and then more importantly, go ahead and subscribe to Sneako, right? Before he gets banned. Come on, man. Subscribe to Destiny. Shout out to Rollo Tomassi, by the way.
Yeah. Hold on. Did you squash it? Destiny. Would you still debate Rollo Tomassi?
No, he'll never debate me.
Never?
Pussy.
Oh, you're talking cash.
He like makes like 3 videos on me. He's like, I don't have time. I don't want to talk to him. He's got like a fucking chart of like logical fallacies. That guy.
Damn. Shout out to Rollo.
It's funny dude though.
Well, Rollo, text me if you want. We could do one here in person. If you want.
Why we stopped with the show. So we're gonna go over just like 2 minutes. We're gonna go over like a couple of short clips about Destiny and Rollo Tomassi real quick, so that there's some background information to this, because Rollo's been like calling out Destiny pretty regularly, but then he ducks him every chance he gets.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Do it. Yeah,
Absolutely.
we tried
reading that book. It was a little bit.
We'd moderate and we'd have it. I'd be happy to do that. And Rollo Tomassi's a good man. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah.
Don't
you think that book is a little bit obvious?
Y'all get along, huh?
You don't think the book is a little bit like a lot of obvious stuff?
How can you make that claim with no evidence? Like, where's the evidence? Post the evidence if you have it. Post the evidence. Okay, what do we got here?
Believable.
A lot of people think
my problem with Pearl. Oh, it's Rollo. The guy who thinks he's the founder of everything.
Like, why are you attacking Pearl? Rollo, why did you attack her? Isn't she like carrying on the tradition? Isn't she like a good No, she's not a good representative of the red pill, and I will show you in great detail why she is a hack.
Everybody is the real red pill. This is what I've realized by talking to Torsha. Everybody is the real red pill. Everybody else is the fake red pill. This is the way they all are. Whoa. Pearl posted, I was wrong about Fresh Fit Miami. Damn.
Women, if they're not making the money, they're directing the flow of where that currency is going to. So don't give me this game you're playing and the PC you're playing it on. 66% of those PCs are purchased by women, or the decisions are made by women. It's not silly.
These people are brain dead, bro.
Shit. See, we could do
Roll,
that.
I'm gonna send a link.
Yeah. All right, then that could be two. Okay, so we got here Jay Wood, LOL Saint, Jim's comment, fax machine opener, Destiny and his girl smash dudes on the side. Sneak, I wish I had taken Rollo's advice. 1K a month child support right here, sir. Okay, we'll bring Rollo in right now. Shout out to Rollo Tomassi.
Shout out to Rollo in the building.
And then, guys, from this point forward, I'm only going to read 15 up because we already got 22K y'all watching right now. So,
Damn.
number one, before we bring Rollo in, go subscribe to Sneako on Rumble, rumble.com/Sneako. Go subscribe to Destiny also on Rumble, and he's on YouTube.
Get the book.
But yeah, as of recently, Rollo has said numerous times, oh, I'll debate anybody. I'll debate anybody, but they have to come and sit here in front of me. They have to come to my studio in order to debate me. I'll debate anybody, anytime, no matter the reason. But you have to come here. Like, he does this all the time. He's like, oh, I'll debate anybody. I don't care. I'll have anybody on. I'll talk to anyone. Anytime. I'm not scared. But you got to come to my studio, though. Wait, what? It's like me sitting up here being like, oh, I'll debate anybody, anytime, anywhere. I'm never scared. I don't care. I will do it anytime, no matter who it is, no matter what. You just got to pay me $2,000 first. And then I will debate anybody. It's like you're starting off making it sound like you're just super open, talking to anybody. You're happy to have all debates. You're happy to get into it. You're happy to be challenged. Nobody's too smart for you. And then you throw in this addendum that like wipes out 90% of people.
And go get the rest of the mail too, man. And join CEO Network, man. That's the value.
I just want to say, if you guys are serious about selling the book, you really should have did the audiobook version with fresh reading it. You would have sold.
Listen, man.
And it has to be a special edition, filmed in one take.
Oh, but that would be
one
really
take,
bad.
no edits.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and bring Rollo Tomassi on. Shout.
FD Signifier literally just did that. I know. He told Destiny. Rollo Tomassi just told Destiny that. Or sorry, did I say Rollo Tomassi? FD Signifier just told Destiny that he will debate him as long as Destiny donates, what was it, $20,000 to stop Cop City in Atlanta. Don't do it. Don't do it, Destiny. Don't do it. We need Cop City. We need better police forces. We need better training. We need it. These are things that are supposed to help black people. It was 10K. He did. He already sent it. No. Get it back. Get it back, Destiny. Get it back. I live in Atlanta. We need it. Get a refund. I know he agreed to do it, but I don't think he actually did it. As far as I know, I don't know that he did it. It's done? No. Get a refund. It's fine. Send as much money as you want. Nobody's stopping Cop City. I'm donating 20K to build Cop City. So there you go.
Let's roll. Shout out to you.
Can you hear me okay? What up, man?
Yeah.
Only because of FD Signifier asking Destiny to do this. I am donating 20K to support Cop City. Everybody send your donations in now. We're gonna make sure Cop City gets done.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So let me explain a few things here. I wasn't able to do this the last time you guys were talking about this, but so about gosh, is it now 2 weeks ago? I think it was Tuesday of last week. You guys had Brandon Carter on. Is that with Derek Moneyberg? Or was that Monday?
Monday.
Monday. Sorry, let me get my camera back up there. So Monday, you guys were talking to Brandon Carter. One of the things that Brandon was talking about was you got to love money. You got to be on top of your game. And I love Brandon Carter, by the way. I think he should be a
Tom, your donation link in the description has an extra period at the end. Okay.
stand-up comedian. I mean, the guy is that funny. He's a great guy, right? But when you guys are on that show and you're talking to him, and he's talking about how he doesn't go to he doesn't go to Publix, doesn't go grocery shopping for himself. He doesn't go do his own laundry. He doesn't have a car. I mean, it's Brickle White, but he doesn't have like some basic stuff because his philosophy in life is that anything that takes him away from his grind, anything that takes him away from anything that would distract him or that would be financially or mathematically not a pragmatic choice for him to make, as far as like if he's spending time going grocery shopping or going and getting food for himself or whatever else. I'm sure he's getting a meal prep and everything else, but pretty much everything in his life is outsourced, because anything that he would be spending that time himself to go do, he could be losing money doing that at that time. So when I was listening to this, and I was thinking about this myself, because I was actually at the same time, I'm like, helping a friend move and all this. And I'm thinking about this. I'm going, you know what? If you want to be a high value man, if you want to get to that apex level as fast as you can, how is that not the best way to go about it? Okay. So the point of that whole tweet, which was basically a throwaway tweet that everyone started like snowballing into something else. I've got Ben Shapiro coming at me. I got Matt Walsh coming at me. I got Lauren Chen coming at me. I got all these people off of Daily Wire because it was just easy, low hanging fruit for these guys, because they think that that's what the fucking manosphere is all about. And it's not. Okay. That was not fucking advice. Everything that is on Twitter is not advice. Okay.
Was that a joke?
No, it was not necessarily a joke, but it's like, let's just say it's a hypothetical. Okay. It's showing you. Now,
it's not he's saying that it's a descriptive claim. This is what I was saying that he was going to say. This is exactly what I said he would say. He's just saying it's a descriptive claim. He is saying this is like the best way to do this, but that doesn't mean that you should do it. That doesn't mean that this is what you ought to do or that he would recommend this. He's saying if you want to become a high value man the fastest way possible, this is how you do it. But that doesn't mean that he's saying you should take the fastest route possible to become a high value man.
Shut up for just fucking 5 seconds, okay? This isn't a fucking joke here because everything that's come out of both of you guys' mouth has been nothing but distraction and misdirection because it's easy fucking clicks for you. So here's the whole thing. When I'm talking about get a vasectomy, or don't be concerned with.
When he's mad, his glasses get uneven on his nose. You see?
Okay.
He's really mad about this, bro.
Shall we keep going? Are we just gonna have jokes thrown in here?
Really heated about this.
Is that what I get to? Is that what I get to do it? Okay. So here's the deal. When I'm talking about this, when I'm throwing this out there, why wouldn't you do that? Would you not have been more successful, Sneako, had you not had to go through certain things? If you had a
This is not advice, is bullshit. This is the definition of advice. No, it's not. He's just saying, if I say, the best way to have kids who are in a, the best way to have kids that are successful is to have them in a 2-parent household. And you're like, oh, so you're saying women who are getting beaten just shouldn't break up with their husbands because, or divorce their husbands because that way their kids are going to be successful? Like, no, I'm not saying you should do this. I'm saying this is the best way to do it. But that's, like, I'm just telling you that is the case. Like, this is what has the best outcomes. This is a descriptive claim. But that doesn't mean that I'm telling you, you ought to do this. That is not advice. This is a descriptive claim.
Kid, right?
So
now,
is it advice or not?
You would be playing the game with a handicap. You would be playing the game with your fucking hands tied behind your back.
Okay, so
there are guys right now who I have a lot of respect for, and I'm sure you have a lot of respect for as well, who all have kids, but you know what they try to do? They try to keep it under wraps.
Okay,
Try to make sure nobody knows about the fucking kids. Okay.
What is advice?
So here's, okay, first off, this is not fucking advice. Everything that is on my show or is on Twitter is not automatically advice. Now,
Okay, I think my tip button in my description should be fixed now.
But here's the thing. I know what you're gonna say because here's the deal. When I was on whatever podcast I was telling this, I was saying exactly the same thing here, is that everything that comes out of somebody's mouth on Instagram or on Twitter or on a YouTube, there's no way you can't go on there without somebody going, this is what these guys are saying to do. Because if you have this set automatically, that if it comes out of your mouth, it's automatically advice. It can't just be data. It can't just be statistics. It can't be, nothing can be just delivered. Sort of like, here's some data for you to look at. Okay. Nothing can be set. Nothing can be given to you without somebody going, well, the reason why you're telling me this is because you're telling me that this is the best way to live my life. Okay. So when I'm watching Brendan Carter and I'm watching all this going on, and I'm looking at like guys that I know and guys that you know as well. And when these are the guys who are like saying, you know, be on your game, do this, do that. They're the ones that are giving this.
This is the Rollo tweet. We already went over the Rollo tweet. Yeah, the quickest path to becoming a high value man. Yes, he is just stating what the quickest path is.
Advice. All I'm doing is saying, hey, look, maybe you should not focus on family. Maybe you should not get married. I mean, I don't know why that's big.
Maybe advice.
I'm not saying it's advice. What I'm saying is that is this so over the fucking top that everybody wants to take it out of context, which is exactly what you guys have been doing.
So what is it? Can you tell me what that tweet was if it wasn't advice?
It's not advice. What it is it's saying that this is the most extreme way to do things.
Dang, dude, you guys are getting crunk over there in the kick chat.
Things, okay? Here's the quickest path to, if I told you this, look, if I said the quickest way for you to make $1 million,
that sounds like advice,
is to go steal it from the bank or go to steal it. Does that mean I'm telling you to go steal it? If I tell you to go fucking jump off a cliff, are you going to go jump off a cliff?
Right,
by the way, here's the other thing is I'm also responding to Dr. Richard Reeves in this as well.
Okay, there's a lot of context about it, sure, but all the rest of the list, you're equating vasectomy to lifting, game, play to your strength, resisting up on easing your focus. The rest of it sounds like general advice.
Okay, well let's say so. Let me ask you. So is it the vasectomy part that's throwing you off?
Really genuine good advice, right? The rest of it.
Is it the vasectomy part? Yeah. Do you agree with pretty much everything else except for the vasectomy part?
The first three is weird because then I don't even know what the red pill idea of a high value man is. Is it just being rich? Like, what's the point of having all this?
Thank you for fix link. Just got a fat dog bite settlement, so sharing the wealth. Everyone like the stream, you lazy bums.
Just got a fat dog bite settlement. Nice, dude. What kind of dog was it? Was it a pit bull? Those are good settlements right there. If someone tells you to jump off a cliff, they are advising you to jump off a cliff. Correct. But that's not what he said. If they say the best way to die is to jump off a cliff, that's not giving you advice. They're not saying you should go jump off a cliff. They're just saying that's the best way to die. But that doesn't mean they want you to die.
This money and not having a family. Why be that rich? The guy who's always grinding. Whoa, Brandon Carter doesn't have to do his laundry. Sick. What else are you going to do with your life?
Right. Maybe this is actually meant so that you'll get it. You'll have a freaking epiphany about how all the shit that you have to sacrifice to get to that in the first place. What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to live the kind of life, let's say, like a Brandon Carter is, where you're going to outsource your entire life? Or are you going to actually have kids? Is that something that's a priority for you? Because I will tell you right now that if you follow this kind, if you were to actually follow this list right here, that is the fastest way for you to get to a point where you are more high value. Right. So here's the thing. So when I say that, people go, well, that's not what a high value man is. A high value man is what I define it as, which is he's got to have a good, loving, devoted wife. He's got to have 3 or 4 kids or 10 kids, depending on whatever culture you're talking about. All of this stuff that makes up whatever that person who happens to have that is, then that's suddenly the definition of what a high value man is. So what I'm saying this is the best way to become
Corgi Chihuahua mix or something had sharp teeth. Wow. Congratulations, bro. I want to get bit by dogs more often. Bit through your lip? Oh my goodness, dude. Through your lip? Were you kissing it? Why did you have your face up against a corgi like that?
a high value man. I'm not saying this is the only way to become a high value man. I'm just saying that this is the fastest way to go and do something like that.
We've been talking a lot for 5 minutes. What is your definition of a high value man?
It doesn't matter. That's not what I was talking about in this.
I have what you're talking about. That's what the front of the first part of the tweet is: how to become a high value man.
The fastest way to become a high value man is to recognize the fact that you've got sacrifices to make. Okay.
So like grandpa telling like stories from Vietnam. Like, just say, what is a high value man? It's the first part of the tweet. What does that mean?
You tell me what.
Oh my goodness, Rollo. You can't say this is the fastest way to become a high value man, but it is whatever you say it is. No, if I say a high value man is somebody with lots of kids, is somebody who gets who doesn't care about money, somebody who doesn't care about who doesn't care about looking good. It's somebody who is only worried about their personality and investing in their loved ones. That's a high value man. All of your claims are now completely incorrect. So now that I've told you what a high value man is, it is the exact opposite of what you're telling people a high value man is.
High value man is. Because here's the thing: is it doesn't matter what I'm going to say is a high value man. You guys are fucking.
Because it's your fucking tweet.
It doesn't matter what I say is a fucking high value man because everybody takes this. The point of the fucking tweet is that everybody's going to take this and then insert their own definition of what a fucking high value man is.
That is not the point of the tweet. That is not the point of the tweet. The point of the tweet is to say that there are steps that you can take to become a high value man quickly. That is the point of the tweet.
What if a high value man is 12 kids when you're 16? Then your tweet doesn't work, does it? What if your definition of a high value man is being getting into a trade and having 5 kids by the time you're 22? Then it also high value man is being an esports professional.
You're absolutely making my point for me right here. Okay, this is what I'm saying.
My point is a high value man. You gave a list of 8 things. Do these 8 things to become a high value man. Do 1 through 8 to become A, and you're not defining what A is.
The fastest way to becoming a high value man is these things.
What is that?
Okay? So here's the thing. So if we're talking about family creation, we already talked. Okay, so you want to go? Okay, let's go one by one. You want to go one by one? Okay,
no,
so
I'm going to go before one by one. What is a high value man?
We can't have an argument if I don't even know what your
definition is. The very fact that you're even asking this in the first place is the actual point of the fucking tweet. Okay,
oh my goodness.
So if you're going to be a high value man with the fucking hands tied behind your back,
no, it is not.
What is that? What does that mean to you? That's the point. This whole discussion is the point of the fucking tweet.
Bro, no, it is not. That is not the point of the tweet. Stop saying that's the point of the tweet. That is not the point of the freaking tweet. The point of the tweet is not to say that everybody has their own definition of a high value man. There is no way that I can read that from this. The quickest path to becoming a high value man. Where in this am I supposed to get that they're like that it's subjective? that everybody has their own opinion. This seems pretty concrete. This is what a high value man is. This is how you become that thing.
The point of the tweet was, you've got some conception of a high value man. Here are 8 points that you think you need to do to get to it. And now you're getting blown the fuck up on the vasectomy thing, which you probably realize is fucking retarded. But you're too old and stubborn to walk back from it. That's the point of this
I'm
conversation.
not too stubborn to fucking walk back from it, because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to fucking have this conversation in the first place.
How old are you, bro? Douche nozzles?
Yes. You guys are fucking idiots. Why do you guys come in here from fucking Twitch straight? Like, how you guys are legitimate in all of this? I don't know, because everything I've heard come out of you guys' mouth is just fucking confident ignorance. That's all I like from this.
No, Myron. Okay, I'm not asking you like in terms of the debate. You call yourself the godfather of the red pill. You
call myself the godfather of the manosphere, okay? Other people have called me that.
Okay, great. That's very,
do you understand?
Okay, so as
godfather or grandfather of the man, which one is it?
Whatever it is, the old guy of the manosphere. What is your definition of high value man? This is the #1 talked about topic on all of these shows. So I want to get a clear definition from you. What is it?
You tell again. It depends on the person. It depends on the culture. Depends on the. So here's the thing. Let me tell you, maybe I can explain this to you, Sneako, because at least you got your ears open here. The thing is that when we're talking about what's the top G, what's a high value guy, you probably haven't heard this because you don't read my stuff and you don't watch my shit. But I've also said this is like the red pill has to be for everybody, or it's for nobody. So if we're looking at a guy who's draped across a Lamborghini and he's got hot chicks with him, and we say that's what I'm aspiring to, but I'll never make that because I live in a fucking fishing village on the coast of Chile, right? That means I can never match that high apex of a high value guy.
The guy in the car?
But the guy who happens to live in those villages or happens to be in a different culture or in a different country or whatever else, he can still benefit from that because however he's defining himself as a high value man in his fishing village, maybe that's what he can aspire to.
It has nothing to do with Chile and the village in the car.
See, here's the thing: is you guys want me to say, okay, a high value man makes $100,000 a year. He's fucked 50 chicks. He's like that's the thing. That's
not what I want you to say.
He and Sunday should have a chat. Yes, this is exactly like talking to President Sunday, where he changes everything as you go through the conversation. The last 2 times I've talked to President Sunday, he keeps saying yeah, but you're wrong about X. And I'm like, how am I wrong about X? And he's like, because of Y. And I was like, well, no, I believe in Y. Yes, but there's also Z. Yes, I also believe in Z. Oh, but you didn't think about A. Well, no, I believe in A too. You are everything you're saying is what I think. Oh, do you? Well, what about B? Like, yes, bro. We can go through the whole freaking alphabet. This is exactly what I believe. You are repeating my beliefs back to me and trying to act like they're yours. And I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong, you're wrong too. Everything that you're saying is what I think.
I disagree with that. I'm asking you because I come on this all the time.
Disagree with it. What I'm saying is the point of the tweet is so you'll ask that question.
I'm past the tweet. I'm past that. Look, I'm asking as somebody who's really interested in the red pill. I listen to a lot of this content. I want to know what your definition is, because if you have a definition that's completely off of what I think it is, then I guess I'm not red pill.
Well, here's what I think a guys ought to do. Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? Is that what we're trying for here?
No, I want to know your opinion of a high value man. What is it?
I think a high value man is whatever is contextually makes that guy a high value guy in whatever culture that he happens to be in. If that's money, that's money. Right now, that's what we tend to focus on right now. But if I'm going to say that,
value man is a guy that has the things that makes him a high value man.
All right, the things that make you a high value man. Okay, what is that? We've been trying to.
Wait, I missed it. What did he say?
I'm asking you because I come on this all the time.
Disagree with it. What I'm saying is the point of the tweet is so you'll ask that question.
I'm past the tweet.
Well, he's asking the freaking question. Answer it.
I'm past that. Look, I'm asking as somebody who's really interested in the red pill. I listen to a lot of this content.
I made the tweet so that you would ask me that question, but I'm not going to answer it. But I want you so badly to ask me that question. That's the whole reason that I made the tweet, obviously. You are falling into my trap by asking me that question, because that's all I really wanted from this. But I'm not going to answer it. I have no interest in answering it, but I so badly want you to ask me, though. For no reason, though. There's not a reason, because I don't want to give you an answer. I have no answer. I don't have an answer at all.
I know what your definition is, because if you have a definition that's completely off of what I think it is, then I guess I'm not red pill.
Well, here's what I think a guys ought to do. Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? Is that what we're trying for here?
No.
Rollo's definition of a high value man is almost like my definition of a woman.
True. I want to know your opinion of a high value man. What is it?
I think a high value man is whatever is contextually makes that guy a high value guy in whatever culture that he happens to be in. If that's money.
So it's a self-ID. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Yeah, self-ID. I get it.
That's money. Right now, that's what we tend to focus on right now. But if I'm going to say that,
value man is a guy that has the things that makes him a high value man. That's big.
the things that make you a high value man. Okay, what is that? You know, we've been trying to. We're never going to define it.
Just kind of because here's the thing. When I read the tweet, I interpreted it right with a higher step. Like he's listing things that if you follow these things, right, and you actually follow them, you're probably not going to become a fuck up, right? And to be a high value guy, I would say it's a couple combination of things. It's obviously having your money on point, having social proof and status, having respect from your peers, having a network of other high value men, right? Which I agree with Kevin Samuels on that. Being fit to a degree. If you have all these things in place, you'll be considered a high value man by most people in most societies, right? If you have these things in place. Now, with that said, to get there, right, you obviously have to focus and get your shit together and make sure that you focus on getting there. What he's saying is all these, the list of things that he mentioned, if you follow them, it's going to mitigate your risk of becoming a fuck up and not getting to that point as quickly as possible. And I think that's so important is that this tweet kind of gets taken out of context. He's saying the quickest way to become a high value man, avoid and do these things because you're limiting distractions. And he's using Brendan Carter as an example where he's in a monogamous relationship with a girl. He outsourced a lot of his things. Why? So he's able to focus on making more money. He's getting rid of obstacles. And I think that tweet demonstrates that. Yes. You're getting rid of obstacles so you can become a high value man in the quickest possible way. Now, I know the most controversial one is the vasectomy. Though there's other ways to get the same, I guess, effect from vasectomy. Let's say you use condom. Let's say you pull out, whatever it may be. He's saying, okay, if you get the vasectomy, then we know for a fact you're not going to have children. It's really no different than having a condom or pulling out or whatever it may be. The point is to not get a girl pregnant. How you want to get there is up to you, whether it's through a vasectomy, using condoms, whatever. But he's making it retard proof. Hey, vasectomy, because I know even if you are the dumbest guy ever, you can't fuck this up.
I don't think a retarded guy could be a high value guy.
No, when I say retarded, I mean as in stupid. But what I'm saying is that the point I'm trying to make is this list is the foolproof way, if everything is followed, for you to get your status up as quickly as possible in your 20s.
That's not what the list is, though. Because what you just said was advice, and he said it's clearly not advice. So you're interpreting it.
He said he's joking, and he's trying to provoke people.
Like half it was just for jokes.
But I'm telling you, I started out telling you guys how I interpreted that.
Yeah, it's all just memes, bro. It's just memes.
Right? He's saying
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So that people can interpret it how they want. Exactly. It's a great discussion. That's the point.
And it's funny.
That's what he's saying.
He asked a question earlier. So you asked him a question, what is high value? You answered it. It's whatever you determine that to be.
No, that's bullshit. None of you guys believe that. If some guy comes on this show, he weighs 350 pounds.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We got 100-something people watching. We got 31 likes. We need a lot more likes. A lot more of them.
And he says, I'm Diamond 1 in League of Legends. That's what I want to do with my life. But you go, well, if that's what you really want, you're high value. You wouldn't say that.
No, but once again, it starts in the mind. You're going to say, for example, oh, that's not true, which I agree, it's not true. But ultimately, you as a man decide what's high value for you.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Value is probably something that's determined by society. High value? Value means that you have a worth to other people. You're just talking about being comfortable, having high self-esteem.
I agree, but the tweet...
You don't say you agree with that. I just said the total opposite thing.
No, I agree. And the point where, for example, people determine you as high value. However, the tweet saying high value could mean, in your sense, whatever that means to you.
No, it doesn't.
What?
That's what he's saying.
No, he's not. He doesn't know because he doesn't have a good definition. Because he knows if he says anything, he's going to...
Yeah, that is not what he's saying because he wouldn't give you markers on how to do that. So if I say... growing up in a two-parent household is the best way to become successful within America. And then you say, well, how do you define success? And I say, it's whatever you want it to be. Well, then if it's whatever you want it to be, I cannot say that growing up in a two-parent household is the best way to do that, right? If you're saying, well, I say being successful is going to prison, getting on drugs, dropping out of school at an early age. This is success within America. Well, now my advice does the opposite of that. So I can't just say that. That would be ridiculous.
You sound like the girls who believe they're a 10 because they describe themselves as a 10 in the mirror.
If you brought in someone missing the point, and he's like, I'm high value because I'm a manager at my McDonald's, you probably wouldn't agree that he's high value.
Is that when he says high value, you're going to determine that as a man. What does that mean for you? Success is a part of it, yes, but their success could be owning a farm or having a business. It doesn't matter. He's saying to get to that point, you need focus. Ultimately, that's what he's saying. Just be focused.
I mean, look, we make fun of the girls all the time for saying that they're 10 out of 10s. All the time because they say it in their head, I believe I'm a 10 out of 10. No, that's ridiculous because society determines how attractive you are. Society determines how valuable you are. You can't apply that lot. You can't make fun of the girl, the ugly fat whale who thinks she's a 10 girl boss queen, and then also say a high value man can believe it in his head.
Well, I gave you guys a 10.
You have a good definition. You talked about some shit being relatively fit, having a network of people that are very social. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that sounds like
I do. Because here's the thing. For me, I will define it because that will allow you guys to see where I'm coming from when I'm interpreting.
Yeah, we know where you're coming from, but we have the tweet out there. He doesn't know where he's coming from. He seems a little lost right now, so we're trying to figure out, what exactly he means. But
I think again, the tweet. I think that's the important part of the tweet is that it allows people to interpret it how they want, and which is why we're talking about it right now. The tweet.
Yeah, but why would you? I'm giving advice to people. I don't want them to interpret it how they want. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point of my message? If I'm
not giving advice to people, that's the whole point of this. Do you want? It's like impossible to fuck. It's impossible to put anything out there without people interpreting it as follow these fucking steps. Here's your 12 rules for life, and you're going to live a happy
rules
fucking life.
for being a high value man. That's literally what your tweet was. Do these things. High value. What is the wording of the tweet? Go back to the tweet itself.
So here's in that wording of the tweet. What's the last part of that? What's the last one? Resist easing up on your focus. Whatever's like. Do you want me to insert what you ought to be doing? You ought to be.
But that's only one thing. If all of these said something like, get a vasectomy in your 20s if you want to. Do not get married if you're not interested in getting married. Avoid family creation if avoiding family creation is part of your definition of a high value man. Lift consistently if you think being big is going to help you become a high value man. Eliminate all sedations if you think that would be helpful to becoming a high value man. Then sure, all of this would make sense. But to say, well, one of them says your focus, so obviously it's about your focus.
Coding. Is that what I should say? You ought to be becoming a professional athlete. I don't know what your fucking strengths are.
You can simplify, say work hard.
Again, so here's the thing. If I say, you know what, you ought to be an NBA player. And it doesn't matter if that you're 5'9".
Tuesday. I'm sorry. I did not know that you were a girl. My apologies. I'm an idiot. Okay. I would have been a whole lot nicer to you this entire time, and I would have listened to everything you said and agreed with all of it. I would have argued with you a whole lot less if I had known that you were a woman. My apologies. I never argue with women. I never disagree with them. That is my fault, okay?
9, fucking stay on your focus, and you're going to be the best NBA player you can possibly be.
No, that'd be terrible advice.
That would be absolutely terrible advice, because this isn't fucking advice. That's why, okay? This is a list that is meant to get so you get an idea of what the fuck it is that you're going to do so that you can become that.
I was on Zonia's stream the other day. So the other day I ended stream, and then I went into Zonia's chat, and she was saying that the Thorpes baited me, and that they're all fake, and that it's all an act, and they're not real, and blah blah blah. So I went on to her stream and argued with her for a while, and she seems convinced now that they are very real and that this is not a big act and a big troll. One of the people in chat said something like, we all thought that Mr. Girl was fake at first too, and then he turned out to be real. And she was like, oh crap, you're right, people with really bad opinions really do exist. So they while I was on there, I was yelling at Tuesday, and I misgendered Tuesday, and everybody was like, that's a she, Tom, a she. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. But the meme is obviously that I just like agree with women and that I'm always simping for them. Even though like with Lav, like every engagement with her is me arguing with her, debating her, disagreeing with her. People still turn around and are like, oh, wow, you're simping, dude. Yesterday, I tweeted out something saying where President Sunday was saying that he won his debate with Lav because her reputation is so bad that no matter what he did, he would still look like he won. And so I quote tweeted that, and I was like, the irony is hilarious, because like I didn't say all this. All I said is the irony is beautiful, because I'm thinking, bro, you think you're not a lol cow, and you are a lol cow. You are exactly the same as Lav. There's no difference here. But everybody said, or not everybody, Mindwaves started saying that I was simping because I said that that President Sunday is just as big of a lol cow as Lav. So that apparently is also simping. Like no matter what I do, I'm simping for women. So yes, it's a joke that I would agree with her just because she's a woman.
High value man. Protect yourself. Don't get married. Avoid family creation. Vasectomy. Again, this is over the top shit. Anybody who knows anything about my material, when I throw this out there, they know this is over the top shit. What else on that needs fucking fire for douche nozzles like
Tom, it's your fault for doing the I love crazy girls meme so much. You made it easy to be clipped. That's fine. It's only incels who would hear that somebody's like they're attracted to somebody and then think that they would just like bow down and do everything that they want, right? Like, even if that was the case, even if I have clips where I'm like, I like women, I'm heterosexual. Everybody would clip that and be like, oh, look, oh, he admits it. He admitted it. Oh, we got him.
Hero. I don't want to be a douche nozzle, but what else?
Yeah, besides number 3, what else here is over the top?
Besides vasectomy.
I'll live consistently, okay? Well, what if, like, some people will say, well, that's vanity, right?
Molly, there's no way you agree with that, saying
Well,
live
actually,
consistently.
hold on. For Rollo, it might be. Okay, to be fair.
Guys, see, here's the thing.
But you're missing, like, are you not hearing anything he's saying? Like,
See,
do you need to blindly agree with him? Because nothing he's saying is making any sense.
Bro,
It's not making any sense to you because you don't understand the fucking concept of the tweet. That's why.
You can't even thoroughly
understand what I. Okay, let me hold up here. Did you understand what I was saying about Brendan Carter?
Yeah, he doesn't do his laundry.
No, but he's taken everything to this extreme level. Like, to a lot of guys, Brendan.
Are you calling Mind Waves an incel? No, I'm calling Mind Waves a President Sunday simp. That's the only reason he would keep defending him against being a lol cow. As big of a lol cow as Lav is because he's simping for him. I can't imagine another way somebody would see that differently.
Okay, would you agree with me that Brendan Carter is a high value guy?
Sure.
Okay, you know who wouldn't? Ben Shapiro. You know who wouldn't? A lot of other people because they think that they're living out their own high value ideal. Do you understand that?
Context.
Like the 350-pound esports player is living out his ideal of a high value man.
Yeah, whether or not that's working for him is irrelevant to the fucking tweet. When I say, okay, when I'm talking about Brandon Carter, you say you understand that. He's taking it to like this extreme level.
How is Ben Shapiro not a high value guy?
Like stay on top of it. Like for Brandon Carter, what do you think Brandon Carter's definition of a high value man is?
Probably the same as mine.
Which is?
Determined by society. If you have respect from your community, then you are a high value person. If people respect you.
So being pro-social and having people like you and depending on the...
you don't agree with him because he's Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro is definitely a high value man.
Okay, but so let's just say for sake, let's say
he does. He said so.
You don't think Ben Shapiro is a high value man?
Let's take for. Do I think he is? I don't think he's a high value man.
Wait, what is his definition?
Wait, what the hell is a? Wait, what? Because he has kids? Is that why? Does he have kids? What? Ben Shapiro freaking ripped Giga Chad. Get Torsha on? Yeah, we'll hit Torsha up. We'll see if she wants to come on. He's rich, doing really well. He's very successful, has a successful wife. It's because he's Jewish. It's the high-pitched voice. I don't know. Rollo is Rollo much better? Like,
is my wife pregnant? Yes. Am I saying baby number 4 is on the way? Yes. I mean, that's what I said. Yep. Shapiro stand grows. Is my wife pregnant? Yes. Am I saying
what the hell? What was that? I don't know where it is. Okay. Yes, here it is.
Is it time? Okay, here we go. It's time for the gun show.
Let's
for those who are new
go.
subscribers, this is one of the most ridiculous things we do here at Daily Wire.
Yes!
The gun show.
Yeah! Yeah!
All done. So the time has come. Here we go. Okay, sorry to those who do not participate.
Let's go!
Here is the gun show. Just gonna get this thing on.
Yeah! Let's go!
All done.
That's what I'm talking about.
He owns his own business. It's like one of the most successful alt media platforms in the world. He's married his fucking young sweetheart.
Right. You know who else is not a high value guy? Elon Musk. Let's see. Who else? Jeff Bezos. All you got to do is just go. All you have to do is look at the decisions they've made in their personal lives. Okay. How are we going to define that? If I'm going to define that,
you haven't. You're the only one here who hasn't defined it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not the one defining it for fucking Jeff Bezos. I'm not the one defining it for fucking what's his face? Ben Shapiro.
Whale can think she's a 10 as long as that's how she defines beauty to herself.
Well, you guys just defined. Well, hold on. Wait, Sneako, you just defined Brandon Carter as a high value guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that fits your definition of a high value guy, but I will tell you right now that that would not fit the same definition that say Ben Shapiro would have for a high value guy, because he doesn't have his babies on point, he doesn't have this on point, he's not going to church or synagogue every day, right? So to him, he's not necessarily a high value guy.
I don't think synagogue has to do with high value. That's like
because that's the way that other people would define it.
Exactly. Yeah, but
is that true?
It's not value is not subjective. When we talk about
What? What is this?
You need to stop. You need to stop.
Nick Fuentes.
Don't fucking, hey, don't fucking touch him. Stop. Just, yeah, we will, sure. Just fucking stop.
You just walk away.
Ooh, almost got him in the nuts. Bro, that punch. What the hell?
Value.
It's
We're
the
usually
market.
talking about some sort of exchange in a market.
No.
Value is usually what are people willing to do or give for a certain thing. It's not defined by this. If one man is on an island with no other people, there is no value.
No, this one over your head. It's the idea of being high value.
No, there is no idea of being high value. And if it was anybody else on the show, you guys would be roasted the fuck out of them for saying that's your
Yeah,
idea
you
of
would.
being high value. You would be roasted. If any of the girls come here, because you do this to girls all the time, so it goes right. Like, I think I'm a 10. It's like, why? Because I'm so special and blah, blah, blah.
I
And
just
they
said
say,
you're not
special.
I just gave you Brandon Carter as an example. I just gave you Brandon Carter. We can use any single example you want. You could be the 500-pound guy who just does esports, or it can be like Brandon Carter or the top G. Any one of those guys. The thing still applies.
All right, look.
Are you better off? Are you better off without the obstructions? Are you better off without? Are you better off without the back?
Everyone here has kind of a different thing. Like me, I've defined it. This is what I think makes you high value. You might have a different take on it. You might, Rollo, you might have a different take on it. I've defined it, and then I took my interpretation off what you said. If you want to get these things, and it makes sense to me, those things that you listed. But I'm seeing here that everyone here kind of has a different interpretation.
Wait, that's not true. All four of us probably roughly agree on what makes you high value.
No, we don't.
The three of us probably
Ben
do.
Shapiro said you said high value. I don't think
Having
he is.
like some amount of like physical fitness, we all agree that that's decently valuable, correct?
On some level, yeah.
Okay. Having some amount of like social status, so you've got the attention of a lot of people and you're influential. We all agree on that, right? Having some amount of financial success, right? You have freedom to take care of your family, retire if you want to, even at an early age. We all agree with that, right?
Okay.
And having some level of success with your family and friends, right? We all roughly agree on that, right?
Okay.
If you have those four things in check, you're probably a high value man.
No, it's more than that. See, here's what he's saying. I can add more to it because for me, in my head, what high value is way more than that. To you, that might be important, but to me, it's not. That's not everything.
What's a key component missing from what I said?
Is a high value guy the guy that marries somebody from a foreign country and brings her over here so she can get citizenship? Because that's your family dynamic. My family dynamic is different than that. Does that make me high value or low value?
Exactly. It's going to depend on the person.
If I'm in a heterosexual marriage for 27 years and not in a polycule or some shit, like it's like some people will say you're high value because you do that. People will say, Rollo, you can't be red pill because you're married. Or you can't be married because you're red pill. Okay, and suddenly I'm blue pill because I am actually in a relationship where it's like close on her end, close on on her end, and close on my end. But if I go and I talk to the top G or I talk to somebody who's like in an open relationship, is that guy high value because of that? I'm not. This is not a judgment call. I'm just saying that the definition is going to be different, even if you have all those things. Even each one of those things that you just mentioned is still it's still subject to the context. I agree with what you said, Destiny. What I'm saying is that from within each one of those attributes, people are going to have something wildly different. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to use that for fucking blog fodder and topics to go and do quick hit videos on because they just want click through rate for something like that.
What would we say about women? If we say what is a high value woman?
You tell me, man. It's like again, this is the definition.
Bro, this is like your wheelhouse. This is your chance to steamroll.
I don't think you understand why fucking wheelhouse is. Quite honestly, I don't think you do.
Red pill shit. Isn't that what you do?
Your
you
name
should
is
know,
the
like,
rational male.
Yeah, a high value woman is.
I don't talk about high value women, dude. In fact, if anything, I said there's no such thing as a quality woman because it's an ideal that guys have in their heads.
There's no such thing as a quality woman.
No such thing as a quality woman because guys have this. The quality woman.
He like something being subjective doesn't mean there's no such thing as that thing. Like that's a bit different.
Is an ideal, but we can talk about that when I get there. But the thing is this is like when you're building a relationship or when you have this idea in your head. You want to know why guys get into so much fucking trouble in their marriages? It's because of that ideal. Because every guy who ever got married thought that she was the best fucking thing in the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't got married to her. And then until he gets across the divorce table from.
Oh, so any guy who gets married, like they could think like, man, if I could only marry Angelina Jolie, like that would be awesome. They're not going to get married, right? Because they're still holding out for Angelina Jolie. Makes sense.
From her. Now she's a fucking evil monster.
That's one whenever. You genuinely don't think that there's quality women in the world?
I think that there are women who have different attributes than others that match very well with guys. Sure, they're good clicks, of course. But the thing is like the idea of the quality woman is an ideal that guys have that gets them into a lot of trouble. That's why they're in love with the ideal, not the actual person.
There are high value men, but there aren't high value women.
I'm not saying that I said there aren't high value men and there aren't high value women. Okay, it just depends on who we're talking about.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, bro.
I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
I get what you're saying, but
I feel like I need to do mushrooms before I come with
You do not get what he's saying. Stop lying. It doesn't make sense.
the show. That's what it feels like. The kind of conversation we have right now.
No. You know what it is, Destiny? Is you don't know what the.
It's funny that the other guy who earlier was coping super hard
mushrooms
and was weaseling out of every question they asked him is the one sitting there going, "Oh yeah, I get it. Oh yeah. That makes sense. Oh, I completely understand." This is the guy who earlier refused to answer a question, refused to take a position, and kept saying that things are subjective. Oh, well, it's subjective. I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't force anybody to do anything. So I don't know. How would I know?
That's what it feels like. The kind of conversation we have right now.
No. You know what it is, Destiny? Is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why.
On any of this, and I'm surprised because you write about this all the time. You wrote a whole book about it. People they really respect it. And I have no idea.
You guys might be confused because I'm the one that says there's no such thing as a high value woman. A woman that's a woman gets her value directly from a man that she gets in a relationship with, because all women have value, but not all men have value.
All women don't have the same value.
Well,
don't even think about it. You know that's not true. If I give you a woman with 100 bodies and a woman with 0 bodies, if I give you one that's 500 pounds, if I give you one with 5 kids, so
here's my thing. Okay, here's my thing, because I've said this before.
I know men must become and women are. I know everybody do this. But I'm just saying there are some women that are better than others.
I wasn't going to say that. Of course. But all women have value to some level, but not all men have value because men have to build their shit up. So what I'm saying is that a high value woman gets her value from being with a high value man.
I don't even think that's true. All men have value to some extent.
The metric of success for a female is being able to get the best man that they can get.
And men can build and do things. In places like China, where you're limited to the amount of children, what do? They offer boys because they can go out and work and fucking get jobs and shit and do things around the fucking house or whatever, right?
Yeah, in the fucking 1980s. The one-child policy hasn't been around since the mid-90s, dude.
Sure, when it was grossly favoring the birth of boys because you could do more with boys than you could with women. Just the idea, like
that was a prescription until now they're facing the consequences of that.
Well, so is Japan. That's a super homogenous.
That's one situation. Okay, you're using China, but let's be honest here. Why does it say women and children off the boat first, and not men? Women have always had it's a chivalry thing, but why is that? Because if you have 100 women and one guy, you can still continue society. But if you have 100 men and one woman, we're fucked.
Because we think that men have a better chance at surviving. One reason. Another reason is because men are the ones who are pretty much running everything. Women and children don't really have much of a say. They didn't really have much of a choice. They were just kind of forced into those situations. So it would make sense if they were given like a way off first as well. There's a lot of reasons why that was the case, or why we called that chivalry.
Women are the vulnerable sex and men are the disposable sex. That's why.
Women have value inherently. So what I'm saying is this: since every woman has value,
yeah, you could have 100. You could have one man and 100 women on the island, and the one man can impregnate all 100 women and get society back up real quick.
For a woman to be high value, she's got to be able to lock down a high value guy. There's a reason why women take a man's last name and not the other way around. Women, when they meet each other and hug, the first thing they ask typically is, "Oh, do you have a man? Do you have a relationship? Tell me about your kids, etc." When two men meet, what do? Shake hands. What do you do for a living? Men are judged on creating value. Women are judged on creating children. Typically. Now, are there some women out there that chase success and making money, whatever? Sure, but that is not the main goal of a female. The main goal of a female, from a biological sense, is to procreate. For a woman to procreate, she's got to be with a man. Typically, they want the best guy. For a man to procreate, he's got to create excess resources to be able to attract that woman. So what we bring to the table is different. And what I would argue,
I don't disagree with any of that, but there are high value women, and they're probably high value men.
I think a woman's only high value if she can lock down a high value guy. That's my take.
Okay, well, at least you have a definition.
That's my definition on it. Which again, I see all of us here at the table have different opinions, which is great. But that's my take on it. Like with a high value man, a high value.
No. I mean, what you want me to say is a woman who has a low body count, who is a girl from the Amish Dutch country in Pennsylvania, who's never known another man, doesn't have any social media. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can go with this, but again, it's those are ideals. Okay.
Yeah, the other ideals are important because ideals are what we strive for. An ideal is the whole.
And those ideals are also what lead us astray, which is why this list is fucking useful. That's why.
Ideals lead you into a better life. That's the whole point of an ideal. It's the best version of yourself. You're never going to be the best version of yourself, but the path to being the best version of yourself.
Every guy who ever thought he found his fucking soulmate, who ended up on the opposite side of the fucking divorce table from her, had a fucking ideal about that woman.
Sure, and every man that dies happily surrounded by his family, who had a long.
Oh, yes, I know the pastoral scene with everybody. Well, yeah, we're surrounded by his family. You know what? You know that like 90% of the population of the United States doesn't die like that. They actually die in assisted living, and nobody knows about it until the next morning.
Okay, as opposed to you, who's tweeting about dying in his motorbike in an accident. Okay, dude.
You said you wanted to black
that is a fucking
Slayer
fantasy.
Let me hit these chats real fast.
We got another show coming up.
Yeah, we got another show coming up. I'm gonna go through this real fast. All right, so we got Kid Blue RB goes, Rollo dodging the defining a high value man is like the LGBT dodging what a woman is. Feels like I'm watching Matt Walsh documentary right now. You're the grandmaster of RP. You out of all people should be able to define what a high
He
value
can't
man
define
is.
high value male, but he can define us as douche nozzles.
All right, let me.
That's pretty funny though.
Micro Shit says, Myron, you're my guy, but you're giving Rollo an out. Let him stand on the chair he's standing on so he can continue hanging himself with his food.
I know you really want to defend him because
well, here's the thing.
I know you base a lot of the show around that book, but like, bro, he's making absolutely no sense.
Here's the thing. Everyone is interpreting it different. Obviously, I have my take on it. Rollo has his take.
He doesn't have a take, bro.
We all have different takes.
He hasn't given a take. He hasn't given a take. There is no take. You're saying, yeah, well, we all have our own definitions. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have one. He's saying there is no definition.
That's still a take.
That's still a take.
Okay.
If this was some LGBT shit or some woman shit, we would be all laughing and roasting the fight. Rightfully so.
Yes.
If a woman came on and we were like, what makes a woman high value? And she's like, well, if she's in her moment and if she's girl bossing it up as hard as she can, that's a high value woman. Like we would be roasting.
That's the same argument he's making right
Not
now.
what I'm saying. It's not. It's fucking apples and oranges.
No, it is not, dude. This guy is lost in the sauce, bro. He is lost, bro.
That's the problem with all this shit. Is like you don't even fucking understand the nature of the tweet. That's why.
Because I'm asking you a specific question, you can't answer it. Ask if it's advice. It's not. It's a joke. It's not.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's a high value. Let me give you a high value man. A high value man goes and fucks as many chicks as he possibly can, as many women as possible, and he fucking finds one little needle in the haystack, and he wipes up that girl because she happens to have no body count. She's like 100% in love with him, and I can go and rattle off all these extremes, and you know who's going to disagree with me? Every fucking guy in fucking Daily Wire is going to disagree.
Say what you really think. Don't say it ironically. Say what you believe.
What I'm saying is what I believe here, okay? This is the whole thing. It's the point of the fucking tweet is that it's your fucking definition of what it is.
You keep saying that Ben Shapiro. You said Ben Shapiro is not a high value man. So you must be comparing him to some standard in your head. You said Bezos is not a high value man. You said Elon Musk is not a high value man. So there's some standard in your head that you're comparing these guys to that they're not matching up to. What is that standard?
Right. Well, all you would have to do is look at their personal lives so you would understand this. Again, do I have time to go and enumerate all that? No, I don't. But if you go and you look at what they're doing, like look, let's just use Elon Musk for a second here.
Well, let's use Ben Shapiro. That was a good example. Ben Shapiro.
We can look at Ben Shapiro. How did he meet his wife? Do you know how he met his wife?
What did they
It was arranged, right?
Was it an arranged or family friends? I don't know.
No, basically what Ben Shapiro did was he wore this chick down over the course of God knows like 3 or 4 months, right? He would meet the definition of stalking and being a creeper if he wasn't Ben Shapiro, right? If he didn't have his background in
3 to 4 months. What does that mean?
Basically,
he wore her down is what he did. He's very proud of that fact too.
Okay, hold on real quick. You seem to have a problem with this. When somebody asks you what is X, and then you go, well, it's X. You're not really answering the question. You've done this like 3 times. When you say wore her down over 3 to 4 months, what does that mean? Did they date? Did he see her after school?
What that means is he was persistent and he just kept wearing her down over the course of time.
Bro, that's
this
ridiculous.
freaking guy, dude. This freaking guy. He is an idiot. He really is. He does not make sense. It is so frustrating. It is so frustrating to listen to him.
I will send you the video. I will send you the video.
Okay. Jesus.
All right.
You guys should do viewer call-ins more often. It's cute.
Okay.
And you should send your OnlyFans girls to come at me to debate me in your proxy next time.
We're asking to debate you right now, and you can't even.
Except next time, please find the girl who actually puts lenses in her fucking glasses. A little weird.
You're so triggered, dude. Are you okay?
Not very rational.
I think.
His 6 month will be the emotional male. I think.
Because I would consider Ben Shapiro a high value guy. I would.
Yeah, no, everybody would obviously.
But
wait, you disagree with the Grandmaster?
The Godfather. The great granddaddy of the Red Bull.
You think it's trolling, man.
Myron, would you agree with his outlook on women?
You're disagreeing with the Grandmaster. Oh, that's funny, dude.
With Ben Shapiro's outlook on women?
Yeah. Ben Shapiro has literally come at you for exactly this. For everything that these guys are talking about, he's come at you for exactly the same thing.
Yeah, so
you guys did a full show on this.
No, for sure. I disagree with him on as far as like the female stuff. Like, oh yeah, that like having sexual experience is like bad for you, like he was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I think objectively speaking, from the things that I listed as far as what I think makes a guy high value, he has all those things. Now he's limited on his knowledge of females for sure, right? Because I think he.
See, I can't fix my chat, dude. It pops up with like 10 messages at a time. It's really frustrating. So it's gonna go from this and then pop, like I don't know what it's doing. Other people's chats are doing like one at a time, over and over and over and over and over. I don't know how to get that. I don't know how to fix this. It drives me crazy. It's something on YouTube side? Huh.
Only got with one girl, and you know she comes from a certain fan type. She comes from a.
Or well, no, it has nothing to do with my internet connection. It doesn't go through my internet. These are embedded into one another. And I feel like I've seen people on YouTube with normal chats.
A family, and a certain family I don't want to say because we're on YouTube, but, but I think that set her up. Yeah, cha-ching. That set her up to be a girl that would be to his liking. But the point I'm trying to make is I think Ben Shapiro's a high value guy, but I don't agree with his stances on women.
The same thing with Steven Crowder right now. You guys were just talking about Crowder not too long ago. Like right up until he got this divorce and all this stuff started coming out in Candace Owens and all that shit.
Guys, but I don't.
Everybody would have said he was a high value guy until now.
I think they're high value guys like Crowder and Ben Shapiro based on what they've accomplished in life. But
Right.
Do you pop the chat out? What does that mean? Do you pop the chat out? This has nothing to do, guys. This right here is embedded into Streamlabs or Stream Elements, which gives me a link, and then I put the link into my OBS. All of this stuff has nothing to do with my internet.
But I don't agree with their standpoints on
Rollo
females.
thinks that if he disagrees with them, then they can't be.
Like, go back to fucking Twitch. Just go back to Twitch and start playing games again. You have no fucking point. There's no point for either one of you to be on this fucking show, quite honestly.
Dumbledore has spoken.
Because here's the thing: the traditional conservative beliefs don't necessarily work in today's sexual marketplace when it comes to dealing with women.
No, we agree, but that's the reason he thinks Ben Shapiro's not high value, because he disagreed with you on relationships.
No, what I'm saying is that well, yes, I would actually agree with that, simply because does Ben Shapiro, the way what his disagreement with you, does that then at least in some way diminish him as a high value man?
No, we can disagree. I disagree with that.
I'm asking Myron. I mean, because it's Myron who says, well, he's a high value guy, but like
he disagrees with the traditional relationships.
If you're gonna look at money, muscles, and game, okay. In this case, it's the female aspect of what makes a high value guy, right? If he disagrees with what he's not disagreeing with me, he's disagreeing with Myron.
He just said that he's high value.
He said he's high value, but except for that one part where he's saying, you know what, I disagree with his outlook when it comes to like women and how best to go about like forming relationships or whatever, the sex, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think he's a high value guy, but I disagree with his notion on how to deal with women.
But he's not fucking 50. He's not fucking 50 guy or 50 women.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not. He's against that, which I think is dated. You know what I mean? Again, like I said before, I think a guy could be traditionally conservative, but I don't necessarily have to agree with someone's viewpoints on how they deal with females for me to see them as high value, because I think he accomplishes all the things that I mentioned on my list of what I think makes a guy high value.
And so what you're doing is you're saying that high value is these accomplishments, correct?
Yeah, I'm interpreting it. Yeah, that's how I interpret it. Which obviously everyone here at the panel has a different opinion.
I kind of agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Respected, accomplished.
Which is.
We don't really have a different opinion.
I feel like our deputies are pretty aligned at the table.
Yeah, with us three, yeah. But I mean, again, we're looking at things differently in general.
Okay.
Because you guys don't agree. I agree with his tweet if you want to become high value in the quickest amount of time.
But you can't agree with it if he doesn't even define it. You can't agree with him if you don't even know what his definition is.
But does he agree with it? Defined by the way he defines it.
No, but he did though. He chose what high value means to him. You're missing the point.
Thank you. Fresh is the voice of reason.
It's going over your head because you guys are thinking about 1 point vasectomy. That's it.
We weren't even on vasectomy, but that's okay. I think we come to the bottom of this.
It's common sense.
No, Myron agrees with the tweet that I'm talking about, according to what his definition of a high value guy is. Correct?
Yeah, he knows his definition.
Yeah,
exactly.
High value men are just like people that have high value, and I'm in. I agree. I got it.
All right, I'll hit these other ones. We got here Viking Paradigm, ignoring the context, talking over, interrupting ad hominems, goalpost shifting, claiming it's advice when it's not. It's easy to see who's trying to control their viewers and who's not, and easy to see who lost the debate here.
Hey, you're a douche nozzle. That's a douche nozzle thing to say.
Shut up, Viking, man.
That's not very rational of you.
Life, love, value. Women aren't so simple. Leave these RP dudes alone in their zone to stew. Responsibility, intelligence, and discipline above all, and are talismans of happiness for most people. Enjoy life, grind, and don't glorify.
Hey, I agree.
Okay?
100%.
And then what else we got here? We got Mike Rashid. I hope y'all don't let Rollo's weird immigration comment fly by.
Immigration comment.
Immigration?
I wish I got an invite for discussion.
I wish I got an invite for discussion.
He should come to the roundtable next week.
He's not Trump.
What am I talking about?
Immigration?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. What else? Anything else?
Up to you guys. First, Myron.
That's it.
John.
100%.
100%. If I wanted to learn how to become a successful man, I'd go to Rollo before going to Sneako or Destiny. Two grown-ass men who argue like teenage boys.
All right, so a 55-year-old guy calling us douche nozzles to someone who's like 3 times younger, that's a mature way to argue?
Damn.
If that's your idea, then okay.
Wow. Shots fired.
That's just what happened on the show.
This is a great debation.
Do you have anything to say? Like you called in.
Great debation. Where can they find y'all?
I mean, they know where to find. We plugged them out.
Go back to Twitch. That's some advice for you. That's some real advice for you guys. You guys have no business fucking being in any of this shit right here. You're not ready to have a fucking adult conversation. Everything's ready.
I've seen you chatting more than any other name in the chats. I re-chat like whenever I stream, which is when I'm online, and you're in there more than me.
True.
So calling us Twitch, well, actually, I'm banned on there. I'm on Rumble. But yeah, if you want to pull the online card, then maybe get off the internet a little bit and chatting all day. Douche nozzle.
It's a lot harder when it's not just like 22-year-old women being ganged up on a podcast, huh? I'm sorry, Rollo.
Yeah, I'll be happy to fucking debate you, dude. On any topic you want.
We are right now.
we just.
But
no, you're talking about this one fucking tweet is what you're talking about.
Well, we were talking to the Godfather of Red Pill, trying to.
Yeah, and speaking of fucking tweets, or excuse me, speaking of fucking super chats, was that not you on whatever podcast the other night?
Yeah, I like to support people I go on to have a podcast.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for at least admitting it.
Those are the only 2 super chats I've sent in my life. If I'm watching content, and I want to know if it's Red Pill or not. I just
It seems like you're watching a lot more than you think you are.
Program I've ever been on. It's insane. You should get a tax credit for like watching me.
Oh, do you have anything to say? Why are you staring like that, man? Okay. I thought you'd have a rap.
It's like, no, you guys. Let's see. Here's the thing: is you guys. First of all, I've thrown out this.
Swear in his car after the show.
First of all, this challenge. If you guys want to come to Vegas, come to Vegas. We'll sit across the table from each other.
No, build up your fucking dog shit podcast. What are you talking about? Come to Miami.
I am coming to Miami
next week.
Oh, cool.
I hope you're here next week. You guys are so mean, man.
Yeah, bro, I didn't even say. What do you mean we're mean? He called us douche nozzles. Oh, it's fine. He's the Grand Wizard of Red Pill, so I can't go say anything about that. But I'm.
I love that he keeps calling him a grand wizard, dude. Oh, that's so good, dude.
Now because I'm calling him irrational for not having any arguments at all. Bro, I know you want to defend him because the book is here on the table, but like, bro, that made no sense.
You guys have not read the book. You guys don't know what the fuck
I'm not reading your book, bro. You can't even define what high value man is. Why would I read a book from a guy who can't have a clear definition?
You read the book.
I'm not even gonna go there. I'm fucking for the last half hour. I've been trying to explain to you this shit to you. You guys have no business being in this fucking sphere to begin with. First of all.
Okay.
Second of all,
until you're 65.
And the reason why is because you devolve into. You want to know why? Like when we talk, nobody debates anymore. You know why? Because it devolves into this middle school bullshit that both of you are. But you guys are perfect.
I'll debate you anytime. Nobody debates anymore.
You guys should marry each other.
You can't call this childish when you were the one who started insulting. I would just ask you a question and then you said douche nozzle. True. Now you're gonna go play the maturity card.
Yeah, yeah. Now I'm gonna play the maturity card.
That was a middle school argument.
True.
All right. I mean,
oh yeah. Now I'm gonna be mature.
Hey, this is not going anywhere.
This was a great debate.
I like
debation.
Well, I mean, it's very obvious that everyone here has different takes, which is great. I think that's good.
I'm not sure what his take is still.
But that's cool. It's different than ours. We know that.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it is what it is. Is there anything else,
It
Chris?
is different.
Nope, we're good.
All right. Bro, do
Smash
you have
that like
anything
button.
that you want to say before we?
I was gonna say I'll be there next week.
All right, cool. Well, I think we'll have him on the 15th.
Let's do a boxing match. Just kidding.
All right. Rollo, thanks for coming on, bro.
Thanks, Rollo.
Take it easy, man. Okay, so let's see here. We're caught up, Chris, on your end.
Bro, that's a goofy Godfather, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I mean, like that shit was goofy.
Careful.
You can't, I know you really want to defend him, and mine right now, I know you're probably like,
No, it's not that. We all have different takes on it, which is fine.
Okay, but he did get triggered immediately. For someone who called himself the rational man, that was no rational arguments were made. He got emotional. He got triggered immediately. He started cursing. That was not like an example of good masculinity.
What do you do?
I tried to engage and I asked him specific questions.
I mean,
You also made
when did I insult him?
multiple times.
Yeah, but it's after he start. If he's gonna start, of course you're gonna follow up, right?
Well, you attacked him the prior show. So just to be fair,
Did
I'm pretty sure.
you did.
What'd I say?
Say that his comments were like asinine. They didn't make sense.
That's not insulting. That's going at his advice. I'm talking about his argument.
And then you said the man that made the comments is. I'm just saying. Look, ultimately, we both did the same thing.
That's not
If you
true.
think about it.
That's just not true.
Talking
bro.
shit about somebody's arguments is a lot less serious.
Then calling you a douche nozzle. I didn't call it a douche nozzle.
Come on, you got me. It was kind of funny.
Douche nozzle.
Okay.
I personally wouldn't tolerate that type of disrespect, but you know.
All right.
Where can I find y'all?
Rumble.com/Sneako. You already know.
YouTube.com, Instagram.com/Destiny.
And y'all gonna stick around for the after hours, right?
Of course.
Okay,
let's go.
So yeah, I think the girls are here. So we're gonna be back here with some girls, guys, have a discussion. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Go check out Rollo on YouTube as well. I think it was a good discussion. I think everybody had different takes on it. I think it was good. You know, we agreed on some things, disagreed on some other things. I think that's the importance of bringing people in to have different viewpoints. And
as men, we can agree to disagree and still be friends after. Sure. On some level.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to have these tough discussions.
I would love to listen to Slayer and accelerate in my car.
That was such an important discussion. It was really important that discussion happened. So true.
Bro.
I don't like a family.
All right, guys.
All right.
Peace.
We'll catch you guys.
I ran so far away. I just ran.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get another thing for chat. Here, let's see what this is. What the hell is this? What the hell is this?
My name is Brittany Simon. In today's video, we're going to go through the levels. The original video that I made for this is unlisted and now currently available for my patrons, but I want to go ahead and redo the levels video for you guys to give you a better idea of what I'm thinking about, why I created it, and why I think it's a useful tool. Very important, please pay attention. This is not me telling you how to live your life. This is me telling you that I discovered something about my life. I found a joy, I found a tool, well, I created a tool to observe my life and have a better relationship with existence. So here's me existing. I created a tool to help me have a better relationship with myself and existence, everything outside myself. So the levels aren't meant to be prescribed. They're not meant to be a judgment tool. They're meant to be a tool for you, the individual, the person that is going through something and questioning their place in the universe and asking themselves, is there a way to better understand myself and the world? And this is my tool for that. The levels. I'm very excited to share this. If you have any comments or questions, please let me know in the comment sections down below. I will make follow-up videos, of course, because this is my work. It is something I'm passionate about, and I think it's really, really helpful. So I hope it helps you today. Before we officially jump into it, I am drinking tea today. This is pure leaf, no sugar. I'm drinking it iced, and I added a stevia into my cup today. So that is what we're drinking for today's podcast. So first and foremost, to start off, we have to recognize that life isn't linear, even though it's perceived to be. Our perception allows us to perceive time as linear, our life as linear. And though for some people it might be that way, for somebody like me, I just don't have that experience. I feel like I go back and forth. I feel like I'm torn in multiple directions. I feel like sometimes I'm living 5 lives at once. And the way that I found a center, a sense of peace, a ground.
Good movie. Good movie.
Grounding with that reality was to curate a philosophy around the idea of existing in existence. So the levels represent 1 through 5 levels of introspection. So the self, the relationship we're having with ourselves, and of course, with the world, but mostly it's about you, right? So when you think about the levels, don't think of it as a tool to judge others or yourself. Think of it as a tool to help yourself and maybe others. Like the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is something that I saw and really resonated with, one of my favorite movies for sure. And I think it really represents sort of that crisis between the self and existence. It's
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs upsies button. Appreciate you joining us. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscriber button. One of these days, I just won't pop up in your algorithm anymore. And you'll be sad. You'll think, damn it, dude. I love hate watching this guy. And now he's not even popping up in my algorithm now. You're going to be very upset. So make sure you hit the thumbs up button and the subscribe button. And then send me all your money.
It's everything everywhere all at once. There is no linear way to see your existing. There's only everything happening for someone everywhere. And I know that sounds crazy, but think about it right now. Right this second, right now, someone is having something horrible happen to them. Somebody is having the best time of their life.
Nope. Nope. Wrong.
Somebody is getting engaged. Right now, some person in the same country as someone else is having 2 different experiences. Right now, in a room with 2 people, they're both having different experiences, even though they're together. The idea is to be compassionate, meaning to suffer with yourself and others, to recognize that even though it seems like we're all living in the same reality, that there are different ways to perceive oneself and the world, therefore creating other realities. Now, of course, this isn't literal. I'm not speaking about magic, or I'm not speaking about parallel universes. I don't believe in a God. There might be a God. I haven't met them yet. But I'm talking about the perceived reality. So not a literal reality, but a perceived one. There's this notion in certain bubbles, belief systems, concepts around reality, right? There are certain beliefs or bubbles that sort of like to think that we're all in the same reality. And that's why we feel so justified in getting mad at people. We feel so justified in hating people, even ourselves, because we think, no, they know what's real. But what do we really know versus what do we believe? That's the center of the levels. The ability to admit out loud that there are very few things we know and a lot of things we believe. And having a relationship between what we know and what we believe is really, really key to understanding the levels. One of the other examples I like to use is I recently learned that about 1/3 of the world didn't have internet. And I started to, well, question my sense of reality. Here I am, a YouTuber on the internet, talking to you, communicating with you through my internet, my camera, my technology given to me by somebody else. Somebody else discovered something in their perceived reality, created it and made it real, handed it to somebody like me, and allowed me to have not only a career, but a voice, a microphone into your reality. So here I am, a person who doesn't know you, you don't know me, and we're having this means of communication. The part of the world that doesn't have the internet can't have access to me. So they have a lack of access to reality that's happening, but it's not really that important. What's important is that you and your reality have the best amount of joy, or you reach the levels of joy you need to sort of have a cohesive existence. So again, when you're thinking about the levels, you're really thinking about utilizing it as a tool to know yourself and to find your joy. When we say humans know this, adults know this, people know this, are we really saying that they know something we know objectively, or something that we know subjectively through culture? Is it a construct they know, or is it a reality that's true? If I go to somebody who's never had the internet and I said, how do you not know who Philip DeFranco is? Where do you get your news? Well, that's kind of a silly way to judge their perception of reality, because why would they need to see Philip DeFranco tell them the news? Most people don't. Philip DeFranco gets about 1 million views a video. So even Philip DeFranco being the staple on the internet, somebody that most of us know, it's not the reality for a lot of people.
I'm still trying to find a way to get chat fixed over here. All right, what else did we have today? Oh yeah, Ethan Klein. Y'all go follow me on Twitter. I'm the biggest ballinest loser on Twitter.
Mostly friends. I like the family members. We like to address them. Thank you guys for being here on this wonderful Wednesday. We're off the rails, as usual, as is required of us on Wednesdays. Today's episode work on desktop. It works on your iPhone now, too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go.
Would you call yourself the Grand Fool?
I love you, Tom. I love you, Tom.
I love you too, Izzy. It's a little delayed, but that works.
If you use this link, joinhoney.com/H3, it will take you straight to the store, I believe, to download it. So it's easy. Super easy. Is that right? I think it does.
Somebody in the chat, Hannah, just said, Honey literally saved me almost $100 on a
Well, I went here and it said this is the most replayed part. So I was like, okay, what is this?
celebration of life ceremony. Let's go, honey. All right, Hannah. All right, Hannah.
What's a celebration of life ceremony?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Congrats. Oh, a funeral. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's good to... Jeez Louise. Did you save money on a funeral? That's the unexpected places.
You said everywhere.
You know, I mean, listen, they're gone. They're not going to need that $100. They're not going to care.
But you will, so download Honey.
That's it. I mean, we should mute chat for this segment, probably.
Going to.
As we do during interviews.
Going to.
Hi, Ethan. How's it going?
Hello, Ollie. Nice to
like your
meet you and
outfit.
sit and chat with you.
Nice to see you. I like your outfit. Very French with the hat.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think you...
Wait. Okay, this is Ollie London. Is this the person who tried to look like an Asian person? Like a K-pop person or something like that back in the day? Yeah. Jimin Superfan who spent $250,000 to look like BTS stars shares get well message. Wow. Oh crap! I just X'd out of it. Damn it. Actually, I'm gonna run to the restroom before we start this up.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
I need to get like a screen. So I don't know if you guys noticed, I did change some stuff on my chat. It looks a little bit different now. I put some like outlines around the text to make it pop a little bit more. So it does look cooler, but it's just not moving quick enough. It doesn't upload fast enough. Like it pops with like 10 at a time. Looks the same. Your mom looks the same. But yeah, I need to get like a video. Looks the same. I need to get a video for like when I walk away. All right, so there's this chat. No lines around it, nothing. And then it's a little bit thicker around the edges. So different. Yeah. So different. Wait, I was just on the thing. Where did it go? Why can't I?
You look wonderful too. We're kind of doing the same thing with our hats, aren't we?
Wasn't planned, but yeah.
Let me see your profile. Turn to the side. Let me see how it's looking.
Oh, I've actually quit surgery.
No. I mean the beanie. I'm not commenting on your surgery.
Oh, sorry. I thought
want
you
to
meant
see how
my
the
face.
beanie's sitting. You know.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. How's your day so far?
So we're just getting set up here a little bit. So tell me, when was your last surgery? I'm curious.
So I actually quit surgery. Well, my last surgery was last April, but I've completely quit and I'm never going to do surgery again. I had, recently I had a non-surgical facelift, but it's no surgery, it's threads. because, you know, you can do the same thing these days without the actual surgery. And I was getting to a point even where I would have probably died because I was going, I've probably gone under anesthetic 3 times every year. I was going under anesthetic. So it was like, I could have died.
You know, I read somewhere that you spent $300,000 on plastic surgery. I've always wondered, like, where do you get? That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that money?
Well, actually, I used to, before I started doing, you know, social media and K-pop and stuff, I actually was a successful personal shopper. So I had my own personal shopping business in London. So, you know, I used to dress like really, you know, like very wealthy ladies, celebrities.
Okay, like a stylist?
Members of royal family. So, you know, I was dressing them in like Gucci and Tom Ford and stuff, and you get a very high commission for that. So basically, I did all that, spent a lot of the money on the surgery. I see. And now I've got like a PR company basically helping influencers get publicity and help them get placements in like television and advertisements and stuff like that, and getting them brand deals. And of course, I do my own social media, and I've got a book as well coming out this year.
Right. We'll talk about that. But did you say you dressed members of the royal family?
Not the British royal family. So I'd actually met with Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and she shopped with me. She bought some
you hung with the Queen? Damn.
Yeah, no, but I met loads of people. I met, you know, the Prime Minister of Thailand, the ex-Prime Minister. I used to shop with his wives and girlfriends.
Wow. It must have been hard to leave that behind because, you know, you moved to South Korea, and we're all familiar with that whole journey. That must have been hard to leave all that behind you if you were doing so well.
Actually, that was before. So when I lived in Korea as an English teacher, that was actually before. So it was basically, I was younger. I wanted an experience abroad, went to do some teaching in Korea. And then after I got back to London, I started like getting into fashion. I had some friends doing fashion. And then, you know, over a couple of years, I worked my way up from a stylist to a personal shopper, and
I see.
Kind of did that for about 4 or 5 years.
So let's talk, Ollie, about, well, first of all, thank you for coming on. I understand you're promoting a book entitled Gender Madness, which comes out August 1st. So congratulations. This is your first book. Very exciting. Gender Madness. Also, you wanted to announce that you're the new spokesperson for Fairness First PAC, Caitlyn Jenner's organization, who famously ran someone over. But that's actually not the most important thing about Caitlyn Jenner.
So basically I've got a new book coming out August 1st, and basically a lot of people have, you know, obviously followed my journey over the years, and obviously I've struggled a lot with identity, and I had some very unhealthy behaviors basically due to my addiction to surgery, my body dysmorphia, which later turned into gender dysphoria. So I really struggled with that, and it was unhealthy. And, you know, I completely accept my past. You know, I don't try to deny the person I was. And, you know, I had some kind of bizarre behaviors basically in an attempt to feel validated and to try and, you know, feel loved, because I really resented
I
the
want
way
to get
I
into all those things.
Okay.
I'm really interested in your journey from you identified as a trans woman, right? And then you kind of found God and pivoted to becoming a white British Christian man. Is that, do I have the synopsis correct?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but yes. So I'm back to being myself now, and like finally found happiness.
Okay. So I just want to get a few things straight. So do you still identify as gay?
Yes. So I'm still gay, but I have dated girls before, and, you know, I still.
So you're bisexual,
kind of more
I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't identify as Korean anymore.
No, correct.
Obviously. And then also, are you pro gay rights?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm part of the LGBT community. I support people. My issue is just what's happening to children, and also the erosion of.
Yeah, the children, obviously. It's the children. It's obviously what's happening to the children, guys. If I'm wrong, would you come to bed? You were born wrong, Katie. No. Only if you're wrong on the internet.
Women's rights, but, you know, I fully support people as an adult making an informed decision to change themselves, but I don't support children being medically transitioned.
So you do support trans people in general?
All of your messages are going into my document of of chatters saying crazy things to me.
So absolutely. So I support, people as an adult making a decision if they want to change and they're happy with that. But I feel that unfortunately the trans movement has been hijacked by a small but growing group of trans activists, which are basically pushing kind of an erosion of women's rights. So that's what I really take an issue with. There's a lot of trans people. I have a lot of trans friends. I know what it's like to be trans, that really just want to live their lives. And they're actually having a tough time now because of these trans activists. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
Okay, so you say, here's a tweet of yours from just the end of last month, not that long ago, right? Or no? Yeah, it's like from 5 days ago. You say, the goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, violence to obtain, and they're willing to do violence to obtain their goals. So when you say the trans movement, it seems to me that you are speaking generally about trans people having this goal. And when you say trans movement, I don't know exactly what you mean, because it seems that most trans people, or that I've seen, maybe with the exception of Caitlyn Jenner, it seems to disagree with this, seems to identify as being parts of the trans movement. So what is the difference between, what is the trans movement? Who is a member of that? What is this organization?
Okay, so what I'm talking about here is the trans movement in the trans activist movement. So the people pushing these ideologies. So we see every single day, just yesterday, the Texas state capitol was invaded. The trans protesters went there. We see women being attacked at women's rights rallies, physically attacked. And we're seeing this trans activist movement pushing for gender affirming care on kids, which is basically putting 11, 12-year-old kids on very harmful hormones. So that's what I'm talking about. When I talk, I'm not generalizing every single trans person. I'm talking about the current trans movement, which has been hijacked by trans activists. And, I really think that trans people that have been living as a trans person their whole life, they need to speak out against this, because the problem is that the LGBT community is being hijacked by these radical people.
Let me ask, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to address things you said already, right? So you say that the people who are demonstrating at the Texas Capitol are part of this trans movement who wants to, sexualize kids and this whole list of things. They were there to protest a bill, SB 14, that would ban gender-related treatment for minors. So these guys are, I guess, see that as an affront, as being transphobic. But you disagree, because what is minor? Anyone 17 and under? Do you believe that ever there would be a 17-year-old that needed gender-affirming care?
So minor is basically classified anyone under 18. And what these people were protesting against was the fact that Texas is trying to pass a law to ban hormones and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery being administered to children, basically. So, I think these people, firstly, that was an unlawful protest. You can't just go into a state capitol and do that. And if they want to have
Are you in favor of only lawful protests?
Well, I think, people need to follow the law. And if they want to have a protest, they can have that dialogue. But outside the state house, you can't just storm in a state house. I mean, it's comparable to January 6th when people stormed the Capitol, which was unlawful as well. So I think, these people were not protesting about their rights being taken away. It's the fact that they were protesting against a bill that would have actually protected children. So I think that's really harmful.
Some would say that it's actually harming kids, right, to make it illegal to do this, because as you probably know, or I think you did at one point, is that gender affirming care on children is exceedingly rare. It's actually so rare that it's if to express like irreversible gender changes on children is some.
Yeah, that's very different. Irreversible changes in gender affirming care. So like for somebody who has gender dysphoria, generally they start some sort of gender affirming care immediately, right away. Like they start the process in some way. Irreversible care doesn't happen till later, like 15, 16, 17, around that age.
Something like, I've got the number here. 0.000493% of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible gender changes. So I guess I'm just curious, because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's usually to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal.
Wait, was that transgender children?
I'm just curious, gender changes. So I guess 0.0493% of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible.
Of U.S. children, yes. Not of trans children. Trans children are already a small minority of children.
Irreversible gender.
I guess if London is making the point that there's so many kids that this is happening to, then sure.
Changes. So I guess I'm just curious, because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's usually to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal or yeah, right. And they go through like panels, they go through multiple rounds of talking to psychiatrists and doctors. So I guess I'm just curious, why is it you think that this is threatening kids instead of actually helping kids who are at high risk of hurting themselves?
So, Ethan, about 10 years ago, when gender-affirming care was performed on whether that was minors or adults, there was a lot of checks and balances. Now it has become so easy. So they don't have the psychiatrist appointments anymore. They don't.
That's just not true. That's not true. We have more checks and balances today. Most, we talk about this all the time. Most of the people that have, that start seeking gender affirming care, it's something like 70% of them do not ever get any sort of actual gender affirming care or outside of like puberty blockers or something like that. Meaning they desist pretty quickly. Desistance rates are very high, like 70%. So yeah, that's just definitely not true.
Have having to wait several years to transition. Now it's a very fast track process, and that's the real issue, because many of these teens, and we're seeing thousands of teens being transitioned and put on hormones. The number's really gone up in the last few years. Many of these teens are struggling with other issues. There's a high case, around 1 in 6 of these children have autism. They're being misdiagnosed. There's also kids with depression, bipolar, and they're being told it must be, all of these issues must be because they're in the wrong gender. And they are being fast-tracked. There was a case in Missouri at the St. Louis Children's Hospital, and basically a whistleblower unveiled that they only required like 1 session with a therapist to get a child on hormones and puberty blockers. So that's the issue when a system is being exploited. And there's been trans people forever throughout history. There's so many examples of trans people. But the thing is now is, previously, as difficult as it was, because it's so hard when you're trans to struggle and to think every day that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It is horrific to go through that. But the problem is, years ago, they would have 2 to 3 years they would have to undergo of psychiatrist appointments, doctor's appointments in order to qualify for a transition. Now it has become so easy, and there are thousands of kids being fast-tracked and put on hormones, prescriptions, and some kids can now go to states like Colorado or Washington State, which have become sanctuary states, and they don't.
I want to stop. I want to
parental
actually
consent.
address what you said about you had said something about Jamie Reed's allegations, right? But that was debunked, right? Because the parents and the children there who actually were attending that facility actually told a completely different story. Have you read their account of that?
Yes, so I saw
Okay.
recently that they did an internal investigation. They said it wasn't true, but I don't believe
that
that.
seems significant.
Yes, but I don't
So why
believe
do
that
you-
at all, because
Right, you don't
they're trying to
believe
cover
the-
their back.
You don't believe the internal investigation.
No, because there were multiple parents. When the Daily Caller originally did the interview with Jamie Reed, there were multiple parents that said basically their kids weren't looked after. Once they left the clinic, there were no checks and balances, and there were parents confirming that. So, I believe the investigation has a lot of bias because
So-
it's done by the clinic and they're profiting.
So the internal investigation said there was no there was no wrongdoings. The patients said there was no wrongdoings. So I guess I'm just curious. The people who are claiming that there was something wrong there is like the Daily Caller, Tucker Carlson. Are you saying that they don't have a bias?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have a bias and stuff, but you know, we have to look at these gender clinics as a whole. Project Veritas exposed multiple clinics the other day of talking about medically transitioning 8 to 11-year-olds. So we have to acknowledge that this is going on in a lot of clinics, and a lot of these clinics are trying to cover their backs by trying to paint a rosy picture that it's perfect.
Did you
it's
say
fine.
Project Veritas?
Yes, they did an undercover
that's
investigation.
the guy. That's the guy who got ousted for being like a sex criminal and like scam artist, James O'Keefe. That's his organization, right?
He's not part of that organization now. So the organization that he left, Project Veritas, the original organization, did this
They
investigation.
don't have a lot of
in,
credibility, Veritas. It seems like every investigation they do is just chock full holes of untruths and just blatant.
Yeah, Project Veritas is pure crap. They're the worst.
And lies. I don't think it's a very credible institution for pulling data from.
Well, there's multiple organizations like Project Veritas that do expose
Which other
this.
ones?
So Gays Against Groomers, I'm ambassador for them. They are
Gays
also
Against
exposing
Groomers.
this happening in clinics.
Gays Against Groomers. So who's?
Have you heard of them?
I haven't. But who's the groomer then?
So basically, Gays Against Groomers is an organization of hundreds of LGBT people. It includes trans people as well. Basically, this organization is calling out the harms. They're doing investigations of gender clinics, calling out the harms of doing this to kids. Because look,
Where's
we
the
get that
grooming
some
come
kids.
in though? That's the part that I find like really inflammatory. Because grooming implies that trans people or trans activists, and it's what you said here in this tweet, that they're pedophiles, that they're sexualizing kids. So where's that evidence come from? Because it's one thing to say we're against, gender affirming care for minors, but it's a whole different thing to say, they're grooming.
Well, that word is basically used because we're seeing many drag shows, like adult drag shows, where kids are attending, and it's very sexually explicit. So that is a form of grooming. We also see these kids' books in public libraries and in schools where they're teaching kids about drag and being trans. That's not a subject a kid should hear. So that is a form of grooming because it's indoctrinating kids.
I've heard, I know that there was that one drag show with kids that was kind of a hot button issue. What other examples can you think of drag shows with kids involved where they're being groomed?
So there's in the last year, there's an investigative journalist, Taylor Hanson. He's exposed at least 20 drag shows in Texas that are called
20?
all ages drag shows. They're called all ages drag shows, and they're basically doing sex acts on stage. They have breasts. They're doing very inappropriate things. So it's just.
So hold on, sorry, Ollie, you're making so many claims, and I just want to get to each one. You mentioned an organization, Gays Against Groomers, which was founded by Jamie Mitchell. Is that right? So Jamie Mitchell and their partner are ultra MAGA Trump followers, and there's nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter, but they're also anti-transgender. They spread anti-transgender propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories, and interestingly, the founders are straight. So how is it?
I love how you guys are suspicious of corporations and pharma until it's for trans people. I'm pro big pharma. I've always been pro big pharma. I am always super happy with big pharma. Without them, we don't have the level of medical care that we do today. Without them, we don't have all the research. Without them, we don't have all of the people living as long as they do. We are in an amazing state of human existence because of big pharma, and people who don't like big pharma are just coping. They just want people to hate. It's just populism bullcrap. But how do I pay to research a new drug? Tell the government. They pay for most of the research.
That they can make a Gays Against a Groomers organization when they themselves are not even gay. That seems disingenuous.
Well, firstly, that's a Wikipedia page. Wikipedia has a lot of bias with the woke people that write on there.
Jamie Mitchell is gay.
She's gay. She's a lesbian. All of the people, you have to be LGBT to be a member
How do they check
of Gays Against Groomers. So there's
how do they verify the
people.
credentials?
The biggest lobbyist for the U.S. government is Big Pharma. I'm super in favor of lobbying, too. You can't have a democracy without lobbying.
No, I mean, if someone says they're gay or bi, you accept that. You don't say, oh, can you prove that you're gay? How can you prove that? So, Jamie Mitchell is a lesbian. All of the members are lesbians, trans. It's not anti-transgender at all. They support people being trans as an adult, but what they're trying to do is calling out the harm that we're seeing.
The biggest fraud case is Big Pharma. The biggest pedophiles are human. What does that say about you? Suspicious.
Cause to children, and that's the real issue here, is about protecting kids.
So go back to your claim about grooming. So you brought up the drag show for kids. Is there any other examples, or are we just talking about drag shows? Because I have to assume that the drag shows, even if it's as widespread as Project Veritas claim.
He said, fuck me, you win.
Which heaven knows how credible they are. There's got to be other examples to make such bold claims as that there's a whole movement trying to sexualize kids.
Yeah, even if you look at the music industry, you have really shocking performances like Sam Smith, for instance, who is pushing a specific agenda. He has concerts which are allowing all ages. And, if you want to be a musician, do whatever you want, but don't be doing sexually graphic things. He's doing imitating blowjobs. He has, fetish gear on, and there's kids in the audience. So it's not just about drag queens. It's about protecting kids in general. So even if it's Cardi B, I don't think kids should be at a Cardi B concert if she's twerking or doing like something very, very sexual. I think it's just about protecting
grooming.
kids.
But you turn on the TV. You see stuff worse than that, right? On YouTube and stuff. To say they're grooming them seems pretty disingenuous and actually really homophobic and transphobic to put this label that they're groomers, because you understand the gravity of such a claim, right?
Well, it's a very loaded word. I get that, but it's not an attack on the LGBT community at all. It's about basically calling out specific cases. It's not an attack on trans people, calling out specific cases where children are being exposed to something that's highly inappropriate and trying to raise awareness of that. So it's not a label that's attached to gay people, lesbians, trans people. It's literally about calling out specific instances of
I want to ask you about something
children.
specific. Actually, since you bring it up, I have seen something troubling from a trans person that I thought was kind of gross. They were selling... It was like a kid's T-shirt with a trans person on it, and then they had like kids' toys with trans people on it, and it was kind of gross and groomy. Have you seen anything like that before?
I've seen T-shirts that the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota wore, protect trans kids, with a knife on it. Things like that. I've seen T-shirts that says protect trans rights with AK-47s on it and stuff. And I don't think that's helpful messaging and that's just trans activists, by the way, Ethan. This is a small number of people, and that's who I'm calling out. That's who Gays Against Groomers are calling out. It's not the trans community as a whole. Specific trans activists who have have hijacked the trans movement.
So actually, what's interesting, Ollie? If you go to your website right now, your merch website, I was actually talking about your merch. You are actually selling kids' lunchboxes with a picture of you depicted as a trans woman, and you're selling.
No, that's not as a trans woman. That's not as a trans woman. That's just a K-pop picture of me.
Okay, because this is you. I had a feeling you would say that, because here it is, you wearing that design, and it's pretty obvious to tell that this is depicting you. This is from just like a month ago, and this is when you were trans. Yeah. So do you think it's appropriate to sell this to kids?
Well, it's a lunchbox with a picture of a K-pop cartoon.
Well, it's you as a trans. It's you as a trans woman.
It's me as a K-pop star. It's nothing to do with being trans or not. That's just a cartoon of me as a K-pop star. So it's not. But that's not inappropriate.
Right, but at the time you were a trans woman.
Correct. At the time I was a trans woman, but there's nothing inappropriate.
So it's you as a trans woman.
That I was a trans woman at the time. That picture does not depict me as a trans woman. It depicts me as a K-pop star. But
I find that interesting that you're willing to make that separation when you're making such general claims about groomers and stuff, because to me, by your own definition, this is pretty groomy. And even if you go, and this is all on, well, hold on, Ollie, hold on one sec. Even if you go on your website right now, you're selling the same graphic, Ollie London, Ollie Merch Squad, as you depicted as a trans woman. And if you look at the available sizes, it's just kids, 3 to 4. Do you think it's appropriate for a 3 to 4-year-old to buy this shirt?
Yeah, of course. Any K-pop fan, if they want to buy my merch, they're absolutely entitled to. There's nothing inappropriate with that merch at all. It's
that is a trans woman, Ollie. You're not understanding your own logic.
You're clutching at straws.
How am I? You were okay. Hold on. Let's follow this through. You were a trans woman when you made this. There's a picture of you wearing it. It's obviously you as a trans woman. Here's you as a trans woman, and here's you as a trans woman on the shirt, on a kid's shirt. How am I clutching at straws?
Well, you're clutching at straws. It's an innocent cartoon. It doesn't say anything about indoctrinating
children. The tongue is somewhat sexual.
How
how the tongue is out like that, it's a little disturbing.
Ethan, come on, I'm doing a K-pop pose. You're just clutching at straws.
No, why is the tongue out? I find that a little provocative.
Ethan, it's a cartoon. You're just trying to make.
Well, I don't know, because you're no.
Yeah, this is a bad argument, dude. this is a dumb argument from him.
Well, I'm not trying to make a joke. I think this is a somewhat serious issue to resolve here because if you, no, I'm being serious, Ollie, because let's at least be consistent. If we're going to accuse people of grooming kids, you know, and which you have made a short-lived but somewhat profitable career of doing, then I think we need to, we need to get on top of this. I just don't think it's appropriate to be selling lunch boxes with the trans woman on it.
Lunchbox, Ethan, if that lunchbox had something inappropriate or sexual, that would be wrong. But this is an innocent cartoon of me doing a K-pop pose. There's nothing wrong with that particular picture. If it was inappropriate or in a sexual way, that would be completely wrong. And of course, I would never sell that. But that's an innocent drawing of a cartoon, Ethan.
Do you think it's appropriate for a drag queen, for kids to buy, let's say a kid's at a drag queen show, that's grooming. And let's say they are selling lunch boxes to the kids of with a picture of a drag queen on it, doing a cute pose or whatever, right? Not sexual, but they're in drag. Do you think it's appropriate for a kid to carry that lunchbox?
Well, I think it's appropriate if a kid's at a drag show that's inappropriate, because some drag shows are generally not inappropriate, but a lot of them are.
Ollie's making a lot of sense. I'm not going to lie. Ollie's making a lot of sense here. They're saying that, yes, there are trans activists who push things too far. They're saying that not all drag shows are necessarily sexual. Not all drag shows are necessarily bad. But there are a lot that show kids in, like, sexual scenarios. I've been over this. I've shown a bunch of evidence of this. This is true. It is weird. It doesn't, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I disagree with a lot of this.
Okay, that's interesting. So some drag shows are appropriate and some aren't.
Correct. It's about doing some. No, correct. It's about if you're going to do anything in front of kids, it should be PC. It should not have anything sexual. But sadly, a lot of these shows are doing sexual things, so kids should not be there. If their merch is there and it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay, this is
tomfoolery. If Ollie is willing to bite the bullet that not all drag shows are bad, then Ethan doesn't really have an argument. Yeah. There's not, yeah. Tom's conservatism is popping out. No, do you guys think it's good to, like, flash little kids, to, like, moon them, to sexually expose yourself, or not sexually expose yourself, sorry, sexually harass kids and expose yourself to them? Do you guys think these are good things? Are you guys in favor of this stuff? Okay, straw man? It's not a straw man. We've literally been over the videos on stream. It is not a straw man. There are even clips of it in my video essay. If you want to go check it out, I talk about the fact that, like, people who attack anyone who says, hey, we shouldn't have kids at these, like, overly sexualized drag shows, you can't just attack them just because they're talking about drag shows. Just because they mention the word drag does not mean it's okay. Sometimes there are some drag shows that are actually overly sexualized and too much for kids to be there.
Interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to drag shows?
I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they should in general, but I'm just saying...
If they're not sexual, and I would assume it's not because it's for kids, right? I mean, if they're doing sexual stuff, I would consider that, obviously everyone would consider that inappropriate. Mm-hmm. But I believe you've just said drag shows are safe for kids. In fact, you would even be okay... Well, hold on. You even said you'd be okay with them carrying a drag show lunchbox.
No, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their head. You know, if a show is innocent, you know, that's obviously better than it being a sexual show, but I still don't think kids should be exposed to gender ideology.
Okay, yeah, that's that. Okay, Ollie fell off there.
So, but what about this lunchbox you're selling to kids?
That has nothing to do with any kind of ideology. It's a K-pop picture, so...
Yeah, but you're in drag in the picture. You're trans.
I'm not in drag.
Well, you're trans. Sorry, yeah, you're right. You're not in drag. I misspoke. You're trans. You're a woman. You're expressing yourself as a woman on the box.
It's just a cartoon, Ethan. I don't know why you keep going on about it's a cartoon.
It's just a cartoon. I mean, I feel like you're trying to downplay the significance of this, Ollie. I'm just afraid that some of the people that you associate with might consider this grooming by your own standard. I'm just looking out for you and your reputation.
It's just silly, Ethan. It's an innocent cartoon. If it was an inappropriate picture, that would be wrong.
Okay. What do you make?
We can't go off what you've talked about in other streams when we're watching a debate between. You're acting like these things don't happen at all. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about the debate. I'm saying in general, people should be against these things, and you guys are acting like I'm wrong. We're not talking about the debate. If we were talking about the debate and there was some example from the debate, then what you just said would actually make sense. But we're not talking about the freaking debate. We're talking about the fact that people are okay with kids being around sexualized drag shows on a consistent basis, where they're getting flashed, where they're getting mooned, where they're getting sexually harassed. Yes, that is what we're talking about, and you guys are acting like there's something wrong with that. Where did I say that doesn't happen? I didn't say you said that doesn't happen. What are you talking about? You said that we can't go off of things that I've talked about in other shows. That's what you said. Give me an example of when I said that. Nobody said you said that. You guys, yes, you guys. It is a general statement to all of the retards in chat. Sometimes that includes you. Don't say, yeah, exactly. Just because you decided to pop off for no reason. Nobody's saying you specifically. You specifically said that I can't use examples from my video. That's what you said. That's the stupid thing that you said. And you are the stupid one that I'm talking to about that stupid thing. The other stupid people are the stupid people that I'm talking to about the other stupid things.
Think of this picture. Are these kids in danger? Your thoughts?
Well, I haven't seen the video of that particular show, and it depends what book they're reading. If the drag queen is
It
teaching
appears
them
to
about
be
gender ideology.
depicting some fish, a couple of fish in the ocean. It seems like
that's the rainbow fish.
The rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish, Ollie.
Well, you know, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell kids you should be trans and become LGBT, and kids.
You missed the thing. What's the thing? Apparently, Grace and Ben have been banned in Destiny's Discord for posting lewds of each other. What? Right to bear arms, lol. Wait, I just read the Discord mod. Destiny, Grace, and Ben were banned for posting lewds of each other in general, my dude. LMFAO, go nuts with that if you want to. My Discord's frozen. I said we can't go off what you said about in other videos in the sense of just going off the information in the debate. I'm talking about the debate and the arguments as if I'm a viewer without the previous knowledge. What? Okay. That doesn't make sense, but okay.
Kids should make that decision on their own. So if that book is teaching them about, you know, transitioning or becoming a drag queen, that's inappropriate.
It's
and that's
the rainbow
issue
fish.
Yes, but I haven't read the book. I can't see what the book is. So based on that one picture, does that book contain subtle messaging that's trying to tell kids to change their gender when they shouldn't be thinking about things like that? And, you know, in Florida, they've obviously banned books in a classroom that teach gender ideology. And there's a lot of books, kids' books. There's a book called The Gay ABCs, and that pushes gender ideology. For 2-year-olds, it's 2+. And I don't think that's appropriate for a kid that just should be reading kids' books that are completely innocent. They shouldn't
But
even
what do you
be,
make of this? What do you make of this lunchbox, though?
Why do you keep going back to the lunchbox?
Well, because you know, it's got a picture of a trans woman on a kid's lunchbox.
Got a picture of a K-pop star on the lunchbox.
Who's the K-pop star? Who's the K-pop?
Come on,
It's
Ethan,
you, right?
It's me.
Yeah, it's you. And this K-pop star is a trans woman, right?
I was trans at the time. The image doesn't necessarily depict any kind of gender.
So you're saying, did the photo of you? It's
not even it's not even a photo of me. It's literally a cartoon. I had an anime cartoon drawn of me.
Right. Right.
Would you buy it?
Yeah, you think it's a cartoon.
Sorry?
Would you buy it for your kids?
I mean, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't just because I don't want to support you financially. But but theoretically, I don't think I'd have a problem with. No, I wouldn't have a problem with my children looking up to a trans person. Of course not. What would be wrong with that?
No, and even look, I don't have a problem with trans people at all. I'm just saying that certain things, when it comes to gender identity, if transgenderism is being pushed on young kids in preschool or even elementary school when they shouldn't be thinking about that, I think it's wrong to expose them to that. I think
exposing them to
kids
trans
discover who they
people,
are.
exposing them to trans
Sorry?
people, like this lunchbox is. Right.
You're really obsessed with that lunchbox.
Well,
you need to get one.
No, but I think it's a really important point that you're not, coming to terms with. We're exposing kids to a trans woman. Don't you think that's wrong? Why is it still on your website, at least,
It's come on, Ethan. I don't know what to say. It's a cartoon of a K-pop star, and it's very innocent. It's just like a little anime drawing. It's nothing. If I was doing something inappropriate, if I had, protect trans kids on there, that would have a message. That would have a loaded gender ideology message. But it literally says Ollie Squad with a cartoon of me doing the peace sign. It's like super cute, super innocent. Just like most K-pop stars are like super cute. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't you making like the Higo face a little bit?
What, do you think I should make it more masculine?
No, the Higo face is like some kind of hentai thing, isn't it?
I have no idea.
That's when you cross your eyes and stick out your tongue.
Oh, really? Well, my eyes are
you
wide
don't know
open.
about that?
My eyes are wide open.
Hold on.
Yeah, I have no clue what he's talking about. All right, I gotta make some food real quick. I'm starving. I'll be right back.
Anime, but I don't know.
You don't know about the Higo face?
No.
I don't believe you. Come on.
No, I watch anime, like I watch Attack of the Titans
That's
and stuff.
straight
but
cat, my brother. This is it, and you can see the resemblance, right? Here's the Ahigo face.
Go on.
It's like a hentai reference. But
Okay.
But you see the resemblance, right?
Can you put them side by side?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to.
I mean, that's quite a cute drawing.
Right, but that's like a woman like orgasming is what that is.
Well,
or like
well, that's not
lustful.
what I'm
It's like a lustful kind of sexual gratification.
Adrian, you're
face.
really clutching at straws.
Am
I'm
I?
literally like, I've got my eyes open, I'm doing the peace sign, and you're trying to dissect it and say, this, honestly.
Right. It just seems to me that even as a trans person, you shouldn't be exposing kids to that. It seems like you're shoving gender ideology down kids' throats by selling them a lunchbox with a trans woman on it. You don't see my point at all? You don't get it?
No, I don't. If I would see your point completely. If, for instance, it had messaging on there, like some political, because I don't think kids should be exposed to politics either. Political or gender ideology message. If that was on there, that'd be different. If it was a sexually suggestive image, but this is literally an innocent cartoon. I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign. You could not get innocent. What do I need to do, Ethan, to please people? Do I have to close my eyes?
Well, I personally don't necessarily have a problem. What is your fascination with the eye wideness? I haven't said anything about that.
About what? Sorry.
You said, what do I have to close my eyes? I didn't know what that meant. You kept mentioning about like the eye wideness of how wide it is. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
No, I'm just saying that, look, in the picture, my eyes, it's not even me, by the way, it's a cartoon, but the eyes are very wide open, like glistening. I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with having my eyes open? Like, we're human beings. We have to have our eyes open. Like, would it be better if I close my eyes? Would it be better if I close my eyes?
I don't know. I don't know what that means, Ollie. Here's a reference to popular culture with the Ahigo face. It's, like kind of an e-girl thing. You're probably aware of that.
Well, I'm not an e-girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you're on the internet, and it's from anime, which you seem to be. Okay, but let's move
on. I do know anime and stuff. I don't know anything to do with that pose. Literally, I've got my mouth open like this. Peace. I always have my mouth open, like.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Come on.
Let me see that again. Looks really natural when you do it.
Thanks.
Yes, girl. So but you identify as a male now. You're not trans. We're over that.
No, I'm basically I got to a point where I was going to probably die from the surgery I was doing. And, I was really mentally struggling, had a lot of mental health struggles based on a variety of issues, which I talk about in my book, from when I was being bullied very severely as a kid. I was always told I was like ugly, or I looked like a monster, or, I was more feminine, or I had man boobs. So I just used to have all those things, and it left me with trauma. So it kind of messed up my head. And as an adult, I didn't deal with that in the way that I should have. I should have had therapy. I should have spoke to someone. Instead, it was almost like self-harming. So all this crazy surgery was me kind of lashing out at the bullies, and it was very, very destructive for me and for other people. So I'm glad to be over that.
Do you think that people who are bullied are at a higher chance of becoming trans?
Yes, definitely. So I talk about this in my book. There's a lot of studies. There was a study in Finland by the top transgender clinic that was basically transitioning a lot of kids, and they said I think it was around 45% of the kids had experienced severe bullying. So that led to their gender dysphoria identity. But there's also the other side.
Your theory is that the bullying leads to the dysphoria, not the dysphoria leading to the bullying, which would be more logical.
No, I was just about to say as well, but there is also the flip side of that, where the kids are being bullied because of their identity, you know, because maybe a boy is more feminine or a girl is more like a tomboy. So they're also being bullied for that. But in certain studies, the one in Finland at Tampere University, they found that there was a significant correlation between a kid being bullied and then the onset of their gender dysphoria coming afterwards rather than before. But, you know, of course, it works both ways.
Let's see here. I have that theory you're citing in front of me.
Tampere University, Finland, yeah.
Here it is. Let's read the conclusion. Here. There's the abstract and everything. Let's see. The conclusion says gender identity, especially non-binary identity, is associated with both being bullied and perpetrating bullying, even when a range of variables, including internal stress and involvement in bullying and the opposite role, are taken into account. This suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality, which I think what that means is that the bullying actually results in people rejecting their transness in favor of heteronormality. I think so it seems to be saying the opposite actually of what you've claimed it said. Do you see what I'm referring to? Heteronormality?
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that article. That, you know, if you actually read the full study, which
that's
I've read
the
full
conclusion.
study, you can find it on the National Institute of Health.
Oh no, this is the study. Yeah, this
let me have a look.
Yeah, no, this is the study. It's the .gov.
Finland, yeah.
Yeah, this is it. And then this is the author's conclusion right there. I mean, that's pretty much that. This is the one you're talking about. Do you disagree?
Yes, but the study's also saying it's associated with being bullied and being the perpetrator. So it's basically saying
yes,
that
but the message. This is the last sentence. So let's read this together carefully.
Mm-hmm.
It suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality. So, do we understand what that says?
No, I get what it's saying. It's basically saying that some of these kids that are being bullied will maintain their original identity because of the bullying. Correct. But the study also, if you read the full study, the study also speaks, there's a high correlation between, there's two different findings in the study. There's a finding that around 45% of the kids are bullied, and that causes the gender dysphoria. And there's also part of the study which also says, like the conclusion is finding that some of these kids are bullied because of their gender dysphoria, and it makes it worse. So there's two
seems like
findings.
If two outcomes are possible, then it doesn't seem that interesting. I wonder why you bring it up.
Well, no, read the full study. It also talks about the correlation between autism.
I mean, this is the author. They wrote the conclusion right here. This is their.
That's a small summary on you.
That's the author. That's the author. That's their conclusion.
Correct.
Right.
But if you read in the
Who
National
better
Institute
to draw
of
a
Health,
conclusion than the author of the study?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've read the full study multiple times on the National Institute of Health. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if bullying prevents people from becoming, according to this, bullying prevents more kids from transitioning? Do you believe that we need more bullying?
No, I'm an advocate against bullying. I think whoever gets bullied, it's so wrong. I've been bullied myself, and I'm an advocate.
But if
for trying to
bullying
stop that.
results in
Nobody
less
deserves to be bullied.
transitioning, then that, according to what you're saying, is the best outcome for these kids.
No, I don't agree at all. No kid, even if a kid is feminine or a girl is a tomboy, they should not get bullied. No one should get bullied. They should be provided with support. But if somebody wants to transition, I'm not against people transitioning. I just don't think it's right as a kid, because a lot of these kids are going through so many issues during that time. They are not in the right frame of mind to make an informed consent decision.
If a child is suicidal, do you believe that they should transition to save
So
their life?
So there's a lot of clinics and doctors that use this argument. There's a clinic called Kaiser Permanente in California.
Kaiser Permanente.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. So basically, they have used with multiple people that have since detransitioned, Chloe Cole and Layla, another detransitioner. They basically told them your kids are going to commit suicide if you don't transition them. But what they said afterwards is they actually felt worse 6 months down the line after their transition, because they've got hormones in their body, they've got puberty blockers, and they even had double mastectomy.
That the vast majority of people that transition don't regret it. I think it's like 95%, 99%. Are you aware of that stat?
You don't hear the cases of the detransitions.
Are you aware, Ollie, that 99% of kids that transition do not regret it?
No, I don't support that statistic. I think it's wrong because these clinics...
From what authority do you disprove that statistic?
Well, look, these clinics make these studies. They don't even do follow-up studies. There's an example of a
Do you
clinic
not trust
called
studies? Because you just told me to read one.
Look, what I'm saying is the gender clinics make billions of dollars every year. Their studies are skewed and biased.
In a
They
review
don't
of
do follow-up.
27 studies involving almost 8,000 teens and adults who had transgender surgeries, mostly in Europe, US, and Canada, 1% on average expressed regret. For some, regret was temporary, but a small number went on to detransition. But that's 1%. That seems like a very small amount to be singularly focused on. And this is 27 studies, so this is a massive kind of conclusion, right? A scientific conclusion, a consensus, if you would.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a clinic, for instance, Tavistock Clinic, which was the main clinic in the UK. they were actually exposed. They were doing studies as well. They weren't bothering to check with the detransitioners. They didn't bother to check with the detransition. They didn't check how the hormones were
Oh, I know
affecting
what
them
you're
over a year.
talking about. That English one for
Yeah.
So that one, if I recall, I looked into that. I believe it was people say it was shut down. It was actually, wasn't it?
It's being shut down,
right? But
still open.
They're actually making a bigger one so they can serve more needs. I actually, so it's not really being shut down actually. Say the name again. What is it?
It's called Tavistock.
Tavistock. Yeah.
So that one's actually being shut down this year because basically the National Health Service, which is basically looks after all the hospitals in the UK for the government, they actually said that there were a lot of ethical violations and stuff, and they also changed their policy based on what happened at that clinic via internal investigations. They found that many of these kids were being pushed to transition without having checks on their mental health, and they're basically being pushed into it in fast track very quickly.
Do you think it's significant though that of the patients, of the actual people who transition, only 1% regret it? You're not acknowledging that?
I don't trust studies.
Why?
Even if you say
27 studies. Then why did you tell me to read this one, Ollie? You use studies when it's convenient for you, but you don't when it goes against your thesis. I don't understand your consistency with studies. Do we like them or no?
What I'm trying to say, Ethan, is the gender clinics are very, very powerful.
No, Ollie, do we like studies or not? All studies or no studies?
I like studies.
Oh, we do.
I like studies.
You do
but
like studies.
But you have to always look at bias. The clinic in Finland was a transgender clinic that made the study. So they had different findings to many of the clinics in America that are saying there's a low detransition rate. But there are thousands of detransitioners out there. They're just not sharing their stories because of fear of being attacked. And, they get abuse every single day from trans activists. So there's thousands of kids out there there's 50,000 detransitioners on a Reddit subreddit forum speaking about detransition, but they're scared to come out and talk about it because they're going to get attacked. So there's a lot of people hiding.
You seem to be in denial, Ollie, that the vast, vast majority of these people, let's say there's a bias. Let's say instead of 1%, it's 10% regret it. And that's a huge deviation. So I'm giving you a lot of doubt here. If 10% only regret it, do you think that on whole of the 90% who don't regret it and who had what they...
I made a bacon sandwich with cheese and mayonnaise. It's going to be very good.
Consider life-changing health care, why would you seek to deny them life-changing health care? When they say, this saved my life.
Well, Ethan, children can't get tattoos. Children can't buy cigarettes or buy alcohol. So how on earth can they consent to doing something they don't even understand about? We have to look at many of these kids. They don't understand. They don't think about the future. Like if a kid changes their body, they have gender reassignment surgery or take hormones, they might not be able to have a baby when they're older. They don't think about those things because they're kids. So the issue is just we shouldn't be doing this to kids. It should happen, as an adult, they can make informed consent. But even with some of the parents agreeing
Ollie,
to it.
Do you know how many kids between the age of 6 and 17 went through irreversible surgery in the United States?
I know the number rises every year. Now it will be several thousand.
So the number of patients, of children between 6 and 17 who went through irreversible surgery in the United States, what was the years on that one?
It's 3 years, 2019 through 2021.
So this is the most comprehensive data we have, and this comes straight from the government stats. It was 250 per year. Does that seem significant to you?
That's completely incorrect because there's a clinic in Oregon. It's in the thousands now. There's a clinic in Oregon that's done at least
the thousands. Is that significant? 1,000? I mean, we have 50 million children in the United States. Do you think 1,000 is statistically significant?
There's thousands, and this study probably only takes into account people on Medicaid or Medicare. There are also the parents of patients that pay out of pocket. So
even if it's thousands, Ollie, let's say it's thousands. Is this significantly significant when we have 51 million children in the United States between ages 6 and 17?
It's significant even because it's growing every day. If you look at any chart or graph of kids being medically transitioned, it's now in the tens of thousands across the US. California has thousands alone. Florida, before Governor DeSantis banned, there's a clinic, Dr. Gallagher, who performs at least 5 surgeries on minors every month. So that's just one clinic.
Can you cite those it's in the numbers? Is it possible to get a reference?
Dr. Gallagher is a clinic in Florida, and she operates on minors.
Okay. And so what is wrong with the number going up? I mean, let's say it goes up from 1,000 to 2,000 in the whole United States. I mean, so obviously one would assume, right, Ollie, as people become more educated and aware of transgenderism, and we've seen the same thing with homosexuality, which of course you are a member of the LGBT community. In the 50s, as being gay became more acceptable, you saw the numbers significantly rising during that time. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yeah, of course,
So
because
what's
it
the
became more
difference?
acceptable.
What is the difference between the hysteria that took place then about there was, you know, on the right that they're turning our kids gay? That turned out not to be true. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good,
absolutely
good. So hold
correct.
on to that. So now today we see the same graph going up of trans kids getting surgery or gender affirming care or whatever. So why is it that you today can draw a conclusion that was the same conclusion in the 50s that you disagree with, that trans kids are being influenced societal to become trans? It seems to be a glaring contradiction in logic.
You know, it's not just random based on the fact that it's easier for people to come out these days or identify in different ways. It is a concerted push, Ethan. So there's now
That's what
over
they said
60,
about gay people.
Ethan, there's now over 60 pediatric gender clinics that have opened within the last 15 years across the US. They weren't there before, so they are profiting from this. They're opening clinics because they know they can profit. So when they push, you know, through popular culture or push transitioning via TikTok trends, they are profiting from that. So it benefits them if society and children are being confused and indoctrinated in schools or via social media, because they can get more patients through their door.
So that's good, but let's focus on this issue that I want to nail down. They said that gay kids were being influenced to be gay. You disagree with that now, and you're one of the people that says kids are being influenced to become trans, and it's the same curve. How do you not? Why is that curve not just the result of it becoming more acceptable in society? Because it's the same curve, right? Same curve.
It's a huge curve, you know, and it's really in the last 5 years since TikTok came about. We're seeing so many. There's about 2.2 billion views.
What does it matter how they become aware of it? I'm telling you, it's the same curve.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are influences now that didn't exist 10 years
Like
ago
what?
that are pushing kids. So, for instance, TikTok, there's about 2.2.
So TikTok is turning people trans, where back in the 50s, people said it was like rock and roll music, it was movies, it was hippie movements. That wasn't accessible to the generation before them. I don't see the difference.
What I'm saying is that kids are being exposed to influences that they didn't have before.
Same
You know,
in the
if kids are
50s.
being on. Sorry?
The same in the 50s. The kids who were coming out as gay were also exposed to things that weren't accessible to generations before them.
Well, I don't agree with that. They didn't have phones back then. Kids are now being pushed trends, and the AI algorithm recognizes a kid's vulnerabilities,
Well,
and they push videos.
music, you know, popular music.
Music.
Pop
has
music
always-
is pop music was something that was rock and roll was something that was new back then. So
No, correct. And you could also argue that in the 80s, more people came out because, you know, music like George Michael was, you know, and songs about freedom and
then
stuff.
why are
coming
you
out was,
concluding that TikTok is making people trans? I don't understand the logic. You just contradicted yourself.
No. What I'm saying is, in the last 5 years, there is an increase in gender clinics opening because they are exploiting these children that are being pushed trends. You know, there's a lot of lobby groups. Even the Human Rights Campaign is a massive lobby group. They're going around.
Oh, you were trans before TikTok.
I've struggled with gender dysphoria for all of my
Before
life.
TikTok.
Correct, but yes, but my identity struggles came about because I was using social media too much. And
But
you know, I
Ollie,
started
you
to
were
see-
born in 1990. You're not that much younger than me. When I grew up, there was no social media. I don't believe you probably had social media until you were in your 20s, well into your 20s.
Yeah, correct. And the reason I struggled with my identity was because of bullying in childhood. But then I only transitioned as an
But
adult.
bullying in
because
childhood,
firstly-
we established from the report that you told me to read that bullying in childhood results in less people transitioning.
Sorry, say it again.
The study you sent me about
the Finland study.
bullying, the conclusion was that bullying results in less people transitioning. So you says it's a result of social media. Well, you didn't have social media. Then you says it was a result of bullying. But this study you told me to read says bullying reduces the amount of people who transition. So how is it that you were trans before, outside of all of these influences that are turning people trans?
Well, firstly, I'm an individual, so I'm one person. So my experience is not reflective of every single person that becomes trans out there. But the thing is, I became trans as an adult because I really struggled with my identity throughout my whole life. And yes, I did get bullying. Every case is different as well. Some people are bullied because of their gender identity. Some people are not. So every single case is different. But the reason I became trans was, you follow my journey, the Korean stuff. That was me trying to find myself and trying to, fit in because I hated the way I looked.
If your journey is a personal one, which I totally understand, then what gives you the right to project your personal experience onto others?
Well, I speak to detransitioners every day. I speak to parents. I speak to women.
So
and they are very
that assumes a bias, Ollie. You're talking all day to detransitioners. We've also established, because we, I think, like studies, or I don't know if we decided, I think you said you like studies, because 27 of them made a consensus that 99% of people that transition don't regret it. So if you spend all day talking to the 1% that do regret it, don't you believe that underlies a bias?
Well, no, I don't believe it, because I talk to all sorts of people. I talk to parents that have trans kids, and they're trying to navigate through that. And the general consensus with everyone I speak to, because no, I'm not right wing or left wing. I'm just very much in the center. I'm just trying to help people, using my platform to try and help people. The general consensus is we shouldn't be doing this to kids, and there generally is a concerted push over the last 5 years to medically transition children. If kids want to experiment, if a girl wants to be a tomboy, nobody.
I think Ethan is being a little Weasley here, because he doesn't seem to be taking a position at all. He's just kind of like reading stats here and there, but he's not saying one way or the other. I think most people would say, like, yeah, I don't think we want kids transitioning. That's not ideal. That's not like the goal, right? I think, but he's not saying anything. He's just telling Ollie over and over, like, oh, well, I don't know, the stats say the stats disagree with you, buddy. But like, ideally, that might still be true. We might still not want kids to transition, medically transition, yeah, like, or even like, even in general, like just socially transitioning can be rough for kids as well. Like,
has a problem with that. If they want to become,
I would assume that, like, at some point he would, like, state some sort of position here outside of just debunking stuff that Ollie's saying over and over.
Trans and adults, that's on them. But the issue that I talk about every day, I talk with parents, I talk with all these detransitions, is when this happens to kids. That's the issue I'm speaking about.
Right,
it's
but that's
not
so
about
rare.
people being trans.
Let me ask you another question, just to pivot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of the people that would say Ollie London is willing to do anything for attention. You have probably some kind of, I don't want to diagnose you, I'm not a psychiatrist, but there is some craving for attention, clearly, right? Good or bad. I mean, you said about, like, Korean, you said your pronouns were core Ian, you said you were going to get your penis size reduced so that you could look more, you could be a more authentic Korean. I mean, these are not serious things. You seem to be a provocateur. Is it possible that you are participating in this right-wing grift because, one, it's making you a lot of money, and two, it's getting you a lot of attention? Is that possible, that you actually don't care and that your beliefs are empty? Is that possible?
No, absolutely not. So when I struggled with my identity for years, I generally was struggling, and I was lashing out at bullies. And the more I would get bullied online by YouTubers and people on TikTok, the more I would act crazy, because I was trying to feel validated and loved. And it was very unhealthy.
The conservative movement has offered you quite an open hand. They're very glad to be using you as a mouthpiece against trans people. So it must feel good to be being accepted from somebody, even if it is at the detriment of many people who are at risk, trans people. It must feel nice to have people supporting you.
No, it's nothing to do with that at all. I could have easily continued to do K-pop. I could have focused on TikTok, which, I used to really enjoy doing TikTok. I'm not the best singer. I like to make fun, entertaining videos. I could have stuck with that. In actual fact, when I detransitioned, I lost so many brand deals. I lost all my invites to New York Fashion Week. I was front row every
Yeah, but now
season.
you're on Tucker Carlson. I mean, that's the biggest show in the world, or it was. Rest in peace to the GOAT.
Yeah, he was the original GOAT. But no, it's nothing to do with that.
So you say it's not possible that you are just doing this for attention. If we go back, here's a recording of you saying that you're using the BLM movement for attention and for cameos. Here, listen.
Millions. So it's basically every time I do a music video, it's like, if it's $1 million, it's £1,000. So if I just keep releasing music videos, that's like enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking about me on Twitter because I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter and protests and stuff. So I had 200,000 views on the video. So because of that as well, I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just, I'm just staying relevant in the news, on TV and stuff, because, the more exposure I have, if I'm trending on Twitter or whatever, on TV, then the more cameos I get. So yeah, just.
So here you say you're supporting BLM to stay relevant and because it gets you more.
Wait, that is not what he said. That is not at all what he said. What?
Because I'm supporting the Black, enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking about me on Twitter because I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter and protests and stuff. So I had 200,000 views on the video. So because of that as well, I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just.
He said, because of that, I'm getting a lot of requests. They didn't say they were doing it. They didn't say they were supporting Black Lives Matter just to get a lot of views. That is not at all what Ollie said. That is a massive L, dude. That is a... He had this ready to go. He had this, like... He had this cocked and loaded, and it's wrong.
Or cameos. Here, listen.
So it's basically every time I do a music video, it's like, if it's $1 million, it's £1,000. So, if I just keep releasing music videos, that's like enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking about me on Twitter because I'm...
Giving kids puberty blockers when the vast majority of people realize they aren't trans due to going through puberty and there's no reason to believe it's a physical issue is clearly insane. What? That sentence is insane. Tom can't not two sides? I'm not two sidesing. I'm just on the right side. I don't care about y'all's sides. I know that you guys pick your positions based on sides. I know that you think like, oh, would the left support this? Okay, then I'm going to support that. But I just care about what's true, what is right, what is moral. I know it's weird. Strange.
Supporting the Black Lives Matter and protests and stuff, so I had 200,000 views on the video, so because of that as well I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just, I'm just staying relevant in the news, on TV and stuff, because the more exposure I have, if I'm trending on Twitter or whatever on TV, then the more cameos I get. So yeah, just...
So here you say you're supporting BLM to stay relevant and because it gets you more cameos. Have you been getting more cameos since you went right-wing?
Well, firstly, that audio was from a number of years ago. It was edited deceptively by somebody that was completely uncredible and just basically desperate for attention.
It's your voice, correct?
It's my voice, but it was edited deceptively to try to make me look bad.
So what's the deception?
So I'm not doing any of this. What I'm doing now is to try and help people. Previously, even I'll admit it, previously I had some very unhealthy behavior.
Deceptive. I'm open to hearing you out. How is it deceptive?
I'm explaining. So, previously I had unhealthy behavior where I was generally like thinking, oh, how many likes can I get? How many views can I get? Because I was in a really crazy mental health place. And, the more surgery I would get, I would feel worse about myself. So I would try and be validated via online views and things. But in fact,
unlike
talking
now.
to BLM, actually, no, I'm not doing it now. If I wanted to, Ethan,
which is why you're on the show.
No, if I wanted to get attention and stuff, I would stick to doing TikToks. I would stick to doing my K-pop music videos.
You're getting a lot more attention right now. I mean, you're getting a lot of attention right now. In fact, you wrote a whole damn book about it, Gender Madness.
Well, what I'm doing now...
I mean, in this case, we can say the same exact thing about Ethan. Ethan's only doing his show because he wants to get clout. He doesn't believe any of the stuff that he's talking about. Because he gets views, he only wants views. Because he does the show, all he cares about is the show. He doesn't care about anything else. He just cares about the show. He doesn't care about anything he preaches.
Now is because I've actually come to a realization that I have had some very unhealthy behavior.
Which I actually believe. I 100% believe that about Ethan, by the way. Ethan is one of the few people. I think we're adding a third person to the list. Ethan is one person that I think might actually be a grifter. This guy is... I think he's like smart enough to not be this dumb. He is smart enough to not be this dumb, and his positions seem to flip-flop. I have trouble believing anything that comes out of Ethan's mouth.
In the past, and I'm trying to remedy that, because I can't sleep at night when I think, have I done something bad? Have I been a bad influence? So I'm actually trying to remedy that and devote my time to
I hate to tell you,
activism.
if that's what you're concerned about, you're going to feel really bad when your next phase comes around and you realize that
It's
you're
not a phase,
the mouthpiece for really hateful people.
Ethan, it's not a phase, and I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally just trying to speak up about issues that I have finally woken up to see what's going on in the world.
It seems to me, Ollie, that if we look at all of your different iterations of your personality, the one consistent thing is a need for...
I don't know. I think he's pretty dumb, but I also think he's a grifter. Wrong again about Ethan. I think you have to be retarded to believe anything that Ethan says. Like, Ethan is one of the dumbest people on the internet. He has been proven to lie so consistently. I don't know how anybody would ever believe anything he says. He has been proven to lie over and over and over and over and over. Like, it does not make sense. How can you believe anything this guy says ever? Ever?
For attention.
Well, you could say that about Trisha Paytas, who was your best friend and you used to do a podcast.
Oh, I do say that. I mean, yeah, I would say that about Trisha Paytas, sure. Are you like Trisha Paytas?
Identities, but but she had a wake up call, and then she realized that she could be an influence to others, and she's really a positive girl. She's doing amazing things at the moment, and I had a wake up
Trisha
call
was
as well
a chicken
because
nugget, I believe. Do you empathize with that, Ollie, as a former trans person?
Ethan, I'm vegetarian, so I wouldn't empathize with her.
So you're saying you're like yeah, and congratulations on that. We support that. Ollie, do you believe you're like Trisha Paytas?
No, not at all. I'm not comparing myself
okay.
to her. I'm just saying that she had a lot of identity struggles. She had some unhealthy behaviors. I had some unhealthy behaviors. I struggled, but I'm remedying that now. I'm working hard every day to try and be a better person, to try and help people. And that's what I'm focused on. So people can call me what they want. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally trying to help.
Okay, let's pivot. Let's pivot. This came about when you found God, right? And you can fill in the blanks here.
Yes, the guy who has people like Trisha Paytas and Hassan Piker as his co-hosts. This is the this is the guy.
You were confused. You were a transgender woman. You were selling kids lunchboxes depicting a trans woman on it. That's pretty low by your own definition. And then you were walking around and you found God. You entered a church and then you realized, hey, this is a cool vibe, maybe.
Well, no, actually, before that, I was starting to go to therapy. So basically, I lost a lot of my friends. People thought I was really like crazy, and I was very mentally unwell with all of these different crazy identities that I struggled with. So I actually started therapy first, and I started going to sessions twice a week. And then they actually told me, you need to speak about this. You need to find a community that's accepting, non-judgmental, and kind.
So hold on. Your therapist told you that you're not trans?
No, my therapist didn't tell me I wasn't trans, but they said if I'm having issues and struggling with who I am, perhaps I should find a community that's very welcoming and might make me feel like I can belong. Take some time off social media. So they didn't tell me not to be trans. It's nothing to do with that. They literally told me to try and find myself.
So you took a break off social media, and then you took your time to find God and find your new self.
I stopped spending hours and hours a day on TikTok and YouTube, which was messing up my mind. And I actually left my phone at home. I would go to therapy sessions, and then I started going to church, and it made me realize, there's more to life than just being online or whatever. I need to actually make a difference in this world. And I've spoken to so many people that are concerned at the direction the world's going in. And, if I can try and help parents and help, women and stuff and speak up for people, then, I can feel good.
I want to show you this clip from an interview from Piers Morgan, okay?
Lots of pictures here of you as a woman. So how long ago was that? Was that quite recently?
That was actually at London Fashion Week, so that was literally a month ago, so kind of a drastic change.
So you went from trans woman at Fashion Week, a month later, to being on Piers Morgan denouncing the trans movement. When you said get off, take your time and talk and figure out who you are, that all happened within a month.
No, actually, since I originally transitioned, I felt great for a couple of months, and then I really started to question it. I started to think, okay, I can even do more surgery to make myself physically become a transgender woman, or I can take a step back. So I was having a lot of thoughts of regret, but it was too late at that point. I'd already done facial feminization. I'd already changed myself. I was very confused. So I'd been having those thoughts for a number of months. And then within a month from that particular picture being taken, I actually detransitioned.
So tell me about finding God. Tell me about when you were in the church and you had like an awakening.
Well, I'd lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of loved ones because they thought my behavior was very unhealthy. And, it was a now or never moment. I could have continued down a very destructive path, destructive for myself and people around me, and destructive for, people that see me online. I think I was, not a good role model, and I deeply regret that. So
were you trying to be a role model? I find that interesting.
No, well, at the time in my delusion, I thought I was a role model for people that liked K-pop and wanted to be a K-pop star. So then I started going to church to try and take some time out to think about my life and think, what is the next step for me? And then, after spending some time going to church sessions and sermons, it made me realize, just try to find acceptance with who.
Claiming centrism isn't biased is objectively stupid. It's pretty dumb. Yes. It is something that lots of people say. I think that it's possible that you can understand both sides from closer to the middle, but that doesn't mean that you actually have the ability to understand what is true or what is right. It doesn't mean that your it doesn't mean that your like values are better in any way. What are you drinking? Blue Powerade.
Who I am and stop doing all this craziness and try to get back to the real me, and that's the most important thing.
I've heard you mention the real you being
it works. No centrism works. It works. Call now.
A British man. But if you talk to other people, I think they might say the real them, and as I think you would agree, people are born gay. They don't choose to be gay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then why?
And I agree, and I believe that some people generally feel trans since they're born. I do believe that.
So God made them that way, right? So God would have made them that way.
I just believe that some people are born as trans, but my issue is kids being indoctrinated to transition when they didn't think about that before. So however you're born, that's the way you feel, then that's okay. But I don't believe in people that wouldn't think about these things being indoctrinated to change.
Because you said you want it, because when you're on these shows, you kind of make a point about being like, I'm going back and I'm being true to myself, implying almost that like this trans thing is just some kind of silly, psychosis you had. But you're saying now, being born trans is actually a state that God creates people in.
I'm saying that some people are born trans, some people are born
But
gay.
does God make people trans?
I'm not saying anything on that subject.
Why?
I'm just saying that some people feel, everybody feels different. Everybody feels different.
Wait, why are you not
But
willing to say that God makes people trans?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways. They feel different. Some people might be born intersex. Some people are born gay.
You talk about God going back to how God or Jesus intended me. So I feel like this is an interesting point to resolve, because this is something that you bring up in your interviews. God makes people trans. I find that to be.
I never said God made people trans. I never said God didn't make people trans.
Does God make people gay? Does God make people gay?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways.
Because you said you were born gay, and so
I was born a man, and then as a teenager I became gay. So it didn't happen from birth, but I struggled with I was very feminine. I struggled with my identity as a kid.
Was that your choice or God's choice?
There's a lot of influences that influence people in life.
God is all powerful, right?
No, perhaps I wouldn't have turned out the way I did if I wasn't bullied, or perhaps
is God all powerful?
Yeah, God is very powerful. Yes, absolutely.
All powerful.
But
is God all powerful?
God is all powerful, but there are.
So then He made you gay and trans people trans.
No, there are.
Why would He make? Why would?
That's not the same thing.
God all powerful make someone so confused that they wanted to be trans. Well, actually, logically, it doesn't even make sense. If God is all powerful and He creates a being, and then this being lives through their lives and then says, "Oh, I want to transition," God made them that way. If God is all powerful, it's all part of His design. God wants people to be trans.
Well, there are societal, environmental.
God created society.
Yes, correct. But I'm just saying there's a lot of human factors that influence.
God created
people.
humans.
If people are, yes, I know that, but if people are exposed to gender ideology,
God created gender ideology.
What I'm saying is a lot of these people would not have felt this way when they're born, but they're being pushed by society.
God created society.
To think that they're going to transition.
God created society and transitioning as an operation. I mean, just where am I logically wrong? I don't see any logical conclusion that doesn't come to the idea that God made people trans.
I never said God made anyone trans. I just said that society and the environment around people influence people.
He's all powerful, right? You said He's all powerful?
Yes, God is all powerful, but also humans have influences on others.
God didn't make society. God can be all powerful. That doesn't, like, saying God can do anything doesn't mean God did everything. These are not the same things. God can do everything. God is all powerful. Therefore, He did everything, and everything is because of Him. Well, no, that's not the same thing.
Other humans.
But He made humans.
No, this isn't going to be.
It's not, is it? Okay, let's go on. Do you believe that the Bible is against transgenderism, or what's your thought on that as a I guess a newborn Christian?
Well, the Bible was written a long time ago, and there are things in the Bible, such as in the Old Testament, that aren't relevant to today's society. We know that. So we have to adapt what was written 2,000 years ago to the modern day. But I'm not one for policing how adults live their lives. But I think transgenderism wasn't in the Bible because there weren't trans people visible back then. Of course. No. Look, I've even got this in my book. Even there was a Roman emperor that was trans. He used to dress as a woman. So we know there's instances, but I'm just saying in the Bible.
Did society influence him? Did society influence the emperor to be trans?
Well, I wasn't alive then.
Well,
but,
hold on. You wrote about it in your book. God dang, man.
Yes, but so there were some Roman scholars that were around at the time, and taken from their writings, he used to dress as a woman. He used to act like a woman, and his wife would have to call him ma'am. Now, I wasn't around back then, so I don't know the exact details, but he thought he was a woman. So, maybe he could have been born like that. Some people are born like that, and they generally think that they're in the wrong body. So
you don't have an opinion on if the Bible supports transgenderism or not? Or
Well,
homosexuality even?
No, the Bible was written a long time
Well,
ago.
yeah,
before
then
these
why,
were-
but surely, I mean, why use the Bible as a guide for anything in your life if it was written so long ago? I don't understand that point.
Because Ethan, because there's many teachings in the Bible that are very, very positive. About love and acceptance and kindness, and trying to help humanity. It was written a long time ago. So, like I said, the Old Testament.
There's
has
also a
things that
story
would be
about this,
relevant now.
sisters raping their dad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Old
We don't
Testament
like that
has
one.
things.
Okay, I like your optimism. So
I'm saying the Old Testament.
Oh,
has
we're
things
not
that
doing the
aren't-
Old Testament. Okay, cool. So we don't believe. Okay. I heard you when you're on these shows. I noticed you talk a lot about this specific story of Jesus that inspired you. How he helped the lepers when nobody else would, and that you.
It is. It's such a dumb argument, dude. He's being ridiculous.
At the time when you found Jesus, you felt like the leper. You like that's a nice story.
Well, I thought it was a good analogy because I felt like for many years I was rejected by society. I was treated like an outcast, just like the leper. So I thought it was a good analogy to me. Actually.
I agree. It is a really good analogy. What other Bible stories do you like?
So there's the tale of the lost sheep in Luke, the parable of the lost sheep, where a sheep goes missing from a flock of 100, and the shepherd decides should he stay with the flock or should he go and help this sheep, and he actually goes into the wilderness to help the sheep because he realizes that every sheep is one of God's children, so he needs to help them and be responsible for them.
Which verse was that? I want to read that one.
It's in Luke and Matthew.
Luke and Matthew. Do you know the number?
I can't give you the exact chapter, but you can look it up.
Is there any other Bible stories you like? I'm looking for good recommendations.
Yeah, there's also when Jesus met a Roman officer, and this Roman officer had a lot of power, but instead of abusing that power like many Roman officers did, he was actually kind to his servants. He had servants that were captured from battles, and they were working in his house, but he treated them the same he treated everyone else. So that's another great analogy that Jesus looked at people and helped people that helped other people. And
Yeah, somehow over the course of this, Ollie started coming off more genuine than Ethan, dude. What? How do you screw this up so badly? How do you screw this up so badly that you end up coming off more genuine? Or Ollie ends up coming off more genuine than you. How does this happen?
And kindness is very important.
Do you know the verse on that one so I can reference it?
I can't quote it off the top of my
I
head.
don't know where that one is.
But there's a lot of verses in the Bible, there's a lot of chapters, but I can tell you specific stories that I like.
Okay. I was just testing you, Ollie. You know what I mean?
I know.
I was just trying to test you. I was trying to do a fast one on you. Yeah, but I want to ask, if we're talking about protecting kids, it all comes down to protecting kids, right? I mean, this is the thesis I've heard you.
Then what about the lunchbox? What about this lunchbox? Hey, Ollie. Guess what I just found? This lunchbox. Oh, I wish I had mentioned. I wish I had mentioned earlier. I found a lunchbox.
Explain. So, as a Catholic, what do you think poses a greater threat? Drag shows or clergy members?
Well, actually, there's a lot of scandals and very bad things that have happened with the clergy. And, I'm against all forms of abuse. So there's a lot that the Catholic Church has done in the past. There was even a cardinal that I believe he died earlier this year, an Australian cardinal that was accused of some horrific things. And there's a lot of that going on as well. So that needs to be addressed. And I will call that out as well as calling out drag shows that are sexualizing kids, because all forms of child abuse, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a religious organization or whatever, is wrong.
If you had kids, would you feel more comfortable leaving them at a drag time, story time, or with a clergy member?
If I had kids, I would actually be with them all the time. I wouldn't leave them anywhere.
You would never leave them?
No, because, as a parent,
hypothetically, you don't have to do it. I'm just talking hypothetically. Would you leave? Would you feel more?
I would never leave my kids at all. I would never. I would always be by their side.
Comfortable leaving them with a clergyman, a member of the Catholic Church, or at the the drag queen story time hour?
Again, neither. I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
It's just theoretical. It's just theoretical.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, even if it was leaving a
right,
kid
but you have to choose one. Which one do you trust more?
This is just such a horrible dunk, dude. This is such a bad dunk. It's so obvious, dude. It's such a bad dunk.
Well, I wouldn't leave my kid anyway. I wouldn't leave a kid, and I think parents have a duty to protect
right, but just
their kids,
theoretically, which one would you choose?
I'm not going to answer that because I wouldn't choose either.
You wouldn't. Okay, let's put it this way. There's a dude named Barry. He's got kids, and he goes, I have no choice. I have to leave my kids either with the clergyman or at the drag show. I don't have a choice. Something crazy is happening. They're right next to each other. It says, where do I leave my kids? Where do you think Barry should leave his kids?
He's just like dying, hoping that he says the clergy member. Like, he is just dying. Like, please, please, please say you're gonna leave him with the clergy member. Just go ahead and send a DM in the background. Like, I will pay you. I will pay you if you just please say the clergy member. My goodness.
Well, again, I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
But Barry doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. He's in this horrible predicament.
But Ethan, I'm not Barry. I can't answer that question.
Well, he's asking you for advice. Quick, Ollie, where should I put my kids?
You put me on the spot. You know, I wouldn't, as an adult, like, I would say
Ollie,
to Barry,
as a
just
Catholic,
be with your kids.
As a Catholic, I find it very concerning that you are hesitant to even answer that question.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter whether it's a Catholic church, a drag show, or even an after-school club where it's, you know, the teachers aren't present. I wouldn't leave the kid anywhere. I wouldn't leave the kid at some weekend activity, like a sports activity. I think the parents should always be there.
Right.
So it's not a question of a church versus, you know, whatever. It's a question of just in general, parents should always be with their kids.
But that's not reasonable. Parents can't always be with their kids. I mean,
of course, it's not always reasonable, but I'm just saying in an ideal scenario, you know, because look, there are cases that happen, many cases that don't happen, but I'm just saying you've always got to be careful because there are people out there.
Well, let's assume that you're a good Christian and you say I'd leave them with the Catholic Church. We've talked about the number of kids who are doing
There you go. There you go. Just let's just pretend you said the Catholic Church. There you go. That works.
Irreversible transitioning in America. It's very, very small. We're talking like 250 a year by my estimate. And that's based on government data. I know you dispute it. You know, there's a recent report that came out in France, and the reason I bring this one up is just because it's the most recent and comprehensive one. It's quite disturbing. This came out, I believe, in 2021, called the Independent Commission on Sexual Abuse in the Church. It was a huge government commission to look at this openly and honestly and try to figure out what's going on. 2,900 and 3,200 clergy members were involved in sexual abuse of minors during that period in France. Okay. It's estimated that they abused around 330,000 kids. Now, if you do a percentage of that, and this is really kind of surprising to me, and tell me what you think. Assuming there are around 15,000 to 20,000 clergy members in France at any given time, the percentage of clergymen involved in abuse of minors would be 15 to 20%.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrifying. And also, there's in Ireland as well. There was a lot of abuse that was covered up, and no, it doesn't matter.
Seems like that affects more kids.
That is equally wrong. Whoever exposes kids, it doesn't matter whether it's a church or not.
Raping a kid is equally as wrong as going to a drag show.
Look, it's equally wrong if someone abuses a kid. So that's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
So if a kid is being abused,
is there any history of a child being abused at a drag show?
When drag shows are sexually explicit,
is that the same as raping them?
That is also child abuse. I'm just saying, if a drag queen performs a sexually explicit act in front of kids, that is abuse.
If we're worried about the kids, we're looking. You're a member of an organization, which, by my estimate, which again it's just an estimate, but 15 to 20% of the clergy members are sexual predators. Why is it that you're focused on the drag shows and not the Catholic Church?
Oh, she just went live 1 minute ago. So the thumbnail is Destiny. High value man doesn't exist. The great high value man debate. Is he real? Torsa reacts at Fresh Fit Miami, at Rollo Tomassi, at Destin. Shouldn't there be links? Oh, there they are. Okay.
Lead with an image of fathers as comic relief. Who doesn't love laughter? And the image of fathers as clowns is one to please both feminists and chivalrists. If you scroll a bit further down the page, there are links to resources including Dad Talk, a blog on fathering. The most recent Dad Talk blog
Oh my goodness. What the hell? She just keeps adding the links, dude.
An amazing apartment in Los Angeles. That's what they're talking about. All right, that was childlike. Okay, I'm not going to pass judgment on the guy because I'm sure every single man.
She's so
Is
quiet.
there a tornado that's coming? I took a video too in case you wanted to see it. Like them. And the reason for that is because they realize they've been lied to their whole life on how to get women.
Yeah, I messaged her and asked her if she wanted to chat about the debate. She said she's about to go over it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be on that long. Tomorrow I might be moderating a debate between Cherry and Dr. Avi. So we'll see. Probably gonna do some call-ins tomorrow. What's the debate on? I would assume trans stuff. Cherry's been going in on Twitter. Cherry's been going in on Twitter. Online communities will tell others trans women are women, and then tell each other they cannot just put on dating apps they are women because of the risk of violence it puts them in. They need to express the trans genitals. It's almost like there is a difference. If you believe I am transphobic, you are confused or bad faith. I believe trans women and women are different, but I do believe trans women are trans women. Wow. Transphobic people do not believe trans women are real. Transphobic people call trans women men. We are not the same. Women are women. Trans women are trans women. Is it really offensive to say a trans person is trans? That sounds transphobic to me. Do leftists actually want to associate shame with the word trans? Some of y'all will take back / own the word tranny before trans, and that's wild to me. There's nothing wrong with being different. One is not better than the other. To people like me who are not transphobic, you need to be able to engage with how dishonest it comes across when you stress these differences to each other and label others hateful when they do the same. So yeah. Blav Panther.
The sun is so warm.
Wow. Looks like it's the first time she's been in the sun in a long time. The trans in trans women communicates that this person was assigned a different gender at birth. I am not confused by what I am saying when I say trans women are trans women. So yeah, I would assume it's going to be about this. Any idea what those DGG chat SS are? No, I asked. You're talking about the Molina stuff? I have no idea what that is. I asked them what it was. It just, there's a lot of 15s in it, but that's about it. Molina, Mel W15. I was actually 15 when we met. It's been 15 minutes. It's okay in Sweden. 15 is the age of consent. He's streaming in like 15 minutes. I wish I could see that he literally sends good morning texts to like 15 different people each morning. Omega lol. Like, I don't know what this is, dude. I don't know what this is. It's just a lot of 15s. Is Dr. Avi a far lefty? Yeah, he hangs out with people like what's that idiot's name?
And I got sent this absolutely phenomenal clip.
I want to see a phenomenal clip.
And access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed coon vibes from him. At the moment, he lacks any contrition for the hate he pushed. I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr. When my black and brown trans sibling...
Oh, that's right. We can go over this chick's video. That's right. So there's a girl who is a video essayist, and she draws really cool pictures while she does her video essays. So instead of it being her in a bunch of clips, it's her drawing and then a bunch of clips. And I've been working on a video essay about
They use the transmitter rate to...
I've been working on a video essay about video essayists for a while. And mostly it's about like kind of the black leftist video essayist group. But this chick, I had a bunch of clips of her because I kept finding like horrible clips of her all over the place. So I had a bunch from her in this video. This is called The White Leftist Industrial Complex. I only buy AI art. True. That's the only time it's real art. I feel like if a human makes it, it's just not real art, you know? It just doesn't fit the definition anymore.
To some, the title of this video will be seen as hyperbolic. I and many other people of color and queer folks don't see it that way, due to our understanding of leftism with the intersectional lens. Leftism that isn't based in intersectionality is upholding white supremacy. It ignores the BIPOC contributions such as microaggression coined by Chester Pierce in 1970 to intersectionality from Kimberly William Crenshaw in 1989. So much of American leftism is based on the collective fight against systematic racism that Black, Indigenous, Latine, and others have been on the front lines of. Knowing who Angela Davis is, but not reading or applying her calls to be anti-racist is grifting at best. Before I go further, let's break down what the white leftist industrial complex looks like. The white leftist industrial complex consists of varying traits, behaviors, and dog whistles. Commonly, you'd see them feeling vindicated when pushing misinformation, attacking the very Black and queer people that correct their colonizer approach, having an inflated ego when discussing BIPOC issues, focusing more on appearing to be correct than actually having a true understanding, blindly pushing right-wing narratives in terms like woke scold and identity politics. It's more common than not for them to lack tangible connections with the communities they state to advocate for, usually only surrounding themselves with other white people, but some might have their token BIPOC that they weaponize against people of color. If I were to limit my description to a handful of words,
I'm going to start calling Black people invaders. I'm going to just call them all invaders. If all white people are colonizers, then all Black people are invaders. And every time I refer to a Black person, I'm going to call them an invader. It's their invading ideology that makes them do this. It's their invader brainwashing that forces them to say stupid stuff like this. If this girl was not such an invader, she would be able to understand better why white leftists say the things that they say.
Words and phrases, I'd say arrogant, cognitive dissonance, insufficient contrition, argumentative, ruthless, and self-serving. This can make doing work with them very difficult with their consistent struggles with allyship, lacking proper etiquette in BIPOC-led spaces, wanting to be the loudest in the room. Surely in 2023, we should be able to expect so much more from our cis and white queer leftists. I and others are done entertaining their strawmans and moving forward spending our time on genuine leftist causes like combating Cop City, anti-trans bills, and the demonization of woke. I can keep this going all day, but let's get into this caucasity. Before I dive in, I need to define some terms and give some context for the foolishness you'll hear. Woke school, genderqueer, and identity politics, shortened to IDPOL, are dog whistles that they enjoy weaponizing against marginalized people. Woke school being an offshoot of woke used disingenuously by right-wingers. Like Erykah Badu said, it's just another way to say Black or thug, let alone woke being AAVE. Genderqueer is a word that has different meanings person to person, but the way I see it used is equivalent to a queer version of woke school. Lastly, IDPOL, or better known as identity politics, is the most mask-off racist term used by these flock. The civil rights movement is identity politics. Fighting for the right for gay marriage in 2015 is identity politics. The fight for Roe v. Wade is identity politics. Black trans people fighting to combat the disgusting reality of our high murder rate is identity politics. We don't have to be class reductionist to expect change that lacks the intersection of race, gender, and sexual orientation.
Oh, this is gonna be great. You just got here. Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on genderqueers by encouraging my I'm encouraging my followers to make pick crew accounts and infiltrate genderqueer Twitter. Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using pick crews to infiltrate genderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pick crews and they will eat.
I told a Black person at work what BIPOC meant, and he told me if I said it again, he would be more angry than if I said the N-word. I don't know. What is BIPOC? While the term Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, is meant to be inclusive, it is imperfect and imprecise. Although BIPOC includes Asians and Latin A/X people, as well as other racial and ethnic groups, the acronym does not resonate with everyone it was meant to embrace. Are black and indigenous people no longer people of color? I'm so confused. Why did we remove them from the people of color category? I'm a little lost. It's people making new terms without the requirement of utility.
Eat each other alive. Does it matter which pit crew? No.
This was during Black History Month. I don't know if these people are memeing when they say this anymore. I don't know if it's a joke anymore.
Oh, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know.
Now that we're caught up on terms, let's dive into this complex. Given our current events with all the anti-trans bills, and even Joe Biden failing trans people, I felt it was only right to first cover the white queer community. When I say the white queer community, I'm talking about a very specific group of white queer people. Typically, these are queer people who are in mostly white spaces and lack the interest of changing that. They may know of intersectionality, possibly sharing infographics about them. The problem lies with them not applying intersectionality to their leftism. Assuming that being queer means they don't have to talk about their white privilege, taking an all lives matter approach to trans issues as they continue to not acknowledge black and brown trans people. They use the trans murder rate to advocate for themselves, while they ignore the fact that over 3/4 of trans murders are black trans people. Black trans people are already ignored by the media. We also have to overcome job discrimination, food insecurity, lack of housing, and overall, we're underserved. The overwhelming data has always been there, but the needed urgency still isn't there from cis and queer white people. We also notice the trans people of color they do embrace usually have to be cis-passing. Another hurdle is the weaponization of respectability politics against black trans people, which is why it's still mostly black trans people forced to advocate for ourselves. The fact that as of right now, there's been 2 black trans women murdered within the last 2 weeks. Yet the white trans community, along with the media, can't even muster a fraction of support or sense of urgency they give to our white counterparts. Have you ever thought of how many black trans folks we wouldn't have to bury if we had a collective understanding of intersectionality? It can't be mainly white trans people being celebrated, embraced, financially supported, and having access to success. It shouldn't take 10 black trans activists to equal out to 1 white trans public figure. Y'all aren't doing enough to uplift and empower us as the numbers show. There's much more I can say, but I'll save that for a future video. Having the context we need, let's jump into this queer caucasity. During Black History Month, 16-year-old Brianna Gay was fatally stabbed by 2 other minors. Kayleen, a fellow trans creator, made a very powerful video on Brianna Gay. This video gave the needed tone and the raw and real breakdown.
It's just grief.
They say Brianna Gay? She's saying Cassidy? No, Cassidy. Like Caucasian. Cassidy. The trans kid killed in the UK. There's a lot of C's or K's in that. The trans kid killed in the UK. Felt really weird saying it. Yeah. It could be the Cut Cassidy too, though. Cut Cassidy and the killer trans.
Like flayed and then displayed because I don't know how else to process. I don't know what else to do. Like, what are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to do? She was 16. She was 16, and for years she was being bullied and harassed.
Murders of trans people nearly doubled over the past 4 years, and black trans women are most at risk, report finds. The number of trans people who were murdered in the U.S. nearly doubled between 2017 and 2021, according to data released Tuesday by the nonprofit Everytown for Gun Safety. Of the total victims, 73% were killed with a gun. Everytown's transgender homicide tracker found that there was a 93% increase in tracked homicides of trans and gender nonconforming people in the United States and Puerto Rico over the last 4 years. In 2021, 56 people were killed compared to 29 reported deaths in 2017. Notably, while only 13% of the transgender community is estimated to be Black, according to UCLA School of Law's Williams Institute, Black trans women accounted for nearly 3/4 of the known victims. Bias-motivated crimes are a real frightening problem in the United States, and LGBTQ+ people continue to be targeted because of who they are, the Everytown report said. In 2019, the American Medical Association recognized an epidemic of violence against the transgender community, who are over 2.5 times more likely than cisgender people, those whose gender identity aligns with the sex that designated at birth, to experience violence, according to the Everytown report. The report cited dangerous gun bills, as well as state legislature passing a record number of anti-trans bills, as creating an environment ripe for deadly gun violence fueled by hate. Last year was both the deadliest year of trans people and the worst year in history for anti-LGBTQ+ legislation, according to the Human Rights Campaign. While Everytown clarified that no single solution can stop gun violence in the United States, it recommended passing gun control laws and establishing a domestic terrorism office within the Department of Justice to curb the climbing rates of violence against trans people. According to the National Center of Transgender Equality U.S. Trans Survey, the largest survey of transgender people to date, which was published in 2015, 40% of trans youth reported attempting suicide in their lifetime. That's nearly 9 times the national average, according to Everytown. And with 6 out of every 10 suicides in the U.S. involving a gun, the epidemic of firearm suicide could have disproportionate impact on transgender and adolescent members of the LGBTQ+ community, the Everytown report said. The report also highlighted the 2016 Plus nightclub shooting, where a gunman opened fire in the LGBTQ+ club in Colorado, killing 49 people and wounding 53. This is insane, dude. This is insanely high.
And then Brianna Gay was stabbed to death by 2 other kids in broad daylight, a whole life gone. Maybe not a perfect one, but it was hers to live as she chose, or it should have been. I'm not going to make any claims about the motives of the killers. I'm not going to speculate on circumstances. Here are the facts. Every day, anti-trans narratives are being pushed by the media by disgusting anti-trans activists like J.K. Rowling, Graham Linehan, Kelly J. Keane, Matt Walsh, and organizations like LGBT Alliance or Libs of TikTok. Constant articles, videos, tweets, books, press conferences, news segments saying trans people are bad, trans people are dangerous, trans people are predators, they're sick, disgusting fetishists that exist only to harm women and children, an existential threat to humanity deserving of nothing but disdain and disgust, inhuman, expendable, worthless. Even in the coverage about Brianna being violently murdered, she's shown the maximum amount of disrespect and discrimination. The Times, shortly after their original article that referred to Brianna as a teenage girl, updated it to remove the references to her being a girl, changing teenage girl to transgender teenager and adding in her dead name. Brianna's family released a statement.
Brianna was a much-loved daughter, granddaughter, and baby sister. She was a larger-than-life character who would leave a lasting impression on all that met her. Brianna was beautiful, witty, and hilarious. Brianna was strong, fearless, and one of a kind. The loss of her young life has left a massive hole in our family, and we know that the teachers and her friends who were involved in her life will feel the same.
Hashtag Say Your Name started trending due to mostly white queer people using it for Brianna Gay. This phrase / hashtag was created by and for Black women who are victims of police violence like Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor. We requested them to use other hashtags like Her Name is Brianna. Black people that spoke up were being harassed, dogpiled, and called psyops by the racist white trans community. The harassment escalated when our trans comrade Jessie Gender used her platform to speak up. Like the Avengers, racist white trans people came together to silence Jessie, who was merely showcasing her intersectionality. Jessie is the sweetest and most understanding person known to LeftTube. This is alarming to see so many from the queer community harass and uphold white supremacy in the name of what? White entitlement? It's a damn shame to have our most charitable comrades harassed out of their skin for standing up for Black women.
I would just bet that's probably not the case.
Can't keep happening. We as a community need to reflect and learn from these queer clan rallies.
It's basically just using the aesthetics of a foreign culture such that you can present yourself as sort of like someone who's cultured and expert on a culture that you're like not a part of. It really does boil down to like the like economics of it all, simply because it's like, you know, I'm going to talk about Ariana Grande because she's one of the biggest examples of someone who profits off of or otherwise gains social capital through the aesthetics of ethnic people. And when it came to like the inciting incident for all of this like streamer drama on my end, not drama, but you know, harassment campaign, I didn't even say the words cultural appropriation. I didn't even say the words white supremacy. And a bunch of white people just kind of read into like what was, you know, a tweet that I posted at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday while stoned out of my face. And they added all of this outrage and they projected all of this outrage onto me that I didn't have. Cultural appropriation comes down to the issue of economics, where it's who gets to profit off of these cultures and who does not. I'll start from like the very beginning. Back in August 2021, it was my nephew's birthday. We were in the second year of the pandemic. I was, you know, at my desk scrolling and I was on urbanoutfitters.com. I saw this cookbook titled Dumplings and Noodles. It was about Asian like steamed buns and Asian noodles and all that, and I was like, oh, that's cool. It was like, oh, this is interesting, like maybe I can get an idea from it. But then I saw the author's name, Pippa Middlehurst. That doesn't sound like an Asian.
Oh no, not this again. Oh no, not this again. Oh,
Asian woman. That sounds like a white lady from Britain. So in that context, I was just kind of like, not again. Like, why is this such a common occurrence where I'll try to look for something like about Asian food and it's like these white people kind of like presenting their expertise. So me being me, like I just kind of took a screenshot and like a screenshot of the author and put it on my Twitter and kind of laughed at it. And then I went to bed and I had a bunch of emails, like more than usual. And then there was one I remember that said, you're just jealous of white women because they're sexy. And I looked and my why would a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles had got a lot of traction, and there were a lot of racist comments in the replies. This wasn't my first time like waking up to find that I'd been harassed out of my skin. Had I known that my tweet had made it onto 4chan, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I just would have ignored it. Eventually, there were people like just camped out on my Twitter feed, like replying to anything I replied to, harassing like my mutuals and my followers. And I was like, what the hell is going on? In the quote tweets, there were, you know, guys who were talking about like bringing a storm, talking about white genocide, this very like segregationist, like basically neo-Nazi stuff, and that was super concerning. I logged off, and the next day I woke up to the author of the cookbook kind of trying to clap back at me for what I wrote about her. As the harassment kept escalating, I got more and more upset. I locked down my account for about a week. Like, the harassment was that bad. I was still getting emails, I was getting like comments, Facebook writers page, I was getting nasty DMs. The discourse reached like Jesse's single Twitter. It reached John Kay, it reached Barry Weiss. I was on the Daily Mail because I apparently said it's racist to eat noodles, which I obviously didn't. Russia Today covered the whole thing. The Babylon Bee covered it. The who's who of the far right transphobe Twitter. Obviously, it reached the white streamer corner of Twitter, where Vosh had started circulating this meme that said Pippa Middlehurst was actually an Asian adoptee, and that's why she was publishing this cookbook. These people had to make up lies to kind of paint this picture that I was just some racist Asian woman, saying that white people couldn't do this, white people can't do that. There was a lot of projection on me. There was a lot of words being put in my mouth that I did not say and did not care to elaborate on.
It's very telling that
I didn't care to elaborate on it. What do you mean you didn't care to elaborate on it? Why would you say it and then be like, oh, I'm not going to tell you what the hell I mean by any of this? But then you're going to come back and talk about it and complain about everybody else taking what you're saying in a certain way, but you're mad that they're taking it in that way, yet you're not going to correct them and say that that's not what I mean. That just sounds like pure cope. That is pure cope. Classic meme, Voosh W. Was it a meme? The cookbook? What was that? Was he right? Was he wrong? Like, I've heard other people, when this was mentioned, other people in my chat have genuinely thought that she was adopted by Asians. So, was it a meme? People just can't take an L or stand by their statement. It's always everyone else. She said it was a meme.
the same white leftist that has a history of going after people of color joined the right-wing 4chan dogpile, pushing the same strawmans and reaches when Rosalind never said it was racist to make dumplings. It's the fact that they had to lie on Rosalind to find a justification of the harassment going on. 4chan literally made her cookbook a #1 bestseller in Asian cooking on Amazon.
Keffels wasn't as big at the time, but she had also piled on. So Keffels was like quote tweeted it at the end of everything, and I didn't know who she was. But about a year later, when I saw that Keffels had piled on to the original discourse, I was like, oh shit, like now I knew who she was by that point. And it was the first time I saw her tweet where she was just like, because noodles are tasty. I was just like, that's the whitest thing I've ever seen. Like, I can't believe this like purported white leftist to like ratios.
Oh man, this is bad, dude. This is so bad.
Transphobes or whatever also added on to this like 4chan harassment campaign of me. Like that.
Dude, you being wrong and 4chan pointing out that you're wrong doesn't mean everybody else is adding to 4chan. Everybody else is just pointing out that you're wrong. It doesn't mean they have anything to do with 4chan. They probably don't even know that there's some 4chan harassment campaign. They probably have no freaking idea. And then even if you told them, they probably wouldn't care because you're still wrong.
That's rich. So like I took a screenshot of it and I posted it simply with like the caption, quite interesting. And somehow, like a day later, Keffels found it.
I remember this. We went over this. Now I remember when I kept thinking, where did I hear this? Where did I hear about all of this? And I remember now. I kept trying to think, where did I hear about all of this from? or not. I live next to the train tracks. All I need to get pussy. Wait. All I need to get pussy is to tell an autistic girl she can watch the trains go by at my place every few hours. I'm better than you. What? That's I'm surprised Keffels would say this, but that's actually pretty funny, dude.
I'm better than you. A year later, Keffels.
That's funny, dude. It's funny. So folks have started using, well, right, yeah. Yeah. Do you guys remember these girls? Do you guys remember this?
So, essentially, a white woman, I don't know who, wrote a cookbook about all Asian foods.
We're gonna call her Pippi Longstocking. So Pippi Longstocking.
How did we get off on this? Why are we talking about a white woman making a cookbook now?
Wrote a book about Asian cuisine, okay? And it was very appropriative.
An Asian American person decided
It was very appropriate. To
comment on this, and they commented multiple times, posting exact things from the cookbook that made them uncomfortable, but they made a more general tweet saying, "Why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles?" And of course, Keffels decides to respond to the vague one that doesn't have any information why it's uncomfortable to them. She decides to respond because dumplings and noodles are tasty.
Wait, she decides. How do you... I remember now.
And she quote tweeted me, and the harassment campaign amped up again. In her same, like in the same thread where she quote tweets me, she's like, Roslyn is just doing this to like get attention because I have a much bigger account. Like, I don't see the problem with what I said. You know, and you're welcome. Roslyn is welcome to come on my stream and debate. You're setting me up and I'm not falling for it. And it was just like, she just proved my point in that entire, like, not exchange, but like in her quote tweet of me, she like weaponizes her white woman tears because she thinks I was trying to cancel her, even though I was just making a joke with my followers like I was with the original tweet. I was harassed, like I had COVID that weekend and I was just trying to get over COVID. But instead I had to...
What was that?
Trying to get... I was harassed, like I had COVID that weekend and I was just trying to get over COVID. But instead I had to deal with the mass harassment that she sent my way because she was the one who needed engagement. She was the...
This is so dumb, dude. You are the one who put it on the internet. You're the one who put it on the internet. And if the woman who wrote the cookbook got a bunch of harassment, you wouldn't be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have done this. You'd be like, no, I'm right. I'm right. What the hell? Get over it.
The one who needed to basically start this drama that I wasn't even intending to start. Like, I'm showing my followers, like, look at this white bitch. This is ridiculous. And rather than just like leaving me alone, she relitigated that that harassment campaign. We've been dealing with these issues a decade, if not. Been a writer since like about 20. This wasn't the first time I've seen a white woman position herself as this expert on dumplings and noodle and trying to get all of this social capital and trying to build a platform on her so-called appreciation, quote unquote, Asian culture. It's
Maybe she actually is an expert on dumplings and noodles. Is it like, if you're white, are you not able to be an expert on dumplings and noodles? I'm so lost.
not about can white people do this, white people can't do that, or else they're racist. It's, oh, we don't want to listen to the critiques of any marginalized person or any
What is the critique, though? What is the critique?
Racialized person, because it makes me feel bad.
What is the critique? You can't just say that. You can't just say, oh, it just, like, anytime I give a critique, you have to automatically listen to it, regardless of how crappy it is. And if you don't like my critique, it's because you're being racist.
And you guys are questioning my moral integrity, and I don't like that. And I'm gonna use all of the power that I have to silence.
Keffels also ran a blockchain on anyone that liked, retweeted, and commented on the harassment. This was the first wave when Black trans Twitter got blocked en masse, making her space more insular and white. Once again, another moment showing white queers upholding white supremacy and refusing to apply an intersectional lens. Roslyn was spot on when she said it's easier for white people to identify with a white woman making an Asian cookbook than people of color.
Like, the reason I love your idea about doing this video is because it's a group effort, because it illustrates like that pattern of what these white leftist streamers do and how they, you know, kind of weaponize their platform to just do racism on a daily basis for content. And it's like, if you like, especially with the white queers, it's really frustrating because white supremacy and queerphobia, transphobia especially, like, it's all like intertwined and they don't understand this. Like, everything's intertwined. And white queers who are doing this, like, you know, doing racism for engagement bait, they don't understand how they're also shooting themselves in the foot. There was a part of me that wanted to believe that, you know, self-proclaimed white leftists, like, understood what was happening and, like, what my issue was. But at the same time, it's like, this is what white people do. They're going to, you know, circle the wagons and protect their own and essentially protect themselves. I think because they are more, I think it's easier for them to identify with Pippa Middlehurst than it is to identify with, you know, people like us. You know, I think a lot, like, you know, even in like progressive circles, I think racism is still kind of like a taboo topic for them, and it's
all based, I'm not a leftist and I'm not queer, so I can still enjoy Asian food without being racist. Centrist for the win. True! Centrists F the world.
they're very much like head in the sand. You know, like racism ended in the 90s kind of thing.
True.
Disappointing that despite everything that happened, like with the George Floyd protest, everything that happened with like hashtag Stop Asian Hate, like they still could not fathom why I would be making fun of a white woman who wrote a book about Asian dumplings and noodles. All of these white people, and you know, even some Asian people, were basically accusing me of attacking this innocent white woman who was just appreciating the culture. And it's like, y'all, like these white people love this culture that we create. This culture, like these ethnic foods, these, you know, what television shows and movies, they love the aesthetic.
True. Most of the shows that we watch are all Asian and black people. We're just running around all the time doing nothing but supporting the BIPOC aesthetic.
They love the products that we put out, but if it were up to them, they would rather be the ones who are kind of like gatekeeping these cultures and presenting them in a way that's palatable for their like white friends, for their white audiences. They want to be the ones gaining the social capital. And it's crazy because, you know, these white leftists are supposedly anti-capitalist, but they don't and they can't see the issue that I was like kind of pointing out with my very unserious tweet. At the end of the day, it is a very like...
My very unserious tweet. If it's so unserious, then you wouldn't have a problem with anything that any of them are saying. If it was an unserious tweet, you would be like, true, Keffels, so true.
Ego-based reaction for them to be like, oh, so white people can't cook noodles? They're so quick to this like knee-jerk reaction, this like...
Wait, that is what it sounds like you're saying. You're saying, it makes it, you're saying that, oh, and I even saw her walking around like she's an expert on noodles and dumplings. Like, yes, you are. I don't know how we could come to any other conclusion except for the fact that you think she shouldn't be allowed to do this stuff. That is the only, like, possible conclusion one could come to based on the stuff that you're saying here. There is no other way you can cope out of this.
Like defensive reaction. It speaks volumes about their own principles and morals, where it's more important for them to, you know, get their jokes in. It's more important for them to defend their right to be Asian food enjoyers or Asian food appreciators or whatever.
I'm tired of these invaders enjoying all of our white culture. And then every time we want to enjoy theirs, they've got a problem with it.
I think what bothers me the most is that this one, or maybe two if they're disabled, this like one marginalization means that they're like completely infallible to any critique. It means they think only white people can be queer, only white people can be disabled. Like I've seen so much of that on Twitter where it's like, how can I be racist? I'm literally queer.
Oh, what? You did not. You did not see that. You are lying. Nobody ever freaking said that. Unless they're like a Republican or something like that. Maybe they would say something like that, right? Like they say stuff like, I can't be racist. I have black friends. Like they, you know, I can't be racist. My wife is black. They say stuff like that. But I don't believe, because they're talking about like white leftists, right? So I don't believe that some white leftist queer said, I can't be racist. I'm literally queer.
It was like this fundamental misunderstanding of like intersectionality, where if you're marginalized, it like gives you a pass or something. It's like a stick.
Damn. Debunking the N-word argument. Wow.
That says like, I'm perfect. I'm oppressed, therefore I'm perfect. It's like they're using it as like a badge to say, oh,
They're using it as a badge. Nice.
I'm progressive. Like my marginalization means I'm
nice transphobia.
Progressive and I can't be racist, and it means I'm perfect. And it means that I'm the most important person in the room because I'm so marginalized. And like that, again, like it's like this white need, like this need to be the one voice in the room, or to be the voice in the room, or to be the most right. It fails to account for
What do you think you're doing? Look, guys, you're all bugging me with this as well, okay? You guys get mad that sometimes I think I'm right. There's lots of times where I'm saying things like, I have no idea. I could be wrong, but this is what I think. I say that all the time. I say that very consistently. But there are also lots of times where I'm going to argue for a position that I believe is true. You are only going to get mad with me saying something else other than what I'm saying is if you think I'm wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, that means you think you're right. Yeah, we all only want to argue in favor of positions that we think are right. All of us believe we are right. We would not believe things if we thought they were wrong. None of us are sitting around like, oh, I believe this one because it's wrong. I like this position because it's so horribly wrong. Nobody's doing that. So people continuously being like, oh, Tom thinks he's right. Yes, we all think we're right. Everybody does that. I just so happen to be somebody who's online talking about my positions and arguing them all the time. So obviously, it's going to come off very different than other people who aren't doing that all the time. It's going to be very different for them when they're not sitting around talking about their positions all day and arguing in favor of them. But for people who are sitting here, like they're here to argue in favor of their positions, yes, they're going to think that they're right. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't argue in favor of those positions. It's like a prerequisite. It's like people think water is so wet. You ever notice how much people think water is wet? I'm not even saying it's not wet. I'm just saying they're so sure of themselves. They're so sure that it's wet.
You know, racialized people who are also queer, who are also disabled, who are otherwise marginalized in different ways. And a lot of it is like, so much of it feels like they're just trying to avoid any opportunity to do any self-reflection. If you understand that you're marginalized by your...
I think it has to do with the unwillingness to be charitable to the other side's views. You're barking up the wrong tree on that one. I think you're barking up the wrong tree on that one.
Your queerness, by your disability, you understand, like you have to understand that all of these oppressive systems...
Tom want to get buck naked and wrestle about it? What? What? Not talking about you, I mean in general. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I could understand that, like, even people I disagree with, I never look at them and I'm like, wow, they think they're right. I have an issue with them because they think they're right. Like, everybody thinks they're right. Would sure get the viewer count go through the roof. Tomfoolery show would sure get the viewer count to go through the roof. I do get the viewer count to go through the roof. You're welcome. Or thank you.
Are rooted in white supremacy. And if you're not willing to reckon with white supremacy, you're not actually for liberation. What you're for is assimilating into the power structure that keeps racialized people at the bottom.
The avoidance of reflecting on their whiteness within the queer community is one of the biggest issues in our community. It's shown a lot of times when they can't hide behind their queerness to trans people of color. That's when you'll start hearing identity politics, woke scold, and oppression Olympics. That's when they run blockchains on intersectional posts to maintain their narrative and pedestal they place themselves on. You can say a lot of white queers have a bad case of main character syndrome. While we're still here discussing the white queer community, I felt it was proper to end it off discussing this clip that I consider bad white queer literacy.
Yeah, the Hassan raid for a charity stream makes it, like, earn...
Oh no. It's the serfs.
So much more money, too. It's such a, like, a valuable gift.
Oh yeah, no, it was great. it sucks. Like, the response to the charity stream was actually, like, very negative, which was crazy to me. There was a lot of trans people who were trying to turn it into, like, into a bad thing, which was, like...
For what?
They were trying to say that it was entirely performative and I should have raised money to directly put into the PayPal accounts of Black trans women. I'm not joking, like, this was an actual thing people were mad about.
If you did go down that road, I can see a lot of people getting really mad and being like, well, are you accountable? Do you have the receipts? Did every single person get, like, you know, how much money? How did you decide who gets it and who doesn't? You know, not to mention, like, if you want to use Tiltify, I think is the name of it, for raising money.
Yeah, it's like I didn't have access to the money, and also if I raised $200,000 on my own, and I would not only have to pay taxes, but I feel like they would be even more mad if I was like, hello, white trans woman here. It is time for me to decide which Black trans women are worthy of this money I raised on your behalf. I am a savior of the Black trans community. No, they would hate me for that. They wouldn't like that. They don't want that.
In reality, Black trans women that are being murdered at staggering rates don't give a damn what some random white person on Twitter is saying.
Wait, what just happened? I just got whiplash. Wait, what just happened?
We lack funding and support, period. Many of us either don't have Twitter, let alone enough reach to be heard. This clip also showed me that Keffals isn't in community with Black trans folks, displaying how she cares more about how she appears than helping BIPOC trans people she states to be the CEO of.
White leftists are not our allies. They are.
Wait, what does that mean? She claims to be the CEO of Black trans people, and then we cut to this person saying white leftists are not our allies. Like, these are really broad, general statements being made here.
They're not our accomplices. They are not for liberation. They are for their own profit and for, you know, building their own social capital and positioning themselves as the experts, as the...
I'm tired of these invaders sitting around talking about white people, talking over white people. Like they know what's good for us. I can't stand the way this girl talks. Yes, it is the most, like, Paris Hilton Valley Girl accent of all time. Ooh, suck it.
You know, you know, like, this whole thing has just made me realize that, like, white people are not serious. The only thing they're serious about is this, like, individualist need to be visible, basically. To be the funniest in the room, to be the most, you know, progressive in the room.
Tom, let me on and let's bat around a bit. I removed you and Grace from the server.
It just kind of made me realize...
Ben, I don't want to, like... If I think you're grooming your daughter into engaging with a bunch of, like, male streamers, why the hell would I continue engaging with you guys? That seems really weird. You suck. Okay. Like, yeah, just like, if I think a dad is grooming his daughter into going and being like super sexy and pretending to get relationships and flirt with a bunch of guys and a bunch of streamers for his benefit, I don't know why that would be like really gross of me to continue engaging with those people. And I mean, now that it's out, I think it's pretty gross for anybody who knows or who have seen this stuff to continue engaging with them. I think it's pretty gross for anybody to keep playing into this stuff, knowing that this girl had to get abused for that content to be a thing. They're just messing around. They're not just messing around. Somebody hacked into Ben's Twitter the other day and took a screenshot of the DMs Grace had sent him and sent it to me. And one of the DM is her saying, "I'm not coming around you anymore. I'm afraid of you." Yo, Stardust, let's go. Appreciate the raid, Stardust. Thank you. Yeah, like, if people see that he's grooming her into this stuff and then they keep engaging with her. Who is the hacker? I'm not saying anything about that, but here's the DM. I'm not calling you because I'm afraid of you. And this is his. This is Ben's Twitter. Last message was sent on May the 2nd. We also have arrest records of the son and the dad from when they got into a fight on stream. So yeah, this stuff is not real. I mean, it's not fake. It is very real. They are not just putting on a show. They are real people. It's their real names. This is all of this crap is real. Yes, and this is them hitting up everybody trying to get on. Cooley, give me a call. Andrew Wilson, Rob Knorr, Ethan, Rachel, Zen Shapiro. So yeah. This is... This is not fake. And people only like help give them cover by pretending that it's fake. People only help give them cover and allow them to like turn all of this stuff into memes by pretending that it's all fake. It's not fake. Everybody acting like, oh, you're getting goaded by them. You guys are all helping them because that's why they lean into this. That's why they turn it all into jokes and memes, is because they want everybody to just like look at it as fun content. But it's not fun content. Have you debated Rob Noor? Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, this was a really popular debate that I did versus BPF and Rob Noor. That got a good amount of traction and views. This was me, Jangles, Rob Noor, and BPF debating. Same debate. There's a couple other debates, but oh yeah, this is me hosting a debate.
Special.
Oh, this was a freaking crazy stream, dude. This was nuts. So I had No Comment Chick, Chud Logic, Aiko, Rob Noor, American Nacho, and then this is one of my friends from school, who wanted to come on the show. She does debates sometimes on my show, and so we hosted this debate. And then No Comment Chick was in the middle of like burning down her entire career. Like at the time, she was averaging like 100 chatters and she was doing really well. I was rating her every night.
Let's be clear about this. A lot of people are like, just don't platform a guy like that. Bad, move. I'm not telling Dylan that. I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling anybody that. I think it's okay to platform him, but you got to do what you do. And like,
so yeah, we got into a big thing. Then Dylan Burns came on afterwards because she was accusing him of a bunch of stuff.
If you're interrupting too much, and then 3 for Gish galloping. Sometimes if you...
Anybody saying like nothing should be changed and everything needs to stay.
Right. American Nacho.
Is the reason that people...
Wow, dude. I was totally thrown off.
I'm committed.
Shoulder blades and back. Completely nefarious. We need to use force at some time. But I'm glad to have No Comment Chick on here because you're a great example of
my fucking. Oh no,
you're a great example of the left. You're a great example of the left.
Let's do a black and white fallacy, Rob.
I take umbrage with that. This is not a good representation for the record.
Listen, can I be honest? Okay,
this got
look, with all
crazy,
due
dude.
respect, Irene, I appreciate. I think we just need to simmer down a bit because we're trying to have a discussion here.
Thank you very much. But let's remember that the man died.
Wait. Please don't interrupt me. Listen, you don't need to morally grandstand with me. I know that a man died, okay? But we're not here to discuss reform or abolition. What we're here to discuss, okay, is very simple.
What we're here to discuss is how this always slips culpability, how no one's ever punished, how Rob is worried about riots? You're fucking worried about riots? Do you know what causes riots, Rob?
No one said anything about riots.
It's great when you got Aiko being like, you're getting a little too lefty over here. You're getting a little too lefty over here. You gotta chill. It's good. Those were good memes. But yes, I've had some debates with Rob Noor.
Listen, I am
Oh, whoops. Wrong video.
Is that This is just like a facade to them. This is just a game. They have no like actual stakes in the game. Like
I mean, honestly, for trans people, for black people, I think for most everybody, like politics is always this like this kind of out there thing that you can't really engage with. You can't really see real progress. You can't really see big changes. They all happen so incrementally that you can only know there were changes way later when you can see like stats and data, or you can look back and be like, oh man, things used to be so different. Wow. Like, but you can't actually see the change. You can't actually it's not something that happens real quick. It's not something that's fast. And so for literally everybody in politics, I think it's all the same, where like we want to advocate for these things, but it never seems like an emergency or anything. I don't think it ever seems like a super I can't think of the word, but it doesn't seem like as important as, you know, getting food that day, or making it to work, or making money, you know, making good content. Even like those things are always going to be kind of secondary, because it's never immediate. It never can give you immediate gratification, which is why lots of people with protests and riots and all sorts of other things are learning ways to make bigger echoes, make a lot more noise, so that they can feel like there's real change happening a lot quicker. And as we've seen, that doesn't actually seem to be the case, but I don't know that the strategy is necessarily wrong or a bad strategy. Suck it. Oh, freaking crap, dude. My thing is lagging. I hate this.
It's basically like, this is like, the idea of like liberation is not something that they're really thinking of. They're basically just treating this like as a sport or something like that.
Yeah, I think she's right. Like, most people wear their politics like it's a like an aesthetic, or like clothes. It's just something else to make you feel part of a group, to make you feel righteous, to make you feel like you're one of the good guys. For the most part, people don't do a whole lot to make change. Even the people who are sitting here complaining about these things, they'll turn around and turn into Bernie or Busters right after, because they don't actually care about the change either. Like, they don't, it's all a game for them as well. The biggest change that you can make is going and voting, and they'll even turn that down.
Once their feelings are hurt, like once they get their feelings hurt, they will revert to their whiteness, like in the snap of a finger. Like,
so just so nobody gets mad, okay? We're reviewing this video. It's by a black content creator, very far left. They're saying a lot of really crazy things. And they started off by over and over calling white people colonizers. So I said, well, then I'm going to call all people of color invaders. So throughout this review, I have been calling people of color invaders, and I will likely continue to do that. So don't think I'm like accidentally being racist or anything when I say that. I'm very purposefully being racist when I say that.
And God forbid, like, I show a bit of vulnerability and like show my emotions about everything. And like, when it comes to...
Wait, that's why you keep saying invaders? Yes. Yeah, I said earlier, I was like, all right, she's gonna call us colonizers, then I'm gonna call them invaders. Because, like, generally, so the argument would be, if I say, hey, You want to call us colonizers? Well, then I'll call you invaders. Then they'd be like, yeah, but we were forced to invade here. We didn't choose to come here. And I'm like, well, no, your ancestors were, and then you just so happened to be here. And I'd be like, and that's literally the same thing for colonizers. I didn't colonize anybody. My ancestors did. I just so happened to be here afterwards. But if I'm still being associated with that, then I'm just gonna call you guys invaders.
Like when it comes to like women of color like pointing out anything that's wrong with the world, we're always angry, we're always like hysterical, we're always like irrational. And especially when it comes to like making fun of white women, like it's like we've committed this like this cardinal sin.
I was a Bernie or bust guy, but Biden has exceeded my expectations. Yeah, he's done really well. He's done really well, and I go on a podcast once a week, which I guess I might go on tomorrow. They haven't said anything to me, but they normally say something like the last day or the day of, which means I'm a last option. They're like, can we find somebody else? Can we find somebody else who's not going to make us look so bad? But every time I go on there, we get into fights about Biden and whether or not he's doing a good job, as they say that they're going to turn around and vote for Trump.
Like, don't make fun of white women. Like, you're gonna make us look bad. And it's like, I don't care. Like,
what inspired this segment was me watching FD's video that had a segment on online figures cancellations. Seeing Merrick go into depth about why she was previously cancelled while completely leaving out the biggest one. She constantly ran defense for her now racist ex-boyfriend SDL, and joined in on the dog pal on Professor
Wait, no, not her now racist boyfriend. What? No, that is incorrect. No, that is a lie. It is not her now racist boyfriend SDL. It's her previously racist boyfriend SDL. He still her boy. Oh, okay, I get what she's saying. It's her now boyfriend. But he was previously racist. Like, I haven't seen him say anything racist since then. A bunch of logs of him were leaked about a year and a half ago from Destiny's Discord, where he was saying some really messed up stuff, like some really racy stuff there. Like talking about how big women's lips are and how big black women's lips are and why they're so unattractive, and like why he would never have sex with a disgusting black woman, and all of this. Like it was a lot of really. How old was he when he was racist? Like he was. Even back then, I think that he was like a progressive, but he was just overly edgy. He was saying racist things. But yeah, I want to say it was like 10 years ago, probably 7 at the minimum, but it was a long time ago. Average Discord user, that is not the average Discord user. That is not the average Discord user. You hang out in some weird freaking Discords with little kids. For the rest of us, we do not see this stuff on average, okay? It's the shock factor? Yes, it is. It's all shock jock humor, for sure. Sock done left. Not anymore? Okay. I was going to say, because yeah, this stuff does not happen in my server. You debate open pedos too? Yeah, of course. I have. Do you guys not know about my... Wait, Samsonov, you've been here for long enough. You know. You should know. Do you not know? Do you not know about this stuff? That is what started like my upward trend. No, the question above that? Wait. Tom, I legit don't understand your moral purity regarding deplatforming Ben Thorpe while you regularly platform some of the most hateful Nazis online, Mio, etc. What is the principal difference? So the principal difference is that those people are coming on and trying to make arguments to convince people, and I'm hoping that by arguing against them, I am going to be able to stop them from like convincing more people and hopefully convince some people to come over to my side, or at least convince them to listen to me more. And over time, like my arguments will hopefully become more and more palatable to them. But for somebody who is literally, his daughter is literally being groomed into going and flirting with streamers for his benefit to get him clout, she has been abused for this purpose. That is insanely different. That is insanely different. Me giving them what it is she was abused to achieve is very, very different. It's like, imagine if you went to get a prostitute and you get there and you see Andrew Tate standing there and you're like, oh, wow. This girl was trafficked here. I don't know if I don't think I should get this prostitute anymore. I'm okay getting a prostitute, just not that kind of prostitute, not a trafficked prostitute, right? There's a massive difference there. There is a massive difference between saying, I'm going to go get a prostitute and I'm going to get a trafficked prostitute, a prostitute that I know their life was ruined for this purpose, and now I am going to feed into that. I don't agree it's so insanely different, but I can see where you're coming from. How is it different? Whether you win or lose a debate with Ben or Grace, doesn't matter. You give them what they want by letting them on your platform. Exactly. Exactly. And not only am I giving them what they want, but they got into this community through my community. They got on to Destiny's platform and whoever else's from here because I started platforming them here. So already I like moved something forward that I didn't know was happening. It's okay to rape women as long as she chooses it. What? It sounds like, how can you rape her if she chooses it? It's okay to jump in a pool of water as long as it's dry.
Flowers and cat black. She also went after me for my first video essay that included her ex's racist statements. My video also breaks down her weak 13-15 arguments, and she ignores that arrests aren't convictions. She played up the white tears and expected me to delete my first video. At this time, I was a nobody with only 500 subs. What does it mean when black people get attacked and dogpiled for correcting white people's advocacy for us? Can you see how that can hinder a lot of work when we're stuck discussing one-on-ones with self-appointed allies?
Yeah, it's me again. I felt the need to pop up to really and to understand the seriousness of the situation I'll be discussing next. I want to shed on the productive attitudes writing in all this drama, but these are real people's lives. And
I haven't understood a word so far, except for real people's lives.
never should have escalated to the scale that it did. And honestly, that's really sad. The blatant trans misogyny is sad.
I just watched it like that. Because yeah.
The harassment, the dogpiling, and just all this coming from white leftists. That's sad. Please listen. This is a perspective we haven't been given, and understand these are real people's lives.
I think prostitution is like that. Wait. An example that people use probably still happens, sell themselves into slavery. Yeah, sure, but not all prostitutes are sold into slavery, right? Prostitution is not the same as slavery, right? Prostitution, you still have bodily autonomy. You still have the ability to choose. You still consent to things. In slavery, you don't. These are very, 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 very different things. Regularly platforming Nazis and letting them spread their hateful ideology against millions, granted, with your pushback seems worse than platforming a single evil dad who's grooming his one kid. I don't agree. I don't. When I debate a Nazi, there is hope for an upside there. There is a possible upside there. There is at least a chance that there could be an upside there. With Ben and Grace Thorpe, there is 0% chance that there is an upside there. It is 100% downside. There is no upside to that. Outside of getting views. That is the end of it. To claim the latter is insanely morally unacceptable seems kind of strong in my opinion. Yeah, I don't see how that could be the case. Like in one case, it's about the ideas, right? It's about what they believe, what's being espoused, how many people they can pull in. In the other case, it's about helping somebody who is abusing people. And one way or the other, just by platforming them, you are already helping them. They don't care if they win or lose the debate. They don't care if they convince anybody. They don't care if people believe anything that they're saying. They don't care about any of that. They only care that they got the platform and they got the attention. And all of this, like a lot of it is him pimping out his daughter to try to get her to flirt with enough content creators to where they'll have another end. And these things are just desperate. The Nazis don't care either. They do care. They actually. What do you mean? They do care. They are actually trying to pull people over to their side. The Nazis are trying to get more people and convince more people of their ideas. That's not true. We make headway with Nazis all the time, mostly because they aren't actual Nazis. I mean, there's tons of people who are super far right who are in chat right now, who were super far right. There's tons of people who are in the Discord who came from the Groypers. I get messages from people who say, hey, like something you said resonated with me and it took me on a journey and now I'm leaving the Groypers. I appreciate you. I'm not going to hang out in your community because then they'll all find me or something like that. But like these things happen all the time. This is a regular thing where we're at least helping some individuals in the process. But through the Thorpes, through the Thorpes, there is no upside. That upside does not exist. There is not that potential upside anywhere. It is not there. It doesn't exist. It's nowhere to be found. I'm arguing with Samps, not you. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, I know. I'm agreeing with you. Tom, I think you're underestimating the positive impact calling out Ben's abuse is helping. I agree. I 100% agree. I really struggled with whether or not I should post that video at all. Then we had the modern day debate thing scheduled, where I thought, okay, so they're going to come on, because I normally, I don't like to cancel things, but I had already had that debate with him. And the day after I have that debate about him being a groomer, the next day we have the whole debate about Steven Crowder, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I could cancel this debate. I don't want to engage with these people anymore. I feel like this is all insanely negative and disgusting. But I could engage with them. There's going to be a lot of people coming over from the modern day debate chat and crowd. We'll get a lot of people in chat. We'll put their names in the title. And then that way, the very next day, after they've debated on modern day debate, after they've debated on my channel, and everybody is clicking on videos with their names on it, the very next day, I'm going to post the video with me going over the fact that he's a groomer, and this will spread like wildfire. And that's exactly what happened. And that's the last time I planned on having him on. A bunch of people, I think there were like 4 or 5 people who dropped out of that debate. The panel that we had that day, they were super mad at me for calling out Ben because everybody was dropping out of the debate then. So I'm aware what that video did. I chose to upload that video. Wait, I muted them? Whoops. Okay. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any notifications from this person. I say this person. I know who that is. That's one of my friends, but yeah, like there's a lot of people. K Fellows posted this after watching Tomfoolery P's stream from last night, watching their convos with other creators and doing research myself. I've decided not to go on the post-modern day debate stream with Grace and Ben Thorpe. When I said I wanted to get back into streaming, I didn't mean this. Best case scenario, this is a bit. They are not actually family. This is some character skit thing where they make light of very serious subjects like partner abuse and incest for content, so no one has to get a job. Worst case scenario, there's some legitimate effed up abuse. Incestuous shit is happening here, and I want nothing to do with it either. All I wanted was to have good faith debate about Crowder and the larger concept of partner abuse, not get sucked into the hybrid baby of trash reality TV and true crime documentaries. There's another thing here. Yeah, initially...
Oh, in the middle.
Yeah, initially
oh,
it was
and K
supposed
Fellows.
to be... Yes, right.
What a loser. Why did she decline? Loser. She committed to it. She knew who.
You see my face? You see my face where he's like, why did she decline? I'm like, You really asking that question right now?
Loser. Why did she decline? Loser. She committed to it. She knew who she was debating with, and then because
I don't
you
think she did.
badmouthed us. Yes,
I
she
did not badmouth you. You asked to come on my show and talk about things. I had you on. You were mad that Destiny wasn't forward with you, so I was forward with you. I gave you all of the things that you asked for, sir, and now you are still choosing to blame me. Sounds like a
There's nothing to be blamed
abuser
for.
would do. I don't know. Sounds like something an abuser would do. I don't know. True, bro. True. This guy is based, bro. With you, so I was forward with you. I gave you all of the things that you asked for, sir, and now you are still choosing to blame me. Sounds like a
There's nothing to be blamed
abuser
for.
would do. I don't know.
There's nothing to be blamed. There's no one needs to be blamed. We crushed tonight.
That's the problem,
Blame you
probably.
that you missed out on it. You just said soy boy and it just went to the back of your. But he's actually a Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad soy boy.
Not wrong.
No, that's why he showed up in K Fellows wherever she is. You owe me a fucking apology. You ain't coming back on no debate platforms.
Bro, me having these little name things here is so freaking cool. It's so cool. Every time somebody talks, their name lights up. Who else you seeing doing big things like that? Who else you seeing doing these big things up in here, bro?
But he's actually a Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad soy boy.
Not wrong.
No. That's why he showed up in K Fellows wherever she is. You owe me a fucking apology.
Big thanks, homies. But yeah, so I put the video out because I did think that it was going to be helpful to get it out there and get other people to see it. It seems like most everybody is canceling any sort of engagements that they were going to have with him because obviously it's just, yeah, it seems obviously unethical to play into the abuse now, to be part of that abuse. It's just, yeah, it seems very different. Because, like, in this case, we know who's being abused. We know who the abuser is. We know what the type of abuse is. And playing into that is this very direct engagement with it. Whereas debating a Nazi, it's this very, like, abstract person out there who may or may not exist, who could or could not be affected by the things that I'm doing and the people that I'm talking to. Like, it's just, it's a very, very different sort of thing. So, yeah. Now Tom replatforms Voldemort anyways. That is not the same thing. What a loser. Well done. Well done. Jews aren't that abstract. Well, all Jews are not being affected by me having a debate with Mio, though, right? A Jewish person being affected by it, or Jewish people in the grand scheme, like, yes, this is all very abstract. It is not like a thing that I am directly engaging with. I am a Giga Chad soy boy. True. I really hope he takes off those gloves and goes number 2. Yeah, it's not necessary. This dude in the video just looks like Tom. He's copying me and my takes.
It's white people making these spaces
freaking white people, stop it,
unsafe for us. And that's not us being insular. It's them refusing to learn or understand or otherwise like meaningfully engage.
You guys making cookbooks about noodles and dumplings is making this space unsafe. Stop it.
With any anti-racist theory or any anti-racist like praxis. Racism is very serious and it can be extreme. White people should treat it seriously, but they have this like stereotypical idea of racism that it's for them, it's like a very high bar.
Tom, I don't share your strong moral intuitions on the difference, but I appreciate your explanation, brother. Yes, sir. I'm sure there, like, I can understand there being people who disagree. It's just, this is generally how I think about these things and the way that I try to, like, use my platform. Supposedly Destiny's, so I banned them this morning from the server. Supposedly Destiny's server banned them tonight. Apparently they were posting, like, lewd photos of one another. So it looks like other people are getting rid of them. I know numerous other content creators who were supposed to have conversations with them that canceled. Supposedly Speakeasy talked to Grace the other day, or had her on and her boyfriend, which her boyfriend is just another victim. Like, he was just like this awkward young guy who, not young guy, he's this awkward guy who was easy for her to manipulate. And yeah,
are to meet, you know? They don't see that calling any black leftist a psyop. They don't understand why that's problematic because they only see the clan hoods as a valid form of racism. They're not dealing with like the root cause.
Easy was weird AF, I should say. That's so you guys know Main Event? He's here once in a while. Not for a long time normally, but he makes like my thumbnails a lot of the time. He does a lot of my channel administration stuff. Lots of times when like comments get hearted by the channel, sometimes it's him. Most of the time it's me, but sometimes it's him. He said that he was watching Speakeasy and that Speakeasy was acting like a jealous new boyfriend trying to get at the old boyfriend and just being like very salty and weird towards NoFap. He said like everybody in chat was like, this is freaking weird. So I went and looked at it for a little bit the other day, and I meant to like look more into it, but I didn't have time. I was on a call when I was watching some of it and like clicking through.
Cause of these oppressions. And it's kind of like why we keep going in this like endless circle, is because we have to keep explaining to white people that
NoFap is a freak, but I do feel bad for him. Yeah, so I had talked to him about having him on, but all of the stuff that he was sending me was just also very like salty stuff that just, it didn't have much to do with him and his relationship with her, and really like the stuff that I was talking about with Ben. It was like a lot of like really salty stuff, like, look, he's broke, he's going bankrupt, he's losing money, he did this stupid thing, look at her holding blood, and it like the picture of her nose busted up, it just looks so fake. I don't buy that at all. Like, there's like blood on her lips and everything. Like, I don't, yeah. So I chose to kick him from the server as well. Like, there was nothing there for me to actually engage with. It was creepy and gross. Who all was there? Yes, that is such a good description of it. It was so bad, Easy and Grace's ex-boyfriend. Ugh.
Yes, white supremacy is actually at the root of everything. It's at the root of misogyny. It's at the root of queerphobia. It's at the root of transphobia. It's at the root of ableism. Sometimes it feels like white people are just like being dense on purpose. It's like their God-given right to be dense and to keep us trapped in this cycle of explaining to white people that white supremacy is at the root of everything. Like, the white arrogance makes them come into these conversations where they're like, I'm the most right person, and if you tell me otherwise, I'm just gonna harass you. Because
that is just wrong. This girl is just wrong. They're just wrong on a lot of these things. They don't believe in rational argumentation. And then if you say like, yes, but this stuff is irrational, then they're like, oh, well, that's actually your whiteness speaking, and rationality is actually a white concept. And actually, this guy named Omega-4 Guptaki from Africa invented a much better way of coming to truth statements, and white people just hid that from the rest of the world. And that's really the way that we should figure out what is right and what is wrong. So yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna go with the whiteness and stick with rationality. But it's not us being dense or anything like that. It's just, we think you're wrong.
Because you're racist. And like, it's so that arrogance means that they're not coming from a place of like wanting to learn and wanting to help and wanting to join the collective struggle. It's about wanting to feel like the most right person in the room. It's about their own personal grievances. But white people, they're coming into this brand new, but they're acting like they are the experts and they're the most right. And this whole debate culture, it
Oh, wow. You think you're right? Oh, wow. Oh, you argue for things that you think are right? You think? Oh, you only believe in things that you think are right? Wow. That's whiteness. Everybody else, people of color, know better than to believe the things that they think are true are actually right. We know that we're wrong about everything, yet we believe it anyways.
It exacerbates that problem 100% because they have this like following, to have this fan base of people who hang on to your every word. They're not coming to this with an open mind. They're coming to this with okay, I'm here now, let's fix it.
Cat Black, a black trans content creator, is one of the pioneers of trans YouTube. I've been following Cat Black since I was a freshman in high school. In 2016 to 2018, she was targeted in a harassment campaign by the alt-right pipeline. Numerous bad faith videos were made that didn't engage at all with what Cat Black was saying in her videos. Last year's Women's History Month, she was intensely harassed by white leftists. Cat made the mistake of asking her community a very simple question. Without naming names, she asked her community that's largely trans if ironic misogyny is helpful to trans liberation. This led to Ian, aka Vosh, who made the ironic misogyny joke against J.K. Rowling, to jump into Cat's DMs. In that exchange, Vosh not only was a massive dick, but he—
Wait, what did she just say? He made the ironic misogyny joke just to jump into Cat's DMs? Is that what she just said? Did I get that right? Is that what she actually said? Did anybody else hear this? Rewind, I missed it? Damn it. I have to like click off of this game in order to rewind it. Alright, here we go.
struggle. It's about wanting to feel like the most right person in the room. It's about it's about their own personal grievances.
Oh yeah.
But white people, they're coming into this brand new, but they're acting like they are the experts and they're the most right. And this whole debate culture, it exacerbates that problem 100%, because they have this like following, to have this fan base of people who hang on to your every word. They're not coming to this with an open mind. They're coming to this with okay, I'm here now, let's fix it.
True.
Cat Black, a black trans content creator, is one of the pioneers of trans YouTube. I've been following Cat Black since I was a freshman in high school. In 2016 to 2018, she was targeted in a harassment campaign by the alt-right pipeline. Numerous bad faith videos.
What? She got she got harassed by the alt-right pipeline. This could straight up be parody. I know, dude. I know, that's what I was thinking at first. I was like, wait, is she making fun of herself? She got harassed by the pipeline? What? But the alt-right pipeline is like, the algorithm over time suggests different people to you that get farther and farther right. And this is real. So back in the day when the alt-right was a thing, it's not a thing anymore. It's gone. It's disappeared. It literally does not exist anymore. If anybody says that the alt-right is harassing them, tell them they're a freaking idiot. The alt-right does not exist anymore. But the alt-right was a far-right group run by Richard Spencer and a bunch of other far-right leaders. They're pretty much neo-Nazis, but they were not like a religious group at all. They were very secular, and they called themselves the alt-right. And they started doing a lot of content creation on the internet. And people would have arguments and engage with them and debate them and all sorts of things. So the algorithm became a pipeline, and this is real. I went down this pipeline, okay? So I went down the pipeline, but it is very real. Yes, 2016, where you start with somebody like Ben Shapiro. You're watching Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro goes on to Dave Rubin and talks to Dave Rubin. Okay, so now you start getting suggested Dave Rubin. Now you're watching Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin talks to Joe Rogan. You go and watch Joe Rogan. Okay, well, Joe Rogan talks to Sargon of Akkad. Okay, so now Sargon of Akkad, you start getting his videos. Sargon of Akkad talks to Milo Yiannopoulos. So now you start watching Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. Well, Milo Yiannopoulos starts talking to... crap, who was the shaved head guy? Who was the guy with the shaved head that always did like the Stefan Molyneux. Yes, Stefan Molyneux. So now you're getting Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux talks to Lauren Southern. So now you're getting Lauren Southern. And just over time, you're getting farther and farther right. Lauren Southern has a direct connection to people like Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes and all of these other like far-right content creators. And so over time, you start getting suggested farther and farther right stuff because they're all engaging with one another. And so, yeah, like each one, like, you know, they'd have... Sargon even went on to damn it, what was his name? I just said his name a second ago. Is there a left-wing pipeline? Maybe, but they're really bad at engaging with one another. They're really bad at it. Like even right now, all of the other left-wing channels are fighting against TYT, right? Like, yes, Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin had Sargon on his channel. And I forgot what I was going to say with this. Oh yeah, and so Dave Rubin has him on, and he puts like Sargon of Akkad in his title. And so as soon as you click on a video that says Sargon of Akkad, now you're getting recommended people like Shoe on Head and all of these other, you know, content creators who put out videos about Sargon of Akkad. And then you start watching them, and they have names of people, and it's just like, it's a perpetual thing. Whereas this is similar to what we do here, where like with Destiny, he engages with a bunch of smaller creators in this space. But the thing is, his channel never puts anybody's names in their titles or anything. They don't put your links, they don't put your, you know, nothing. They don't show any of your stuff. But Shu was not alt-right though. Yeah, Shu was an alt-right, but she engaged with alt-right people. So yeah, like it was just, there was a pipeline to far-right people. Eventually, you watching Andy Worski set fire to his nipples. I don't know about that one, but yeah. So anyway, so that's the pipeline. The pipeline is just a concept. A pipeline is not a person. Nobody is the pipeline. Nobody is in the pipeline. The pipeline is just like a thing that happens. It's not an actual person. Nobody is part of the pipeline. That's just ridiculous. So you can't get harassed by the alt-right pipeline. It's like if I said he was being a systemic racist. That's not a thing. You can't be a systemic racist. Like that doesn't make sense. That's not real. It's kind of like that. So yeah.
Were made that didn't engage at all with what Cat Black was saying in her videos. Last year's Women's History Month, she was intensely harassed by white leftists. Cat made the mistake of asking her community a very simple question. Without naming names, she asked her community that's largely trans if ironic misogyny is helpful to trans liberation. This led to Ian, aka Vosh, who made the ironic misogyny joke against J.K. Rowling, to jump into Cat's DMs. In that
Okay. So her tweet is what made him jump into the DMs, not the ironic misogyny. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. That was weird. Richard Spencer de-radicalized himself now, right? Even his accent fucking changed. No, he did not. Nope. We went over this recently. I was talking about it for a while on stream, saying that I have no idea if he's actually still pushing the same stuff, but I know that Mindwaves kept going after Stardust for platforming him because Mindwaves was saying that this new thing that he's pushing is literally the same stuff. They just don't say Jewish ever. They never say Jewish. They never say trans. They never say any of these things, but they dog whistle all of it. They dog whistle every little bit of it. And so I kept saying, I don't know. Maybe that's true. I haven't seen anything about this stuff, so I have no idea. So Mindwaves came on. He was like, yes, they do this. Go look up this video, look up that video. So we went and looked it up, and no, he was definitely correct. Like, it is 100% the same, like, anti-Semitic bullcrap from before. So I'm retarded for thinking that No Jumper episode Richard Spencer is the same guy. Wait. That Richard Spencer is the same guy on No Jumper. That is the same guy. He's pushing a new thing called Apolloism. I've had Richard Spencer on here, I think twice, right? Twice? So you guys remember like the whole Charlottesville thing where they all marched with tiki torches? And then a guy ran over a bunch of people in a crowd? That was them. That was Richard Spencer and his people. But he's straight up saying that Democrats are the only people who can govern a nation right now. Yes, it is literally... he might actually believe that. I have no idea. My best guess is that he's just trying to appeal to more people. But But the anti-Semitic stuff is still ingrained in everything from his new movement that he's pushing called Apolloism. It is the same stuff. It is literally the same crap. I don't want to get too far into it, but I'll show you guys.
In the culture.
Where was the original thing? Was it this one? Yeah. Part 1 of REM theory.
REM theory refers to the conscious inception of dreams, desires, and motivations by artists. To these self-styled renegades, the fundamental legitimacy of the family, of traditional complementary gender roles, and of parental
complementary gender roles
authority were evidence of sexual dysfunction, repression, and even hatred. Ironically enough, the resulting collapse of social harmony, the overt sexualization and pornification of culture, has led to a widespread sexual and spiritual sterilization. People are increasingly living single, sexless, loveless lives, and the disappearance of committed marriage is a foregone conclusion. At times, we get a sense of how deeply ingrained this decadence has become. We clearly perceive the promotion, even the celebration, of bad morality, bad spirituality, bad aesthetics, and we're cast in the position of naysayers and prudes. Part of the reason the culture industry is so invasive and parasitic on public morals is because this shift has happened slowly.
No, this isn't Richard Spencer talking. This is his partner.
We as individuals and as a collective have been the proverbial boiling frogs. We have been subtly subjected to more and more extreme and decadent conditions without becoming aware of it.
So right here, this is all about, like, Jewish propaganda.
This series of videos is intended to break that pattern by looking at cultural forms, both ancient and contemporary, through the lens of REM theory. The term REM harkens to the phase of rapid eye movement sleep. During this phase of sleep, our dreaming is most active. In the cultural context, REM theory refers to the conscious inception of dreams, desires, and motivations by artists, parabolists, and their often conscious enablers. REM theory traces a web of carefully crafted hidden messages embedded within art for the purposes of positively moralizing one group and demoralizing another. The supposition of REM theory is that this kind of coded messaging is a subversive but common and salient phenomenon, not merely in contemporary media, but in artistic and intellectual expression appearing throughout human civilization, including within ancient religion. The theory argues that at a certain stage of civilizational development, such subversive messaging will appear, concealed in relatively innocuous or acceptable forms.
There you go.
As audience populations come to trust this artistic mode or medium, the messaging will steadily grow more explicitly subversive. The result is a gradual but radical and deep-seated conditioning of target populations. To demonstrate just how far this process has reached in our own time.
Like, they're just trying their best to make this more palatable. It's the same stuff. It's the same freaking crap. They're just trying to be uber general with what it is they're saying.
And place. Perhaps it's simplest to point to Hollywood's sister industry in the San Fernando Valley, also known as Porn Valley. The internet has fundamentally changed the way in which pornography can be consumed. The average age that a child first views pornography is now 11 years old. Some studies have suggested that children aged 10 and under account for a full fifth of online porn consumption. From an early age, children, prepubescents, and adolescents are desensitized to sex, and their ability to pair bond is irreparably compromised.
So yeah, this is what he's pushing these days.
Exchange, Vosh not only was a massive dick, but he also displayed an explosive amount of arrogance that only a cis white man would confidently display. Everything escalated fast when Vosh in his glory misrepresented his conversation with Kat, starting a wave of harassment that would only get worse with each day. In her attempt to shut down Vosh's lies and low digs, she rightfully released the DMs that showed how unhinged and self-important Ian is. At this point, Ian decided to escalate the situation even further.
Vosh was insanely obtuse and dense in that conversation. She's not wrong. Ian was very, very dense in those DMs. She is not wrong on this one.
Taking it to stream to weaponize his live audience. ContraPoints, who's one of the biggest...
He did weaponize his audience too. He told like everybody to like, he does this often where he'll like put a tweet on screen and be like, you guys know what to do. Like he does this all the time. Yet he never gets crap for it at all. I think Destiny gets crap for this all the time, weaponizing his audience, sending everybody after people in his audience, while like the stuff that he does is a lot more general, where he'll say like something like, hey, I read this thing on Kiwi Farms today, and everyone's like, oh, he's sending all of his audience there. It's like, okay, like kind of, but not really. Like now you're just saying he can't mention things, but Vosh literally just tells people like, go make this person change their mind. Go harass them until they shut up. Go flood this person's chat until they decide to debate me. Like, he does this all the time.
Video essays and LeftTube also fell victim to Vosh's stream.
I'm sending my audience after you, Tom. That's fine. People can brigade me all they want, because their audience just ends up liking me better than them.
ContraPoints simply speaking up on his bad faith attacks led him to slick his fans on her. All this because 2 trans women told him that ironic misogyny isn't helpful to trans people. Many of the debate bros from Twitch and the racist queer community joined in on the dogpiling of Cat Black. Hunter Avalon being one of them who came with the biggest reach against Cat Black in his quest to gain clout. Hunter's first thought was to dig up an out-of-context tweet of Cat. It's very rich coming from him since he's supposedly a reformed white supremacist, let alone the fact that he made a very viral right-wing racist transphobic video on Cat that got hundreds of thousands of views. So to see him not only join in on the dog pile, but to do so with the dog whistle as id poll is very ironic. While we're on white leftists,
oh my goodness, they're saying id poll is a dog whistle now?
On Cat that got, let alone the fact that he made a very viral right-wing racist transphobic video white supremacist.
Wait, who did this?
Let alone the fact that he made a very viral right him since he supposed his thought was to dig up an out-of-context tweet.
Yes, if only 2 choices in a conversation about black experiences were Candace Owens and some white dude who read a few books, I think Candace, a black woman, would have more to say. And then they're showing a bunch of white leftists quote tweeting this saying, that's dumb.
Tweet of Cat. It's very rich coming from him.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's Hunter Avalon. This is where id poll gets you absolutely brain dead. Yeah, Hunter's right here. Hunter gets a W once in a while.
Hunter's first thought was to dig up an out-of-context tweet of Cat. It's very rich coming from him since he's supposedly a reformed white supremacist, let alone the fact that he made a very viral right-wing racist transphobic video on Cat that got hundreds of thousands of views. So to see him not only join in on the dog pile, but to do so with the dog whistle as id poll is very ironic. While we're on white leftists, I wanted to give Dreamleaf her Queer Clan Rally Award. Her outstanding continual racist attacks and misinformation on Cat Black takes a lot of commitment to constantly have cat in your mouth. Now let's hear Ian retell what happened from his perspective.
Well, I don't like the arguments a lot of people are using, I'm okay with being criticized for the ironic misogyny, but a lot of people, I think, again, are doing that ceding ground to J.K. Rowling thing. So One of the people doing that was Cat Black on Twitter. I DM'd Cat Black saying that I disagreed with her and asked if she would be interested in hearing my explanation for my behavior. She like made comments about my penis unprompted, which again is very weird. Cat Black sexually harassed me. I'm really sorry. Just out of nowhere talking about a person's dick because you sexted them before and you're having a public falling out with them, to stand by the side of that person when everything that I've done here, every element of this particular drama, has been escalated and instigated by other people. That's not an exaggeration.
He literally started it.
Yeah, Vosh, pretty much exactly what Cat states he's into. All right, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay. Super idpol, like, lefty black women who are, like, really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse.
Wow, he said idpol. He said idpol, guys. He said idpol. He said it.
Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have, like, racist thoughts tend to, like, weirdly fetishize, like, interracial race shit for, like, probably reasons they should be.
What's idpol? Idpol is identity politics. So generally, identity politics is used to say that, like, you're using your identity over other things. Like, you're using your identity over an argument, or your identity is making the argument for you. That's generally what people use identity politics to mean. Initially, it meant that you had some sort of political beliefs about identities, or that were based on identities. So, like, you believed black people should be able to, like, get into college at higher rates, right? That was called idpol. But over time, it became this instead.
Be more critical of. Like, is this not exactly like all of the woke scolds who would reply to ContraPoints and say stuff like, are you done invalidating the voices of trans women who have been hurt by your content? It's such a shitty, presumptuous, woke scold kind of behavior because you're presupposing, yeah. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. I just think it's funny how he's talking.
Yeah, see, he said, publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
Fucking shit, so here we are, lol. She really is mentally a teenage girl. Don't they say trans people go through a second puberty when they transition? Oh my god, I didn't even see this. Wait, she's genuinely retarded. I'm so sorry. Do you guys remember the DMs that we shared?
As you saw, he did everything to escalate the situation. He starts by using anti-white, which at this point is more than a dog whistle. His fetish comments were pulled completely out of his rear, especially when you know that Kat has discussed race play for years. Kat is so open in her content about her experiences of black trans women being fetishized. I haven't even spoken on him going after ContraPoints.
What does that have to do with anything?
For simply calling out his ego. Trans people's lived experiences will always hold more weight than what some arrogant cis white man has to offer. And don't waste your time with the Blair White and Candace Owens strawmans. You don't even realize you weaponize them against black people just as much as white supremacists. Now to these important next clips.
It's real bad. You guys saying that she leaked the sects, which, by the way, I saw large content creators repeating the fact that she leaked the sects, which never happened. That did not ever happen. No sects were ever leaked by anyone. All that Cat Black ever did was say that the greatest extent that they ever engaged was to sext a few years ago. You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck over the place. And honestly, that's fucking shit. Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way, people perpetuating this. And this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you Shark for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes. You were so mask off with your bad faith attacks on Cat Black. Shark was the first content creator to push this misinformation that debate bros till this day still latch onto. The hordes of racist white queer people that ran with this to attempt to silence Cat, and anyone calling out the bold trans misogynoir. Shark gained a lot of clout and profited off of the attacks. Black trans people don't have to accept contradictory allyship from cis black men, throwing black trans people to the wolves that are debate bros. Cat wasn't the first or the last trans person he's gone after. The clout and access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed coon vibes from him. At the moment, he lacks any contrition for the hate he pushed. I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr. when my black and brown trans siblings are lacking resources, support, dying, and being murdered. There's a lesson from this that I want leftists and especially Corn Tube to understand. To have allyship with black trans folks is so much more than publicly stating your support. To be intersectional with us, you need to include us in your dialogue. You'll need to share your platform to help push nuanced discussions. Learn what trans misogynoir is, which I discussed in my video Transphobia and Trans.
They used that clip, dude.
Misogynoir. Now back to this caucasity.
I will not move from my positions because I am right and confident in that rightness. And I have not, nor will I ever cede ground to bad arguments because they're being offered by people with different lived experiences than me. We will be mass banning people from my subreddit who take any position other than the correct one, which is mine. Also from my chat and from my Discord. There were a lot of people here in my community and chat who were defending Contra throughout all this, but Contra never actually posed an argument to me in public.
He's so dumb. He is so dumb. He's so bad faith. I hate it. I hate it. I hate these people. They're all so dumb. It's dumb people arguing with dumb people.
What am I supposed to take from that? Don't you think the whole I'm right, you're wrong mentality encourages this kind of behavior? No, never cede into the abusers. They want you to think that being confident is what they have a problem with. They want you to believe, oh, things would be so much better if only you were weaker and more susceptible to peer pressure. I will never cede anything for the sake of optics with these fucking people, okay? Never in my life. I will tear this entire goddamn community to the ground before I cede even the slightest point for the sake of getting them off my back. I do not care. I will never care. I'm building my nest egg, all right? I'll do this shit for as long as I can. I will never in my life back off. And if more people were like me, the left would have won the online space years ago.
He gave like the cringiest speeches during that arc, dude. It was so bad.
After watching that, aren't you eager to give him the most helpful trans ally award? If bad media literacy was clips, it would be these. Strictly only being in a community with trans people that agree with you as this person says it all. This is exactly what creates insular spaces where white supremacy in the queer community can grow. He purged away the remaining intersectional trans people in a space.
I don't know. I think somebody's saying that idpol is like a racist dog whistle is probably gonna be on the list of bad media literacy and, you know, bad trans advocacy first.
And built walls like the arrogant entitled white boy he is. To be this explosive over being corrected is what BIPOC leftists fear in shared spaces.
The cognitive dissonance is white supremacy, like, let's be real. But that weird cognitive dissonance, like, it was a bit surprising. You know, like, and this is my real life, you know, like, these are my, like, lived experiences. Whereas these, like, white leftists are just, like, they're just doing Discord. They're just shitposting. They're just trying to get content for their streams or whatever. And they're trying to do this, like, reactionary grifting, like a lot of people on the right do. Like, I very, like, the fact that
Saying it's just idpol can be thought terminating, though, to be fair. It can be, but it can also be completely apt. Just saying that you can never say idpol is ridiculous. And calling idpol a dog whistle is ridiculous. To say that there are times when when saying id poll isn't a good argument, or like any argument can sometimes be thought terminating. Any label or broad label can be thought terminating at times. Anything can be, you know, any argument can be made in a bad way, but she's acting as though you can just never mention id poll whatsoever.
So many white leftists also had the same reaction as so many right-wing douchebags kind of speaks volumes, you know? Like, even white people who are like marginalized by class or by disability or by sexuality, they still had the same reactions as like Jesse Singal. And what does that say about whiteness? What does that say about so-called white progressives?
Literally nothing.
This final mask-off conversation I'll show you is of Ian talking to Andrewism. It is rich in examples of being out of touch and struggling with allyship 101s.
The problem is, the language that I used was inclusionary, and the language that she used was exclusionary, which is the reason why I was critical.
It's your phone bugging, Forever Wild.
My message wasn't...
Exclusionary in what way?
So she literally says, do not talk to me about police, white people, until you've done X. I can't imagine...
She said, please don't speak to me about police in the context of what the guy said. She was speaking directly to somebody. She had quote-tweeted somebody. So the please don't speak to me about police is specific to that tweet. But the first sentence, why white leftists more eager to unify with racialized communities than organize your own people first. Second sentence, unity with black people is meaningless as long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Now, in the original stream, you are taking issue with the phrase, your own people. Do you still have issue with that phrase?
Yeah. Why are we racializing this?
Because you can't ignore race in America of all places.
No, if you have a problem...
Yeah, white people don't own other white people. They have no responsibility for other white people. It, like, in this case, it's not in all cases, okay? It's pretty cringe when anytime anybody says anything about white people, or sorry, anytime people say anything about white people, people are like, well, you wouldn't think that if we said that about black people. Like, not all things are actually comparable in all cases. But in this case, if you are turning around and saying you need to own white people, you need to fix white people's problems before you talk about black people's problems, this is a case where it would be extremely racist for white people to be like, oh, don't complain about a white person killing a black person when black people kill black people all the time. Like, that would be a pretty messed up statement to make, right? You can't tell somebody that they own the other black people committing crimes. This black person here has nothing to do with that black person there. They are not related. They do not, they do not own one another. They don't stick up for they're not responsible for one another in any way. It's kind of ridiculous.
With a take, you don't need to say, why are these white people giving a bad take? You don't need to say white people aren't doing enough. If you have an issue with a take,
pointing out a general trend in the organization patterns of
right. That's essentializing.
Lack of organizing patterns. It's not essentializing. So
then why did black people overwhelmingly vote for Biden instead of Bernie? Maybe you guys need to do more radicalization within your own community first. How much is X or Y doing? Like, why aren't white people doing enough? Why not use positive language that includes people? White people have a power that black people don't.
Because you don't need to coddle people.
Oh, see, now we're getting to it. Using inclusionary language is coddling. Anti-revolutionary rhetoric. This is counter-revolutionary from No Name. The original tweet is saying, hey, workers of America, we need to rise up together and recognize that petty racial infighting is not the way to solve our problems. We need to work together against the collective institutions that oppress us.
You have a weird way of perceiving these sort of things, but let me scale back a bit.
If you were a random white kid and you saw this tweet, like you realize...
We're not talking about random white kids, Fosh.
Random white kids are future revolutionaries. White Boy Summer is a revolutionary's haven, okay? We need those random white kids. And they see a tweet like this. And what do they think? How can you recruit new people if you don't care what normies think about our movement? How can we recruit new...
This is true. Like, it is dumb when people are like, oh, optics don't matter. I don't care about optics. Like, this is something that we went over earlier when Katie was on Adam and Sitch, or Sitch and Adam, where she was talking about how liberals will say, oh, I really support Black Lives Matter and everything that you're doing. You just, you know, you're taking a little bit too far with the rioting, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue supporting you if you continue doing this stuff. Like, yeah, that's a good argument. Like, that makes sense. Yes, it makes sense that people would get off board with your movement if they think that your movement is being immoral, doing immoral things, and you're not policing your own movement very well. Yeah, I think a lot of people would be embarrassed to continue promoting your movement at that point.
People, if we don't care about what randoms think about our messaging, we need to know. We need to be appealing.
It's interesting because I don't care about optics is a play on optics. It is. It is 100% a play on optics. Yes, it is infuriating. Yes.
To them as much as possible. We should be having bake sales to get these fuckers in our doors. There are people who are going to say that I'm tone policing, but that it's okay to tone police massive public figures when they're giving political messaging. That's an okay time to tone police, actually. Optics is very important when it comes to bringing over new people. I don't think we're ever going to agree on that. And even if they never fully unlearn it and they're still like a little bit racist, what would you rather have? A slightly racist white kid who wants a proletarian revolution, or a slightly racist white kid with a Back the Blue sticker on the back of his fucking Ford Focus, you know? I know that I would rather have them on the left. And maybe they're irritating and other black people on the online left don't want to be around them. That's cool. They don't have to. It's not a social club. They can stay in some other portion of the left where people are more tolerant of that type of behavior, you know?
And who do you think is going to create that path? Who do you think should create that path? Who do you think should be putting in that difficult work to build that path?
Well, I do it better than pretty much anyone else, I think. So I'd say me. Yeah, I think other white people can use their privilege to try to access those communities.
Which is No Name's point.
No Name was basically telling white people to sweep their own porch before coming to pick apart black people's advocacy.
Yes, that's dumb. That's racist. All she was doing is just essentializing white people and putting them all into one group and then telling a single person that they're responsible for that entire group. That's all. It's just that simple.
Meaning that white Americans have yet to tangibly reckon with their whiteness. They still at large are struggling to push anti-racist efforts within their own spaces. It took an entire hour for Ian to finally understand the no-name tweet, only to gaslight his way out of reflecting, purposely refusing to understand since his whole argument he relied on would crumble, placing more importance in personally feeling right than truly understanding.
No, everything he said there was true. Everything he said there was completely true.
What androism and no name are conveying. The idea that black people at the tone police are intersectional leftist spaces, for some likely still racist white boys to feel welcome, is quite literally counterproductive. The only people that need to be doing bake sales and going door to door are other white people. The Black Panther Party and MLK were largely unpopular, yet they made so much progress. Progress that was made without the majority of white Americans and normies. Moving forward, we should stop engaging and going back and forth with bigots that dig their heels in. That time could be better spent uplifting and helping build intersectional leftist creators, especially Cornbread too. Watch more women of color, queer, and trans content creators. Together we can encourage a healthy space welcoming more diverse voices, where tone policing isn't the norm, nuance encouraged, and our lived experience aren't dismissed. Let's together walk into this new leftist era where truly intersectionality is the norm. With that said, I wish you endurance as we push through more anti-trans and CRT bills. Special thanks to Kayleen, my interview Rosalind, and Aaron Knock for making my thumbnail. If you want to help me create more black trans-focused content, you're able to support me on 2 other platforms. I have Patreon, where you can see exclusive content and behind-the-scenes clips. You also can support me on Ko-fi, where you can find my art prints and original paintings that I sell locally.
Cool. Cool, dude. Super cool. Cool beans, bro. Cool macaroni. That was the cool stuff. That was the coolest video. That video was so cool. That is a cool person. Who is the person you're listening to? SoulBunni. She makes me want to go back to doing that video essay. Watching that video reminds me of everything that I wanted to get across in that video essay and makes me want to start it again. I just a week ago, I told everybody, I was like, I've been working on this video for so long and it's not coming together and I just don't feel like I can do it. I don't feel like it's there. The thing is not there. It is not all there. And so I just feel like I need to leave it alone and just walk away from it and just trash it and move on. But this is what it was about. This is what it was about. This is what I was talking about. I was talking about the fact that there are a bunch of black leftist video essayists who say really, really dumb stuff. And then I follow it up with other people like Cavernacle, Noah Sampson, people like that, espousing the same stupid stuff that they're saying and just repeating it just because a black person said it. Now they're like, well, I have to agree. It's obnoxious. It's stupid. I talk about FD Signifier. I talk a lot about Professor Flowers. I talk a lot about all of these people. Bad optics for you. It would be really bad optics for me. It would. And I play into the bad optics in the video. Like, I purposefully say, like, I say a lot of things in the video where I'm like, it's really cringe to say. Or sorry, I start off by saying, I'm not racist, but, and then that video zooms out. And I'm standing here like this, and it's like sitting there in a box, and I'm like, it's a really weird thing to say. Because when you say that, anything that comes after sounds like it's going to be racist. But, and then I go into like a whole video. Tom thinks he's a theater kid. There was a lot of theater in it. There was a lot of theater. There was a lot of like different, there was a lot of, like, I filmed in a classroom. I filmed in or I was going to film in a museum. I did a lot of filming out in the streets. I did a film inside of the college football Hall of Fame. I did filming all over the place. It was going to be like a whole production. But this video makes me feel like I need to get back into that. I feel like eventually it will all come together. Like, there will be something that I'll see somewhere and I'll think, yes, this is what brings it all together for me. And now I feel like this is it. I feel like this is it. I kept thinking it'll eventually come. There will be something else that really just wraps it all up nice and tight in a bow, and I feel like this is it. I feel like this is that thing. Tom, what political affiliation do you think you're closest to? I would say probably a right-wing progressive. I think anybody who looks at me can tell I'm a right-wing progressive. You're gonna have to bring on non-cringe black people, or it's gonna look ... Well, I interview black people in the street. I literally go up to them and say, hey, what do you think about this? And I show them clips of Professor Flowers saying things. And like, do you agree with that? Because Professor Flowers keeps saying things like, you need to listen to real black people. You refuse to listen to black people, but she's not saying that so that you actually listen to other black people. She's saying that so that you listen to her. So when she says it, I show it to other black people in the streets, and then I say, what do you think about this? And then I get their opinion, and they all say that I would never agree with that. That's racist. That's messed up. I would never say anything like that, right? That's okay, Crowder. Sure, I guess, maybe, but like most black people are liberals. They're not these far left commies out here talking about like colonization. They're not doing that. So I feel like it's meant to be a point to say, you guys keep pushing this, saying, listen to black people. Black people don't agree with you. They agree with me. Black people are a mixed bag. You never know. Exactly. And that's kind of like another point. It's like, hey, if we want to say, listen to black people are going to be much closer to me than they are to you. But they are not this monolith that we can just say like, hey, black people, what do you say? We have to actually like rationalize things. We have to take our own morals and our own values and say, what would I want? What do I think is best? There's an argument that I make all the time where I say, if black people all voted tomorrow and said, put us back in chains, we want to be slaves again, please put us back in chains, I want it so badly, massa, please, 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 pretty please. Would you vote Would you say, okay, fine, yes, cool, you all voted to be slaves again, so cool, we'll put you back in chains? No, you wouldn't. Why? Because you think it's wrong. What they want doesn't actually matter. You don't care what they want. Tom is my favorite black streamer. Yes. I am the best black streamer on YouTube. So yeah, like I feel like the message of the video is really important. And a lot of it's about like the anti-debate bro stuff where they're like, you know, they're all against debate bros and the fact that anybody who does video essays, they do these things in a way to where they're just telling you what is, and then they move on to tell you what is, and then they move on to tell you what is, and then they move on to tell you what is. But in this space, we don't just tell you what is. We allow other people to come on and challenge us on that. And we allow you to hear both sides of an argument. And we get to challenge ourselves, and we challenge each other, and we come up with better arguments, and we evolve. And if I get crushed on some debate and everybody else goes and reviews it, all of them evolve from that debate. Everybody learns from it, and all of us as a space get better from it, and we all can continue getting better and learning more from these things. They do not. They just tell you what is true and then move on. And it's infuriating. It's very frustrating. There was who was the Philosophy Tube. Philosophy Tube did this all the time, where they were insanely bad faith throughout an entire video, but they would start every video by saying things like, now let's be fair and be charitable, guys. Let's start with their argument. Let's take them at their word. And then they would completely strawman whatever it was that they were talking about and give them like the worst position. Like, hey guys, let's be charitable. Let's take conservatives at their word, okay? And let's actually engage with their real argument. They want to force women to have babies. What? What? No, that is not true. What are you talking about? But they got this whole video about conservatives and abortion and all of this crap. But but Philosophy Tube starts with this idea that conservatives want forced pregnancy or forced birthing. Like, it's just it's very bad faith. It's really insane. It's just like somebody on the right doing another video and being like, hey guys, let's all be good faith. Let's take liberals at their words. Let's be charitable and engage with their real arguments. They want to murder babies. Like, that would be the same. That would be the equivalent here. That would be the same thing. It's that ridiculous. He couldn't believe all black people didn't want to abolish the cops. I know. This is, well, and so this is, again, this is a big part of my video, is I feel like the black people who are in all of these videos talking about how the rest of us don't know what it's like to be a black person. I feel like they don't know what it's like to be a black person in a lot of ways. Obviously, there are some ways where their experience is just like any other black person's, or they're going to have experiences of a black person that are going to like really shape their lives. But when it comes to the way that black people who grow up in poverty, which is a large percentage of the black community, when it comes to the way that they think, their politics, what they want, what they believe, how much they want cops protecting them, how much they don't want to start these like race wars with white people, how much they don't want communism, how much they appreciate their jobs, how much, like, all of these things, that is reality. Right? I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, went to an all-black school, went to an all-black church. Let me show you guys my shoes. I showed you guys my shoes the other day. I'll show you guys my shoes again. These are the shoes that I wore today. That's why Tom grew up fighting. True. No, I didn't get into fights until I was in like very white suburban neighborhoods. But anyways, I showed you my shoes. Text me back. What is that? Tom, why are we looking at your shoes? Well, first off, they're very pretty, okay? They are very pretty. They are very nice. That is the most important part. But they're also FUBU. FUBU is for us by us. Who is us? Black people. So if I have them, that means I'm black. That's how that works. So there you go. I showed you my dick. Please respond as a meme. LMAO Tom, no? Yes. That's how that works. I'm black now. Tom, like our president grew up in the black, Mexican, Jewish, Irish church. I voted for Biden. That makes me black. They did not vote for Biden, so they are not black. Yeah, radical coder, you're just half a second behind me, buddy. I swear I typed it before I heard you say it. I know you did. There's at least like a 2-second latency, and it popped up right after I said it. So I actually burned my shoe yesterday, my casual shoe. I have one left, but the other one went up in flames. That's sad, Killinger. Tom, oh, I already read that. I thought black people wore Timberland shoes, but I only know that from hip hop. I have Tims. I definitely have Tims. All of this stuff about race has to be making some kids want